Stories of Futures Past presents 5 stories featuring hard science fiction. The Towers of Titan by Bova. Dr. Kometevsky's Day by Fritz Leiber. What Shall It Profit by Poul. Scanners Live in Vain by Cordwainer Smith. QRM-Interplanetary by George O. Smith. The Towers of Titan by Bova. Originally published in Amazing Stories, January 1962. Narrated by Trussel. The landing port at Titan had not changed much in 5 years. The ship settled down on the scarred blast shield beside the same trio of squat square buildings, and quickly disgorged its scanty quota of cargo and a lone passenger into the flexible tube that linked the loading hatch with the main building. As soon as the tube was disconnected, the ship screamed off through the murky atmosphere, seemingly glad to get away from Titan and head back to the more comfortable and settled parts of the solar system. The passenger, Dr. Sidney Lee, stood by the window wall of the main building and watched the ship disappear into the dark sky. He was tall and lean, seemingly all bone and tendon, with greying dark hair and faintly haunted eyes set deep into a rough-hewn, weather-worn face. When the ship was nothing more than another star overhead, he turned and looked at the place. 5 years hasn't made any difference, he thought. The single room of the main port building was unchanged, a little grimier perhaps, and a little more worn, but essentially unchanged. There were the same turnstiles and inspection machines, the same processing and handling gadgets for your papers and baggage, the same. It couldn't be, but they looked the same. 2 bored techs sitting at the far end of the room, unwilling to lift an eyebrow unless specifically commanded to do so. Lee walked over to the papers processor and pushed his credentials into its slot. After a few wheezes and clanks, its green light flicked on, and the papers fell into the return bin properly stamped and approved. At the same time, his lone bag slid along a conveyor belt and onto the pickup table. With his credentials back inside his jacket and the bag in hand, Lee looked toward the 2 clerks. They were studiously avoiding his eyes, searching intently through some schedules that they kept on hand for just such emergencies. "Sid, hi!" He turned at the sound of her voice. "I'm sorry to be late," she said, hurrying across the big empty room, "but we never know when the ancient mariner is going to arrive. It's not a matter of whether it'll be on schedule or not, just a question of guessing how late it's going to be." He smiled at her. "Hello, Elaine. It's good to see you again." She hadn't changed either, and this time he was glad of it. She was still slim and young, her hair a reddish gold, her eyes grey-green. She was dressed with typical casualness, comfortable boots, dark slacks and sweater that outlined her trim figure, and a light green scarf for a touch of colour. Outwardly, at least, she seemed cheerful. "Come on," she said. "I've got a buggy in the parking area. I wanted to get a few more of the old gang to come out and meet you, but there's not many of them left, and they're all pretty busy." Her voice trailed off. "I didn't expect a brass band and a key to the city," Lee said. Then he added, "You're pretty gay for a female scientist," he said. "I'm always gay when I meet old friends again." He said nothing. "I wish you'd cheer up," Elaine coaxed. "I will. Give me time." They entered the parking building and got into a bubble-top car. Elaine gunned it to life, and they slid out of the near-empty parking area, through the pressure doors, and into Titan's unbreathable atmosphere. "Have you been here straight through since I left?" he asked. "No. I spent about 18 months on Venus, slashing through the swamps in search of ruins that couldn't possibly have survived a century in that climate." "And?" "That's it," she said, shrugging. "Something ventured, but nothing found. So I asked to be returned here." "It's got you too, hasn't it?" Her face became serious for the first time. "Certainly it's got me. It's got all of us. Do you think we'd stay out here otherwise?" "Anything new turned up?" Elaine shook her head. "Nothing you haven't seen in the reports, which means nothing, really." He lapsed into silence and watched the frozen landscape slide by as the car raced along Titan's only highway. They crossed a bleak, frozen plain, bluish-white in the dim twilight from the distant sun. The stars twinkling in the dark sky overhead made the barren scene look even colder. The road climbed across a row of hills, and as they made a turn around the highest bluff, Saturn came into view. No matter how many times Lee had seen the planet, it had always thrilled him. Now, 5 years later, it was still an experience. 3 times larger than the full moon as seen from Earth, daubed with brilliant yellow, red and orange stripes, and circled about its middle by the impossible-looking rings. Saturn hung fat and low on the horizon, casting shadows stronger than the sun's. "It's a compensation, isn't it?" Elaine said. Soon they were down on the plain again, but now it was a shattered, broken expanse of jagged rock and ice. A greenish methane cloud drifted over the face of Saturn, and Lee finally turned his eyes away. "You can see the towers from here," Elaine reminded him. "I know," he said. He could not make out any detail, but there they were, just as they had been for how long? 10,000 years? 100,000? 5 towers jutting straight up from the bleak plain, clustered around a central, taller tower. "Is the machinery still running?" he asked, pointlessly. "Of course." "There wasn't talk a year or so back about trying to stop it." She shook her head. "They wouldn't dare." The machine had been discovered more than 10 years earlier, when the first Earthman landed on Titan. Saturn's largest satellite was devoid of life, a world of dark and cold, of hydrogen atmosphere and methane clouds, of ammonia seas and ice mountains. And there, in the midst of it all, stood the machine. A brazenly unconcealed cluster of mammoth buildings, with its 5 stately towers surmounted by the soaring central 6th. And within, row upon row of unexplained machinery, fully automated, operating continuously in perfect order. Alien. The discoverers soon concluded that the machine was unbelievably old, older than the Egyptian pyramids, perhaps even older than the Martian canals, and it was running smoothly. For untold centuries, for uncounted millennia, it had continued to operate efficiently, tended only by automatic machines. A clear challenge to the space rovers from Earth. Who made this machine? How does it work? Why is it here? What is it doing? As soon as its discovery was made known, the machine was visited by a steady stream of Earthmen, physicists, archaeologists, engineers of 1,000 different specialties, and soldiers, politicians, men who were now forced to believe the inevitable. The machine was photographed, X-rayed, blueprinted, analyzed spectroscopically, philosophically, even theologically. Who built it? How does it work? Why is it here? No answers. Dr. Sidney Lee, an anthropologist who had made a name for himself by unravelling the history of the ruins on Mars, arrived on Titan full of optimism and enthusiasm. 20 months later, he was taken from Titan to a psychomedical centre on Earth, completely irrational and suffering from man's oldest dread, the unknown. returning to the underground centre that had grown over the years near the machine to house the living and working quarters of the tiny scientific community on Titan, was something like returning home for Dr. Lee. Someone had seen to it that he had got his old quarters back again. Most of the people he had known from 5 years ago had gone elsewhere, but a few remained. Lee spent his first few days renewing acquaintances and meeting with new men and women. He was surprised at their youth, until he tried to recall how he must have looked and acted when he first arrived on Titan. "Makes you realize how time takes its toll, regardless of geriatrics," he said to Dr. Kimball Bennett. Official director of the centre, Bennett had called Lee into his office for a chat. "Come on now," Bennett scoffed. "You're talking like a man of 90. Why, you won't need geriatrics for at least another month." They both laughed. Bennett was a shy-looking, slender astrophysicist who spoke softly, never seemed to exert himself, and yet commanded an unabashed admiration of every member of the centre. "All right," Lee said. "You didn't call me to discuss my failing years. What's on your mind?" "Oh, I just thought it's about time you got to work. You've been loafing around for a week now. We can't afford to feed you free forever, you know." "No, I guess you can't," Lee agreed, smiling. Bennett leaned back in his chair and studied Lee for a long moment. "I won't ask you why you wanted to come back, but I was delighted when I saw the paperwork with your name on it. Want to know why? Now I am curious." "I want to leave Titan. I've been heading this operation for too many years now. I want out. And I really can't leave until I have a top-notch man to run this little show. You're my replacement." "As director?" "Yes." "Not me," Lee said, shaking his head. "I couldn't." "Why not?" "Why? Hell, Kim, you saw them carry me out of here 5 years ago. How do you know the same thing won't happen again? How do I know it?" A trace of a smile flickered across Bennett's face. "Look, the fact that you returned to Titan, to this centre and to that infernal machine out there, well, that's proof enough to me that you'd licked whatever it was that caused your breakdown." "Maybe you're satisfied," Lee countered. "But how about the rest of the staff? How will they feel about having a reconditioned neurotic heading the show?" Bennett's smile broke into an open grin. "Self-pity is a terrible thing. Do you know what those kids think of you? You're Dr. Sidney Lee, the foremost xenoanthropologist of the human race. You're the man who deciphered the Martian script, who uncovered the ruins on Toe Ceti, who did the definite studies of the caveman cultures on Sirius and Vega. Your troubles here on Titan are just a 6-month incident in the middle of a dazzling career. Haven't you noticed the deference with which they've been treating you? You're a big man on this campus." "I don't know." "It won't be a lifetime job," Bennett coaxed. "In a couple of years, some of the young squirts around here will have acquired enough poise and self-control to run the show. Then you can go on to something else." Lee got up from his chair and paced slowly to the bookshelf that lined one wall of the office. "Why don't you stay on for another year or so, and then turn it over to one of the youngsters?" Bennett wordlessly extended his arms over the desk. His hands were trembling, almost imperceptibly, but trembling. Lee stared at the hands. "You too?" Bennett placed his hands palms down on the desk. "Do you think you're the only one who worries about an alien race who can build a machine that we can't understand after 10 years of investigation and study?" The official transfer took place the following day, shortly after breakfast. Bennett called a meeting of the 6 department heads and announced that he would leave Titan on the next ship. It came as no surprise. "From here on, I'm just an interested observer," he said. "Dr. Lee is in charge." He paused for a moment, then went on. "I thought this would be a good time to review what has been going on most recently and where we stand." Lee took an old pipe out of his jacket pocket and filled it while he watched them try to decide who would talk first. The 6 department heads all looked young and eager, he thought. Elaine was among them, of course, as head of the archaeology group. After a bit of finger-pointing and head-shaking, Dr. Richards took the floor. Head of the physics section, he had one of those open, clear-eyed, crew-cut faces that would look young even after his hair turned grey. "It just so happens," he began, "that we finished a study yesterday that may be of some slight significance." From the size of his grin, Lee judged that the physicist was making a weak attempt to underplay his speech. Richards walked to the view screen at the far end of the room and turned a dial. The screen flickered for a moment, then showed a chart. "You remember from our last meeting," he said, "that our group finally succeeded in reaching the generating unit that powers all the machinery out there. Dr. Lee, this is something we've been working on for more than a year. The power unit is buried in the sub-level of the main building out there, and it's damned difficult to get to it without tearing out other machines. We finally wormed a man down there about a month ago." Richards turned back to the rest of the group. "This chart shows what we've been able to learn about the power unit, which isn't much. There's no input to it, no batteries, no solar cells, nothing. There's a fuel tank. At least, we think it's a fuel tank, that's sunk inside a cryogenic magnetic coil." Elaine spoke up. "You told us that last time. Have you been able to get into the tank?" Richards shook his head. "Not unless we break up the coil, which we don't dare try. It would probably mean destroying the power unit and stopping all the machinery, and we can't do that until we're certain of what the machinery's doing." "We all know that," said Dr. Kulaki, a wiry Polynesian who headed the electronics group. "Yes, well, we did make a very elegant experiment," Richards continued. "A variation of Cavendish's experiment to obtain the gravitational constant in the 18th century. "Spare the history," Dr. Kurtzman said, half smiling. Okay, Richards said. "We determined the mass of the fuel tank, and therefore of the fuel in it. The tank contains a degenerate gas." "What?" "A degenerate gas," Richards repeated. "The stuff must weigh several tons per spoonful." Dr. Petrovich, the astronomer, frowned puzzledly. "Wait a minute. Degenerate gases are found only in the cores of certain types of stars. Are you saying that this magnetic field they've put around the fuel tank is strong enough to create a pressure similar to the weight of a star?" "Take a look at the chart," Richards said, pointing to the view screen. "If you know of any other type of substance with a density like that, I'll eat it." There was a brief conversation. Then Dr. Bennett said, "All right, Pat, is that all?" "Hell no," Richards said, his cat-like grin returning. "There's more." He tapped a button on the view screen control panel, and another chart came up on the screen. "We know the power output of the generator. That was simply obtained since the one unit powers all the machinery in the buildings out there. So we calculated all the known methods for obtaining power from a degenerate gas and checked them against the amount of fuel the system has used up so far." Lee interrupted. "How do you know how much fuel has been used if you can't get into the tank?" Richards's grin broadened. "Oh, that's easy, Dr. Lee. We know how much a degenerate gas should weigh per unit volume. We know the size of the tank, and therefore how much it can hold when full. So we can estimate how full the tank is simply by measuring its mass and comparing it to the mass it would have if it were full." "Doesn't the chemical composition of the gas have any effect on the mass? Wouldn't uranium be heavier than hydrogen?" "Yes, but not much. A factor of 100. You'll see in a minute that it's not enough to matter at this stage of the game." Lee nodded, and the physicist went on. "Well, anyway, you can check out our math in the report we'll issue later this month, but it turns out that the only possible energy source for this gadget is total annihilation of the gas particles into energy." "Total annihilation? How?" "That's a good question. I don't think we'll be able to answer it until we can start taking the damn machine apart." He flicked a new graph on the screen. "But we can calculate how long the thing has been running on the basis of the fuel it's used up and the energy rates we've assumed." A slow wave of astonishment crept through the small room as, one by one, they grasped the significance of the curving lines on the graph. "That's right," Richards said. "Unless our rough calculations are completely off the beam, which I doubt, the damned thing has been operating continuously for something like 10 to the 5th or 10 to the 6th Earth years. 100,000 to 1,000,000 years." The rest of the meeting was quiet and orderly. They were all subdued by Richards's report. "It's been running continuously for 1,000,000 years," Lee kept thinking. 1,000,000 years. He listened automatically as the other department heads made their reports. Ray Kurtzman was first. His report was actually a combined discussion of the work that his engineering group and Dr. Kulaki's electronics people had been jointly undertaking. They had tried to determine, for the nth time, just what sort of power was being beamed by the antennas atop the machine's towers. No luck. The machinery was using power. The antennas were broadcasting something, but whatever it was could not be detected by any instrument the Kurtzman and Kulaki had applied to the problem. Elaine gave a routine report on the latest digging expeditions that had been sent out. No artifacts, no foundations, no remains of any sort. Blank. Dr. Child, a short, sharp-voiced mathematician, gave his report on his department's analysis of the wave patterns that were being sent out by the antennas. The patterns had been deduced from the fluctuations in energy consumption by the antenna equipment. Child reported another blank. The patterns were completely random. "It's foolish to call them patterns at all," Child complained. "They look more like the ramblings of an idiot than anything produced by intelligence." Finally, Petchkovich reported on the latest astronomical studies. The antennas were tracking an empty section of space between the Sun and the planet Mercury. Careful observations had shown no noticeable effect in the widespread area where the antennas were focused. "It is my belief," he concluded, "that the antennas were originally focused on one of the planets, but have since become disoriented in some way, and now well off target." Kurtzman huffed. "Not very likely. If they, whoever they are, could make this whole damned set of buildings full of machinery to operate continuously for 1,000,000 years, do you think they'd slip up on where the antennas are pointing?" "If it's 1,000,000 years we're talking about," Petchkovich answered slowly, "then the chances for errors are simply that much greater." Lee decided it was time for him to step in. "Have there been any other attempts to date the buildings or the machines? Radioactive decay rates or something like that?" Elaine nodded. "It's been tried at least once or twice a year, every year. Nothing conclusive has ever been established. The buildings are obviously very old, but 1,000,000 years?" They all lapsed into silence. Lee took a deep breath and began once more. "This 1,000,000-year business throws a new light on the whole subject. Up to now, I think, we've all been looking at this machine on a day-to-day basis. I mean, we've been examining what it's doing now. It might be worth our while to sit back a little and try to extrapolate the behavior we've observed back over 1,000,000 years." "Could you be a bit more explicit?" Richard asked. "I'll try. It's mostly a matter of viewpoint, I think. Let's start looking at this machine as something that's been in operation for 1,000,000 years. Let's admit to ourselves that what we see today is only a very small slice of the whole picture. Dr. Petchkovich, you're an astronomer. You're accustomed to studying a star for a few months and coming up with a story that covers perhaps billions of years, right?" "Yes, but this is entirely different." I know, Lee said. "But the line of attack isn't so different. For instance, Dr. Child, suppose you send your wave patterns to the Orbital Computation Center at Earth and have the big brain work them over. Do you think it might come up with something useful?" Child shrugged elaborately. "Maybe. If we try to extrapolate the sample patterns we have now over 1,000,000 years, maybe something will show up." "It'll take months to get the big brain's time," Elaine said. "They're waiting in line all the way back to Mars for it." What are months compared to the time we're already spent? Bennett countered. Or to 1,000,000 years, Lee added. Kulaki suddenly started to bob up and down in his chair. Say, we might be on the track of something here, he said. If those circuits have been in continuous operation for 1,000,000 years, we could learn an awful lot about reliability. Lee nodded in agreement. We have a lot to learn, that's true enough. He cleared his throat nervously. There's one more thing. I'm about to publish a paper. It's a sort of a general paper, but it has some bearing on the work going on here. I wonder if you'd be good enough to be a tryout audience for me. They sat back to listen. Lee gave only the basic outline of his paper. He discussed his findings among the ruins on Mars and on the lone planet circling the star Tau Ceti, and he drew some conclusions from his investigations of the primitive human cultures found on the planetary systems of Sirius and Vega. First, both Sirius and Vega have both been long known to be comparatively young stars. Astrophysical evidence compiled from the 20th century onward, and finally geophysical data from the planets themselves, showed that Sirius and Vega, and their planets, were considerably less than 1,000,000,000 years old. By contrast, the solar system was known to be at least 5 billion years old. Now the development of life takes time. It took close to 3 billion years for life to make its first appearance on Earth. Another 2 million years of evolution were necessary before man arose. If the planets circling Sirius and Vega are less than 1 billion years old, Lee stated, then the human populations of those planets, no matter how primitive they are, could not have originated there. They must have come from another planetary system. The closest system that could have borne life on its own is our solar system. Second, the ruins on Tau Ceti and on Mars were both definitely built by human beings. The plans of the buildings, the furnishings and utensils, the scant writings and pictures that survived, all were of human origin. Although dating the time of destruction of these buildings is very difficult, Lee went on, we can definitely say two things. They were destroyed suddenly in some immense cataclysm, and they were destroyed at very nearly the same time, both on Mars and Tau Ceti. I hadn't realized the correlation until this morning, but the destruction might easily be dated at approximately 1,000,000 years ago. There was a stir of reaction at the mention of the time period. Also, Lee told them, he had been able to partially translate one of the folk tales of the Vegan people. Stripped of its non-essentials, it tells of a cataclysmic war between the ancestors of the Vegan people and another race, mentioned only as the Others. He paused and looked at them, sitting around the table. They seemed engrossed. The Vegan folk tales relate that the Others won an overwhelming victory and smashed forever their golden age when they travelled through the skies and lived in unbelievable splendour. I'd like to make one final point. The Vegan and Syrian peoples are hardly human by our standards. In addition to slight physiological differences, they live in caves and eat shellfish and giant insects. They do not hunt meat-bearing animals, simply because there are not yet any meat-bearing animals on their planets. The humans on those planets did not evolve there. They are 1 billion years ahead of the natural evolution of their worlds. Bennett spoke up. In other words, they were originally a colony from Earth. Exactly. That's a lot to swallow in one sitting, Patrick said quietly. I know, Lee answered, but it fits in with what we've found here. Elaine, I'm certain that if you knew where to look, you could find on Earth the remains of a human civilization that is more than 1 million years old. She shook her head. That's contrary to every known scrap of evidence about early man. Besides, 1 million years of weathering would wipe out almost anything on Earth. Wind, rain, ice ages, earthquakes. It would be impossible. What about the moon? Petrovich asked. There should be some archaeological evidence on the moon that hasn't been completely destroyed, maybe buried under the dust or lava flows." "At any rate," Lee said, "I'm convinced that there was a human culture 1,000,000 years ago, that had expanded out through the solar system and to the stars, that had met an implacably hostile alien race, and that the humans were utterly defeated, nearly wiped out." "And the machine out there?" "It was built by the others. It's alien and hostile," Lee said. "That's why we must find out what it's doing and how." You could feel the change in attitude throughout the centre after that conference. An invisible but almost palpable wave of tension swept through every office, every lab, every section of the underground community. Not everyone believed Lee's theory about the others, but they could never look at those strange buildings again without wondering. What had been a puzzling, frustrating riddle took on the attributes of a living, intelligent enemy, an enemy that mocked their efforts to understand, to control, an enemy that seemed in every way superior to the feeble powers of the men from Earth. A few days after that conference, Dr. Bennett left Titan for good. Lee was in full command now. He was just finishing a quick lunch at the robo-cafeteria when Elaine walked by and stopped at his table. "Hi, boss. I'm on my way out to the buildings. Want to come along?" Lee punched a button at the end of the table, and the dishes slid into a wall receptacle. "No thanks," he said. "I've got some paperwork to do." "Sid, you're going to have to come out and face it sooner or later. Why don't you come now? There's practically nobody there." He looked up at her. "You're not a part-time psychotech, are you?" "No," she said, grinning. "But I wouldn't want anybody to start thinking that you're afraid to go into the buildings, and I especially don't want you to think that." "Okay," he said, getting up from his chair. "You're right, as usual." They took a lift chute to the surface bubble, a dome of clear plasticsteel that housed ground vehicles and miscellaneous outdoor equipment. There they squirmed into pressure suits, complete with fishbowl helmets. After checking out their oxygen tanks, heaters and radios, they were ready to go outside. "Want to walk?" Elaine asked. Lee nodded. It took him a few minutes to get accustomed to the low-gravity shuffle that you must employ to walk on Titan with its 1/3 Earth gravity. They headed for the buildings, under the double shadows cast by the distant sun and the ever-present, overpowering Saturn. The buildings loomed straight up from the dark plain, gaunt, gloomy spectres from a bygone age haunting this shadow world. There were 5 low, square, featureless structures ringed around a central pentagonally shaped tower that swept upward to a series of spires and antennas. Several doors had been cut into the outer building's walls by the inquiring Earthmen. Originally, the walls had been perfectly blank. "Did you bring a torch?" Lee asked. Elaine shook her head. "Don't need one anymore. We installed lights inside. They're tripped by a photocell as we crossed through a doorway." He could feel it coming on as they approached the buildings. The tenseness, the prickling along the spine, as if a deeply buried memory was writhing within his mind. Even before they entered the doorway, he could sense the throbbing, beating, purposefulness of the machines. And then they were inside, surrounded by them, row on row, tier on tier, inhuman, untiring, infallible machines, humming, growling, whining, filling the vast building with the rumbling power of their work. Driving, constantly driving at their unknown tasks. Along catwalks that snaked through the maze of machines, automatic maintenance vehicles scurried along, stopping here for a quick adjustment, there for replacement of a faulty part. No matter where the 2 invading humans went along the twining catwalks, the maintenance vehicles avoided them. If they stopped before a machine that was to be serviced, the maintenance vehicle would hover nearby, glowering at them, waiting for them to get out of the way. He could feel it again. The alienness, the lurking presence of an intelligence that scorned the intruders from Earth. Every nerve in his body screamed the same message: "Get out! Get away! This thing is evil, hostile, a weapon against all mankind." In the conference room, telling them of his theory, he had inwardly wondered how much of it he himself really believed. But here, in the midst of these implacably efficient machines, he knew. This is the product of a cosmic hatred, the work of those who seek to destroy man, our ancient enemy, the unknown, the nameless others. "Are you all right?" Elaine's voice in his earphone snapped him back to reality. "Why, do I look green?" She came up close enough so that their helmets nearly touched. "A little green," she said, smiling. "It gives me the creeps too. Want to go?" "No," he answered. "Let's see the work that's going on." He took a firm grip on himself and went through it all, from the combined crews of archaeologists and engineers tracing wiring circuits, to the handful of physicists conducting further tests on the power generator buried deep in the central building's foundation. "It goes awfully slowly," Elaine said as they trudged back to the center. "We're on the outside, looking in," Lee said. "If we could only determine the purpose of the machinery, then the rest of it would come pretty easily." They returned to the surface bubble and took off their pressure suits. "Nearly dinner time," Elaine said as they descended into the living area. "How about eating in my quarters?" she asked. "Can you cook?" "You'll find out." A few hours later, he had decided that she definitely could cook, and that she had somehow managed to bring to Titan some of the best wine he had tasted in years. Now the table was folded back into the wall, and they were sitting together on the couch, listening to music tapes. "What's that?" he asked. "Villalobos, a 20th century composer. Bachianas Brasileiras, number 8, I think." They listened in silence for a few moments to the moody, restless music. "Reminds me of Topside, standing at the shore of the Ammonia Sea when a storm is coming up," he said. Elaine nodded. "Yes, the wind and the dark and the waves." Abruptly the music snapped off. "Oh, damn!" Elaine blurted. "I thought I had the thing fixed." "Let me take a look at it," Lee said, getting up from the couch. He tinkered with the recorder for a while, to no avail. "I'm no electronics tech, that's for sure." Elaine shrugged. "Don't worry about it. I'll have it repaired tomorrow." She went into the kitchenette and called back, "How about some brandy?" "Fine," he answered. She returned and handed him a glass. "Ad astra," he said as they touched glasses. "Amen." Elaine walked slowly away from him, swishing the liquor in her glass. "Let's go topside and see the stars," she said suddenly. "Up to the bubble. Come on." So they left her one-room quarters and took the lift tube up to the bubble. It was deserted. Overhead, Saturn was low on the horizon, silhouetting the alien buildings. They turned to the other side of the sky, where it was clear and dark. Thousands of stars twinkled in the darkness. They made out Sirius and Vega, then Mars, and finally Earth, a bright blue jewel that outshone all the others. "I guess Jupiter's on the other side of the sun," Lee said. Elaine nodded. "It looks so far away," she said, staring at Earth, "and so lonely out there in all that emptiness." "A psychotech would call that projection." "I know. We're the lonely ones, aren't we?" She was perfectly serious now. "You know that Ruth and I have split up," he said. "I heard. That she left you." He shrugged. "That's a matter of viewpoint. She got tired sitting Earthside while I batted around the solar system. When I told her I was going to Vega, she called it quits." "Couldn't she have gone with you?" "If she had wanted to." "Do you still love her?" Elaine asked. I don't know. I don't think I know what love really is anymore. All I know is, on that long trip out to Vega, when I had nothing to do but sit and think, it wasn't Ruth I was thinking about. It was you. Oh. They talked a bit more, and finally he took her in his arms and kissed her, and she was his, at least for a little while. Weeks lapsed into months, and the work on Titan inched steadily along. If he stopped to think about it, Lee knew that all they were doing was scratching around the base of the problem and making precious little headway. The blind men and the elephant, he told himself. And then he asked himself what else they could possibly do, and the answer was always nothing. But the machine was still there, doing whatever it was designed to do, and he could sense the scornful laughter of its creators as she vainly tried to understand their work. Only the thought of Elaine, the sight of her, the touch of her, allowed him to keep his sense of balance. People left Titan, baffled and confused. New people arrived, eager, full of energy, excited at the chance to tackle the unknown, undimmed, at first, by the day-to-day frustrations of trying to unlock a door that has no key. Lee dialed his selection at the robo-cafeteria and waited a few moments for the tray of food to appear at the pickup table. He had spent the morning shut away in his office, searching months' worth of report for some glimmer of encouragement. There was progress, of course. There was always progress. But it was never in a direction that would take them closer to the final answer. And, carefully tucked into the top drawer of his desk, was a nasty yellow sheet that bore a querulous message from Earth. What is the status of the project? Why are expenditures constantly climbing? Is a 93-man staff really needed? When can some solid results be expected? Lee picked an unoccupied table and sat down. As he started to eat, a quartet of young engineers headed by Dr. Kurtzman came in and sat at the next table. I still don't see why they keep digging, one of them was saying. They'll never find anything outside the buildings. Another countered, Look, they've got to follow every possible angle. The only way they're ever going to understand this thing is to put together every scrap of evidence we can find until there's enough to form an understandable picture. Kurtzman shook his head. Not at all. This isn't going to be solved by putting pieces together like a puzzle. There's more evidence in those buildings than we can ever hope to digest. It's not a matter of adding up clues. This is going to be a gestalt. One of these days, somebody's going to get a few 1,000 million of his brain cells turned the right way, and he'll say, Aha! Then we'll have it. Until then, it's our job to keep poking around, hoping to find the right piece of information to trigger the gestalt. The first one spluttered. But that's not scientific. So, Kurtzman asked, arching his eyebrows, do you see science making any great strides around here? We're in over our heads. Intuition is the only thing that can save us. If we're that bad off, we might as well quit, the first one said. In fact, that might be the best idea of all. Forget it and go home. Let the damn machine run for another 1,000,000 years if it wants to. Lee could not keep quiet any longer. That would be fine, wouldn't it? He said, turning on the surprised engineer. Give it up and forget about it, without knowing where it came from, or what it's doing, or why. I didn't mean... Listen to me. It's not just that the thing could be a weapon. It may not be, but we don't know, and as long as we don't know, we've got to keep trying to find out, understand? Yes, but... And there's more at stake here than just an intellectual puzzle, Lee insisted. If we turn our backs on this machine, we've turned our backs on a basic premise of all scientific thought. If we admit that we can't understand this machine, then we admit that there's an absolute limit to our ability to understand the universe. We give in to the old witch doctor's claim that there are some things in the world that man must not tamper with. Taboo. The basic nature of man and science is at stake here. We've got to understand that machine. Our claim to the stars is tied up in it." Lee looked up and saw that everyone in the dining hall was watching him. He stood up. "Sorry, I didn't mean to get so vehement," he mumbled to the engineer. "Guess I'm a bit edgy today." He walked quickly out of the dining area and returned to his office. Slowly, quietly, the work went on. Dr. Petchkovich spent 6 weeks on Mercury, supervising at first hand the investigation of the area where the machine's antennas were focused. He returned to Titan in high excitement. "We have definitely proved that there is a disturbance in the interplanetary magnetic field at the focal point of the machine's antennas," he announced to the department heads when they convened in the conference room to hear his report. "How strong a disturbance?" Dr. Kulaki asked. Petchkovich hesitated for a moment. "Well, it's only 1 part in 100,000. The excitement died quickly. It was a discovery, yes, but it did not bring them any closer to understanding the machine and its purpose. Lee was sitting at his desk, staring moodily at a graph that Dr. Child had left with him, the results of the Orbital Computing Center's extrapolation for the wave patterns broadcast by the machine. The phone buzzer sounded. Without taking his eyes from the graph, Lee flicked the phone on. "Are you busy right now?" He looked up and saw Elaine's face on the screen. "No, not really," he answered. "Come on in." "I'll be there in a few minutes." As soon as she came through the door, he knew that something was wrong. She was trying too hard not to look concerned. "What's up?" he asked her. She shrugged and sat down in front of the desk. "I just thought we might talk for a while." "In my office?" "It concerns official business." "I see." She looked at the graph. "What's that? Something new?" Changing the subject, he thought to himself, "What's she afraid of?" Aloud he answered, "It's Child's results from the big brain, the machine's wave patterns extrapolated over 1,000,000 years. He turned the graph around so she could see it better. Elaine studied it for a moment, then shook her head. "Child was right, wasn't he? It doesn't make any sense at all. No pattern, no rhyme, no reason." "I don't know," Lee said. "There's something strange about these waves. They don't follow a regular pattern, and yet—" "What?" He frowned. "They're just too damned irregular to be really random. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Well, anyway, I've got the feeling that I've seen this pattern, or lack of pattern, before. Somewhere I've seen something that looks a lot like this, but I can't remember where." Elaine looked at the graph again, at the multiple curves swinging back and forth across the paper, intertwining in seeming confusion. "It looks like some of the graphs I drew when I was an undergrad." He laughed. "Maybe that's where I saw it." There was an awkward silence. Lee got up from his seat and walked around the desk. He pulled up another chair and sat beside Elaine. "Now, what's the trouble?" "I've been thinking," she said slowly. I've decided to transfer off Titan." "Leave? But why?" "For us, Sid. For both of us. Before we get so wrapped up in each other that we won't be able to break it up without really getting hurt." "I don't understand," he said. She spoke calmly and softly. No tears, no hysterics. She had thought it all out very carefully. "Sid, take a look around you. We're like two castaways on a desert world. We love each other, here and now. But we won't always be here. What happens when we leave Titan? What happens when we're not faced with the loneliness and that thing out there? Suppose we find that we don't really need each other. What then?" "But I do need you, Elaine. I love you." "You do now," she answered. "But how long will it last?" "Sid, I have to get away, at least for a little while. I need a sense of perspective." "I see," he said, shifting his gaze away from her. "That doesn't leave me much to say, does it?" "All right, Elaine. Make out a transfer request and I'll sign it." "Thanks. I hope you understand." She got up and started slowly toward the door. "I'm not so sure that you understand this yourself," he replied. "But I know this. I don't want to lose you, Elaine. If you haven't worked this out within a month or so after you leave Titan, I'll come looking for you." She turned, and without a word went over and kissed him. Then she quickly left the office. Lee returned to his desk. He sat down and stared at Child's graph again. After a few minutes, he angrily slapped it in a drawer, slammed the thing shut, and stamped out of the room. Personal matters were soon buried in the excitement of another discovery, this time an important one. It looked promising. Kurtzman and Kulaki finally discovered what form of energy the antennas were beaming out. After years of trial and error experimentation, the engineer and electronicist asked Richards and Child to lend a hand. With a firm theoretically and mathematically background to bolster their work, Kurtzman and Kulaki started out on a process of elimination. They soon proved that the antennas were not broadcasting any known form of electromagnetic energy, from gamma to long radio waves. They investigated one possibility after another, turning up a steady succession of negative answers. Negative, but answers all the same. It was time-consuming, but at least they were definitely determining which avenues were blind alleys. Then Child started tinkering with a hunch, and showed his paperwork to Richards. The two of them made a few suggestions to Kurtzman and Kulaki. Their problem was that their detection instruments were drawing blanks when applied to the antenna's output, but the power input to the antennas showed that they were working continuously. Child showed, mathematically, that their output must be an extremely weak, low-frequency form of energy. Richards agreed, and pointed out that there was only one form of energy that fulfilled these conditions: gravity. "Gravity waves?" Kurtzman asked, incredulously, when they told him about it. Kulaki's mind reacted faster. "Knowing it's gravity waves on paper and proving it experimentally are two different things." But they were up to the test. They had to scavenge equipment from the center's grav screen machinery, and the whole underground community was without its Earth-normal ground field for 2.5 days. But when the field was returned to normal, and people stopped hopping and bouncing all through the center, Kurtzman and Kulaki had proved that the antennas were indeed beaming out gravity waves. "It's all here," Lee thought as he read their combined report. "Now we know what the machine is doing, but to what purpose? What influence does this have on Earth?" Then he put down the report and turned to another bit of paperwork that lay on his desk. Elaine's official request for a transfer. He looked through it automatically. There was a place marked "Justification for Request." Elaine had typed simply, "Personal." Lee flipped to the last page and signed. He leaned back in his chair and tried to let his mind float free. Forget about her. Forget about the buildings out there. Forget about everything. At least for a few moments. Just drift and let your mind wander where it pleases. The automatic secretary on his desk hummed into life and announced, "Department heads meeting starts in 5 minutes. To hell with the department heads. To hell with Titan, a world of cold and dark and ice, like Dante's Inferno. Titan is hell, a place where sinning scientists are sent. The punishment is to stand out in the cold and try to solve the unanswerable, forever. Stand in the icy darkness and try to understand the unknown. Once in a while you make a discovery that excites you, but when you look again, your discovery is meaningless. You know as little about the real answer as you knew before. The discoveries are just part of the punishment, part of the eternal torment, They just keep you going after the carrot on the stick, but the carrot is always out of reach. "Department heads meeting beginning now," the automatic voice said. Lee cocked an eye at the tiny device. "All right," he said, getting up. "I'm going." The meeting was strictly routine. The reaction had set in. A week ago they had all been agog with the gravity waves discovery. Now it had become apparent that the discovery had not opened the door they were trying to get through. "We're like children," Lee thought, "trying to put together a stereo transceiver from an assembly kit. All the pieces are there, but we can't get them together in the proper way." It was a short meeting. As they broke up, Lee saw Richards walk over to Elaine. "I hear you're leaving us," the young physicist said. "Going Earthside?" "Yes," Elaine answered. "For a while at least." Richards broke into his feline grin again. "Good. I'll be vacationing on Earth in a few weeks. Do you like to ski?" "I haven't skied in years." "There's a lodge I go to in Switzerland. Really fine. And the skiing is marvellous. Even if you don't want to ski, there are mountains to climb. And glaciers." Lee started toward them, thought better of it, then walked sullenly out of the room. He went to his office, sat fidgeting at his desk for a while, then called her on the intercom. She was not at her office or her quarters, so the equipment automatically paged her. When her face finally showed on the view screen, Lee could see that she was still in the conference room, which was now empty, except for her and Richards. "What is it, Sid?" Can you come down to my office for a minute, right now?" She quickly covered her surprise. "Of course, I'll be right down." Within a few minutes she was entering his office. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," he said, gesturing her to a chair. "I just wanted to get you out of the grips of that all-American physicist." "What? Why, you jealous old goat!" "Never mind. If you want to listen to propositions, please make sure I'm out of earshot." She laughed. "Is that what you brought me down here for?" "Yes." "I'm flattered." "Don't be cute." "He's a very nice boy." He frowned. "All right, so I'm foolish and juvenile." "And he's so interesting," she went on, paying no attention. "He was telling me all about glaciers in Switzerland, near this ski lodge. Seems the glaciers have been growing during the past few years, something I should really be sure to see." "Sounds fascinating," Lee grumbled. "Oh, it is. The glaciers, that is. They were retreating, until a few years ago. Now they're growing again. Goes in cycles, it seems." Lee suddenly stiffened. "Great God of our forefathers!" "What now?" Instead of answering, he scrambled out of his chair and went to the floor-to-ceiling bookcase that lined one wall of the office. "Sid, what's the matter? Did I say something?" But he was not listening to her. "That's it," he was muttering. "That must be it." Elaine watched him pore through the shelves of books, desperately searching for something. "Can I help?" she asked. "No, I think—" He snatched at a book and riffled through it. "Yes, look at it!" He wheeled and shoved the open book at her. She nearly dropped it as he ducked back around his desk and rummaged through a pile of papers. "Here it is! Look at them!" he shouted, handing her a sheet of paper. "Put them side by side and look at them." The book was open to a graph, Elaine saw, that showed the advance and retreat of the Ice Age glaciers over the past million years of Earth. The sheet of paper was Child's graph of the wave patterns of the machine's antennas. Her face went pale as she looked at the two graphs side by side. They're the same. Almost identical." "It all fits together now," Lee said, drumming his fingers on the desktop in a restless tattoo. "The machine beams gravity waves into the interplanetary plasma between the Sun and Mercury. The effect is infinitesimal by our short-term standards, but over 100,000 years or so, the cumulative effect must be enough to block off a small fraction of the Sun's radiation. The Earth goes into a deep freeze for a few millennia." "But why?" Elaine asked. "Why did the others build it?" Lee paced nervously across the room. "Think a minute. They had beaten the Earthmen in a bitter interstellar war. They had done their best to wipe out the human race. What better way to ensure their victory than by subjecting our homeworld to violent climate changes? They probably thought they were guaranteeing the complete extinction of mankind. "But the Ice Ages didn't destroy man," Elaine said. "No. They reduced him to the level of a beast, though. Those few survivors of the interstellar war were robbed of their civilization. They had to go back to living in caves, to fighting the other animals for sheer survival. They made it, though, and relearned what was lost, and built a new civilization." "Then the machine failed its purpose." "Right," Lee said. "But remember, it's only an automatic machine. Those who made it, the others, they're still out there among the stars somewhere. They're going to be mighty upset when they find out that we're not dead." "It's terrifying in a way." "The important thing is that we understand. Now we can face them, wherever they are. They're no more intelligent than we are. We've proved that by learning what the machine is all about. They may be older, and they certainly know more tricks, but they're not on a completely higher plane of mental development." Elaine leaned back in her seat. "Well, it's over. At last it's ended. We can leave Titan for good now." "Leave? Not likely. Now we can finally start to tear the machinery apart and see how it works. We've just been sniffing around it so far, treating it like a museum exhibit. Now we can shut the damn thing off and start dissecting it. There's a lot to be done, a whole new technology to be learned. How does it work? Who are the others, and where did they come from? There are more questions to answer now than ever." "That means that you won't be leaving Titan?" she asked. "Not for a while. How about you?" She thought for a moment, then answered, "If you're right about all this, then there should be a lot of archaeological evidence awaiting discovery on the moon. Maybe I should organize a team." "Then you're leaving anyway," he said. "For a while, Sid. I'll be back in time." "Stay off the ski slopes." She grinned and got up from her chair. Lee kissed her, and she turned away and went to the door. She looked back to say a final word, but he was already at his desk, punching buttons on the automatic secretary. "All right, you mechanical marvel. Call the department heads to the conference room for a meeting in 5 minutes, and take a message for the Terran Council Science Committee. Gentlemen, it is my belief that the question of the alien machinery on Titan is now essentially solved." The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now, for the next story. Dr. Kometevsky's Day by Fritz Leiber. Originally published in Galaxy Science Fiction, February 1952. Narrated by Tom Trussel. Before science, there was superstition. After science, there will be what? The biggest, most staggering, most final fact of them all. But it's all predicted here. It even names this century for the next reshuffling of the planets. Celeste Wolver looked up unwillingly at the book her friend Madge Carnap held aloft like a torch. She made out the ill-stamped title, The Dance of the Planets. There was no mistaking the time of its origin. Only paper from the 20th century aged to that particularly nasty shade of brown. Indeed, the book seemed to Celeste a brown old witch resurrected from the last age of madness to confound a world growing sane, and she couldn't help shrinking back a trifle toward her husband Theodore. He tried to come to her rescue, only predicted in the vaguest way. As I understand it, Kometevsky claimed, on the basis of a lot of evidence drawn from folklore, that the planets and their moons trade positions every so often. "As if they were playing Going to Jerusalem or musical chairs," Celeste chimed in, but she couldn't make it sound funny. Jupiter was supposed to have started as the outermost planet, and is to end up in the orbit of Mercury, Theodore continued. Well, nothing at all like that has happened. But it's begun, Madge said with conviction. Phobos and Deimos have disappeared. You can't argue away that stubborn little fact. That was the trouble. You couldn't. Mars's 2 tiny moons had simply vanished during a period when, as was generally the case, the eyes of astronomy weren't on them. Just some 100-odd cubic miles of rock, the merest cosmic fly specks, yet they had carried away with them the security of a whole world. Looking at the lovely garden landscape around her, Celeste Wolver felt that in a moment the shrubby hills would begin to roll like waves, the charmingly aimless paths twist like snakes and sink in the green sea, the sparsely placed skyscrapers dissolved into the misty clouds they pierced. People must have felt like this, she thought, when Aristarchus first hinted and Copernicus told them that the solid earth under their feet was falling dizzily through space. Only it's worse for us, because they couldn't see that anything had changed. We can. You need something to cling to, she heard Madge say. Dr. Kometevsky was the only person who had ever had an inkling that anything like this might happen. I was never a Kometevskyite before, hadn't even heard of the man. She said it almost apologetically. In fact, standing there so frank in anxious eyes, Madge looked anything but a fanatic, which made it much worse. Of course, there are several more convincing alternate explanations, Theodore began hesitantly, knowing very well that there weren't. If Phobos and Deimos had suddenly disintegrated, surely Mars Base would have noticed something. Of course, there was the disordered space hypothesis, even if it was a little more than the chance phrase of a prominent physicist pounded upon by an eager journalist. And in any case, what sense of security were you left with if you admitted that moons and planets might explode or drop through unseen holes in space? So he ended up by taking a different tack. Besides, if Phobos and Deimos simply shot off somewhere, surely they'd have been picked up by now by scope or radar. 2 balls of rock just a few miles in diameter? Madge questioned. Aren't they smaller than many of the asteroids? I'm no astronomer, but I think I'm right. And of course, she was. She swung the book under her arm. Phew, it's heavy, she observed, adding in slightly scandalized tones. Never been microfilmed. She smiled nervously and looked them up and down. Going to a party? She asked. Theodore's scarlet cloak and Celeste's green culottes and silver jacket justified the question, but they shook their head. Just the normally flamboyant garb of the family, Celeste said, while Theodore explained. As it happens, we're bound on business connected with the disappearance. We Wolvers practically constitute a subcommittee of the Congress for the discovery of new purposes. And since a lot of varied material comes to our attention, we're going to see if any of it correlates with this bit of astronomical sleight of hand. Madge nodded. Give you something to do at any rate. Well, I must be off. The Buddhist temple has lent us their place for a meeting. She gave them a woeful grin. See you when the earth jumps. Theodore said to Celeste, Come on, dear, we'll be late. But Celeste didn't want to move too fast. You know, Teddy, she said uncomfortably, all this reminds me of those old myths where too much good fortune is a sure sign of coming disaster. It was just too much luck, our great-grandparents missing World War III and getting the world government started 1,000 years ahead of schedule. Luck like that couldn't last, evidently. Maybe we've gone too fast with a lot of things, like spaceflight and the deep shaft and... She hesitated a bit. Complex marriages. I'm a woman. I want complete security. Where am I to find it? In me, Theodore said promptly. In you? Celeste questioned, walking slowly. But you're just 1/3 of my husband. Perhaps I should look for it in Edmund or Ivan." "You angry with me about something?" "Of course not. But a woman wants her source of security whole. In a crisis like this, it's disturbing to have it divided." "Well, we are a whole, and I believe indivisible family," Theodore told her warmly. "You're not suggesting, are you, that we're going to be punished for our polygamous sins by a cosmic catastrophe? Fire from heaven and all that?" "Don't be silly. I just wanted to give you a picture of my feeling," Celeste smiled. "I guess none of us realized how much we've come to depend on the idea of unchanging scientific law. Knocks the props from under you." Theodore nodded emphatically. "All the more reason to get a line on what's happening as quickly as possible. You know, it's fantastically far-fetched, but I think the experience of persons with extrasensory perception may give us a clue. During the past 3 or 4 days, there's been a remarkable similarity in the dreams of ESPs all over the planet. I'm going to present the evidence at the meeting." Celeste looked up at him. "So that's why Rosalind's bringing Frida's daughter?" "Dottie is your daughter too, and Rosalind's," Theodore reminded her. "No, just Frida's," Celeste said bitterly. "Of course, you may be the father. 1/3 of a chance." Theodore looked at her sharply, but didn't comment. "Anyway, Dottie will be there," he said, "probably asleep by now. All the ESPs have suddenly seemed to need more sleep." As they talked, it had been growing darker, though the luminescence of the path kept it from being bothersome. And now the cloud rack parted to the east, showing a single red planet low on the horizon. "Did you know," Theodore said suddenly, "that in Gulliver's Travels Dean Swift predicted that better telescopes would show Mars to have 2 moons? He got the sizes and distances and periods damned accurately too. One of the few really startling coincidences of reality in literature." "Stop being eerie," Celeste said sharply. But then she went on. "Those names, Phobos and Deimos, they're Greek, aren't they? What do they mean?" Theodore lost a step. "Fear and terror," he said unwillingly. "Now don't go taking that for an omen. Most of the mythological names of major and minor ancient gods had been taken. The bodies in the solar systems are named that way, of course, and these were about all that were available." It was true, but it didn't comfort him much. "I am a god," Dottie was dreaming, "and I want to be by myself and think. I and my god friends like to keep some of our thoughts secret, but the other gods have forbidden us to." A little smile flickered across the lips of the sleeping girl, and the woman in gold tights and gold-spangled jacket leaned forward thoughtfully. In her dignity and simplicity and straight-spined grace, she was rather like a circus mother watching her sick child before she went out for the trapeze act. "I and my god friends sail off in our great round silver boats," Dottie went on dreaming. "The other gods are angry and scared. They're frightened of the thoughts we may think in secret. They follow us to hunt us down. There are many more of them than of us." As Celeste and Theodore entered the committee room, Rosalind Wolver, a glitter of platinum against darkness, came in through the opposite door and softly shut it behind her. Frida, a fair woman in blue robes, got up from the round table. Celeste turned away with outward casualness as Theodore kissed his 2 other wives. She was pleased to note that Edmund seemed impatient too. A figure in close-fitting black, unrelieved except for 2 red arrows at the collar, he struck her as embodying very properly the serious, fateful temper of the moment. He took 2 briefcases from his vest pocket and tossed them down on the table beside one of the microfilm projectors. "I suggest we get started without waiting for Ivan," he said. Frida frowned anxiously. It's 10 minutes since he phoned from the deep space bar to say he was starting right away, and that's hardly a 2 minutes walk. Rosalind instantly started toward the outside door. "I'll check," she explained. "Oh, Frida, I've set the mic so you'll hear if Dottie calls." Edmund threw up his hands. "Very well then," he said, and walked over, switched on the picture, and stared out moodily. Theodore and Frida got out their briefcases, switched on projectors, and began silently checking through their material. Celeste fiddled with the TV and got a newscast, but she found her eyes didn't want to absorb the blocks of print that rather swiftly succeeded each other, so after a few moments she shrugged impatiently and switched to audio. At the noise, the others looked around at her with surprise and some irritation, but in a few moments they were also listening. "The 2 rocket ships sent out from Mars base to explore the orbital positions of Phobos and Deimos, that is, the volume of space they'd be occupying if their positions had remained normal, report finding masses of dust and larger debris. The 2 masses of fine debris are moving in the same orbits and at the same velocities as the 2 vanished moons, and occupy roughly the same volumes of space, though the mass of material is hardly 1/100th of that of the moons. Physicists have ventured no statements as to whether this constitutes a confirmation of the disintegration hypothesis. However, we're mightily pleased at this news here. There's a marked lessening of tension. The finding of the debris, solid, tangible stuff, seems to lift the whole affair out of the supernatural miasma in which some of us had been tempted to plunge it. 1/100th of the moon has been found. The rest will also be." Edmund had turned his back on the window. Frida and Theodore had switched off their projectors. "Meanwhile, Earthlings are going about their business with a minimum of commotion, meeting with considerable calm the strange threat to the fabric of their solar system. Many, of course, are assembled in churches and humanist temples. Kometevskyites have staged helicopter processions at Washington, Peking, Pretoria, and Christiania, demanding that instant preparation be made for, and I quote, Earth's coming leap through space. They have also formally challenged all astronomers to produce an explanation other than the one contained in that strange book so recently conjured from oblivion, The Dance of the Planets. That about winds up the story for the present. There are no new reports from interplanetary radar, astronomy, or the other rocket ships searching in the extended Mars volume. Nor have any statements been issued by the various groups working on the problem in astrophysics, cosmic ecology, the Congress for the Discovery of New Purposes, and so forth. Meanwhile, however, we can take courage from the words of a poem written even before Dr. Kometevsky's book. The earth is not the steadfast place we landsmen build upon. From deep to deep she varies pace, and while she comes is gone. Beneath my feet I feel her smooth bulk heave and dip. With velvet plunge and soft upreel, she swings and steadies to her keel like a gallant, gallant ship. While the TV voice intoned the poem, growing richer as emotion caught it up, Celeste looked around her at the others. Frida, with her touch of feminine helplessness showing more than ever through her businesslike poise. Theodore, leaning forward from his scarlet cloak thrown back, smiling the half-smile with which he seemed to face even the unknown. Black Edmund, masking a deep uncertainty with a strong show of decisiveness. In short, her family. She knew their every quirk and foible, and yet now they seemed to her 1,000,000 miles away, figures seen through the wrong end of a telescope. Were they really a family? Strong sources of mutual strength and security to each other? Or had they merely been playing family, experimenting with their notions of complex marriage like a bunch of silly adolescents? Butterflies taking advantage of good weather to wing together in a glamorous, artificial dance, until outraged nature decided to wipe them out? As the poem was ending, Celeste saw the door open, and Rosalind came slowly in. The golden woman's face was white as the paths she had been treading. Just then the TV voice quickened with shock. "News! Lunar Observatory 1 reports that, although Jupiter is just about to pass behind the Sun, a good coronagraph of the planet has been obtained. Checked and rechecked, it admits of only one interpretation, which Lunar 1 feels duty-bound to release. Jupiter's 14 moons are no longer visible. The chorus of remarks with which the Wolvers would otherwise have received this was checked by one thing: the fact that Rosalind seemed not to hear it. Whatever was on her mind prevented even that incredible statement from penetrating. She walked shakily to the table and put down a briefcase, one end of which was smudged with dirt. Without looking at them, she said, "Ivan left the Deep Space Bar 20 minutes ago, said he was coming straight here. On my way back, I searched the path. Midway, I found this half buried in the dirt. I had to tug to get it out, almost as if it had been cemented into the ground. Do you feel how the dirt seems to be in the leather, as if it had lain for years in the grave?" By now the others were fingering the small case of microfilms they had seen so many times in Ivan's competent hands. What Rosalind said was true. It had a gritty, unwholesome feel to it. Also, it felt strangely heavy. "And see what's written on it," she added. They turned it over. Scrawled with white pencil in big, hasty, frantic letters were 2 words: "Going down." "The other gods," Dotty dreamt, "are combing the whole universe for us. We have escaped them many times, but now our tricks are almost used up. There are no doors going out of the universe, and our boats are silver beacons to the hunters. So we decide to disguise them in the only way they can be disguised. It is our last chance." Edmund rapped the table to gain the family's attention. "I'd say we've done everything we can for the moment to find Ivan. We've made a thorough local search. A wider one, which we can't conduct personally, is in progress. All helpful agencies have been alerted, and descriptions are being broadcast. I suggest we get on with the business of the evening, which may very well be connected with Ivan's disappearance." One by one the others nodded and took their places at the round table. Celeste made a great effort to throw off the feeling of unreality that had engulfed her and focus attention on her microfilms. "I'll take over Ivan's notes," she heard Edmund say. "They're mainly about the deep shaft." "How far have they got with that?" Frida asked idly. 25 miles? "Nearer 30, I believe," Edmund answered, "and still going down." At those last 2 words they all looked up quickly. Then their eyes went toward Ivan's briefcase. "Our trick has succeeded," Dotty dreamt. "The other gods have passed our hiding place 12 times without noticing. They searched the universe for us many times in vain. They finally decide that we have found a door going out of the universe, yet they fear us all the more. They think of us as devils who will some day return through the door to destroy them, so they watch everywhere. We lie quietly, smiling in our camouflaged boats, yet hardly daring to move or think, for fear that the faintest echoes of our doings will give them a clue. Hundreds of millions of years pass by. They seem to us no more than drugged hours in a prison." Theodore rubbed his eyes and pushed his chair back from the table. "We need a break." Frida agreed wearily. "We've gone through everything." "Good idea," Edmund said briskly. "I think we've hit on several crucial points along the way, and half disentangled them from the great mass of inconsequential material. I'll finish up that part of the job right now and present my case when we're all a bit fresher. Say, half an hour?" Theodore nodded heavily, pushing up from his chair and hitching his cloak over a shoulder. "I'm going out for a drink," he informed them. After several hesitant seconds, Rosalind quietly followed him. Frida stretched out on a couch and closed her eyes, Edmund scanned microfilms tirelessly, every now and then setting one aside. Celeste watched him for a minute, then sprang up and started toward the room where Dotty was asleep. But midway she stopped. Not my child, she thought bitterly. Frida's her mother, Rosalind her nurse. I'm nothing at all, just one of the husband's girl-friends, a lady of uneasy virtue in a dissolving world. But then she straightened her shoulders and went on. Rosalind didn't catch up with Theodore. Her footsteps were silent, and he never looked back along the path whose feeble white glow rose only knee-high, lighting a low strip of shrub and mossy tree trunk to either side, no more. It was a little chilly. She drew on her gloves, but she didn't hurry. In fact, she fell farther and farther behind the dipping tail of his scarlet cloak and his plodding red shoes, which seemed to move disembodied like those in a fairy tale. When she reached the point where she had found Ivan's briefcase, she stopped altogether. A breeze rustled the leaves, and moistly brushing her cheek brought forest scents of rotten mould. After a bit, she began to hear the furtive scurryings and scuttlings of forest creatures. She looked around her half-heartedly, suddenly realizing the futility of her quest. What clues could she hope to find in this knee-high twilight? And they thoroughly combed the place early in the night. Without warning, an eerie tingling went through her, and she was seized by horror of the cold, grainy earth underfoot, an ancestral terror from the days when men shivered at ghost stories about graves and tombs. A tiny detail persisted in bulking larger and larger in her mind. The unnaturalness of the way the earth had impregnated the corner of Ivan's briefcase, almost as if dirt and leather coexisted in the same space. She remembered the queer way the partly buried briefcase had resisted her first tug, like a rooted plant. She felt cowed by the mysterious night about her, and literally dwarfed, as if she had grown several inches shorter. She roused herself and started forward. Something held her feet. They were ankle-deep in the path. While she looked in fright and horror, they began to sink still lower into the ground. She plunged frantically, trying to jerk loose. She couldn't. She had the panicky feeling that the earth had not only trapped but invaded her, that its molecules were creeping upward between the molecules of her flesh, that the two were becoming one. And she was sinking faster, now knee-deep, thigh-deep, hip-deep, waist-deep. She beat at the powdery path with her hands and threw her body from side to side in agonized frenzy, like some sinner frozen in the ice of the innermost circle of the ancients' hell. And always the sense of the dark, grainy tide rose inside as well as around her. She'd thought he'd just have had time to scribble that note on his briefcase and toss it away. She jerked off a glove, leaned out as fast as she could, and made a frantic effort to drive its finger into the powdery dark path. Then the earth mounted to her chin, her nose, and covered her eyes. She expected blackness, but it was as if the light of the path stayed with her, making a little glow all around. She saw roots, pebbles, black rot, worn tunnels, worms, tier on tier of them, her vision penetrating the solid ground, and at the same time the knowledge that these same sorts of things were coursing up through her. And still she continued to sink, at a speed that increased, as if the law of gravitation applied to her in a diminished way. She dropped from black soil through grey clay and into pale limestone. Her tortured, rock-permeated lungs sucked at rock and drew in air. She wondered madly if a volume of air were falling with her through the stone. A glitter of quartz, the momentary openness of a foot-high cavern with a trickle of water, and then she was sliding down a black basalt column, half inside it, half inside gold-flecked ore, then just black basalt, and always faster. It grew hot, then hotter, as if she were approaching the mythical eternal fires. At first glance, Theodore thought the deep space bar was empty. Then he saw a figure hunched monkey-like on the last stool, almost lost in the blue shadows, while behind the bar, her crystal dress blending with the tiers of sparkling glasses, stood a grave-eyed young girl who could hardly have been 15. The TV was saying, "In addition, a number of mysterious disappearances of high-rating individuals have been reported. These are thought to be cases of misunderstanding, illusory apprehension, and impulsive travelling, a result of the unusual stresses of the time. Finally, a few suggestible individuals in various parts of the globe, especially the Indian peninsula, have declared themselves to be gods and in some way responsible for current events. It is thought—" The girl switched off the TV and took Theodore's order, explaining casually, "Joe wanted to go to a Kometevskyite meeting, so I took over for him." When she had prepared Theodore's highball, she announced, "I'll have a drink with you, gentlemen," and squeezed herself a glass of pomegranate juice. The monkey-like figure muttered, "Scotch and soda," then turned toward Edmund and asked, "And what is your reaction to all this, sir?" Theodore recognized the shrunken, wrinkled-seamed face. It was Colonel Fortescue, a military antique, long retired from the Peace Patrol and reputed to have seen actual fighting in the last age of madness. Now, for some reason, the face sported a knowing smile. Theodore shrugged. Just then the TV "Big News" light blinked blue and the girl switched on audio. The colonel winked at Theodore. "Confirming the disappearance of Jupiter's moons, but two other utterly fantastic reports have just been received. First, Lunar Observatory 1 says that it is visually tracking 14 small bodies which it believes may be the lost moons of Jupiter. They are moving outward from the solar system at an incredible velocity and are already beyond the orbit of Saturn." The colonel said, "Ah." Second, Palomar reports a large number of dark bodies approaching the solar system at an equally incredible velocity. They are about twice the distance of Pluto, but closing in fast. We will be on the air with further details as soon as possible." The colonel said, "Aha." Theodore stared at him. The old man's self-satisfied poise was almost amusing. "Are you a Kometevskyite?" Theodore asked him. The colonel laughed. "Of course not, my boy. Those poor people are fumbling in the dark. Don't you see what's happened?" "Frankly, no." The colonel leaned toward Theodore and whispered gruffly, "The divine plan. God is a military strategist, naturally." Then he lifted the Scotch and soda in his claw-like hand and took a satisfying swallow. "I knew it all along, of course," he went on musingly, "but this last news makes it as plain as a rocket blast, at least to anyone who knows military strategy. Look here, my boy, suppose you were commanding a fleet and got wind of the enemy's approach. What would you do? Why, you'd send your scouts and destroyers fanning out toward them. Behind that screen, you'd mass your heavy ships, then—" "You don't mean to imply—" Theodore interrupted. The girl behind the barn looked at them both cryptically. "Of course I do," the colonel cut in sharply. "It's a war between the forces of good and evil. The bright suns and planets are on one side, the dark on the other. The moons are the destroyers, Jupiter and Saturn are the big battleships, while we're on a heavy cruiser, I'm proud to say. We'll probably go into action soon. Be a corking fight, what? And all by divine strategy." He chuckled and took another big drink. Theodore looked at him sourly. The girl behind the bar polished a glass and said nothing. Dotty suddenly began to turn and toss, and a look of terror came over her sleeping face. Celeste leaned forward apprehensively. The child's lips worked, and Celeste made out the sleepy, fuzzy words. "They found out where we were hiding. They're coming to get us. No, please, no." Celeste's reactions were mixed. She felt worried about Dotty, and at the same time almost in terror of her, as if the little girl were an agent of supernatural forces. She told herself that this fear was an expression of her own hostility, yet she didn't really believe it. She touched the child's hand. Dotty's eyes opened, without making Celeste feel she had quite come awake. After a bit, she looked at Celeste, and her little lips parted in a smile. "Hello," she said sleepily. "I've been having such funny dreams." Then after a pause, frowning, "I really am a god, you know. It feels very queer." "Yes, dear?" Celeste prompted uneasily. "Shall I call Frida?" The smile left Dotty's lips. "Why do you act so nervous around me?" she asked. "Don't you love me, Mummy?" Celeste started at the word. Her throat closed. Then very slowly her face broke into a radiant smile. "Of course I do, darling. I love you very much." Dotty nodded happily, her eyes already closed again. There was a sudden flurry of excited voices beyond the door. Celeste heard her name called. She stood up. "I'm going to have to go out and talk with the others," she said. "If you want me, dear, just call." "Yes, Mummy." Edmund rapped for attention. Celeste, Frida, and Theodore glanced around at him. He looked more frightfully strained, they realized, than even they felt. His expression was a study in suppressed excitement, but there were also signs of a knowledge that was almost too overpowering for a human being to bear. His voice was clipped, rapid. "I think it's about time we stopped worrying about our own affairs and thought of those of the solar system, partly because I think they have a direct bearing on the disappearances of Ivan and Rosalind. As I told you, I've been sorting out the crucial items from the material we've been presenting. There are roughly 4 of those items, as I see it. It's rather like a mystery story. I wonder if, hearing those 4 clues, you will come to the same conclusion I have." The others nodded. "First, there are the latest reports from Deep Shaft, which, as you know, has been sunk to investigate deep Earth conditions. At approximately 29 miles below the surface, the delvers have encountered a metallic obstruction which they have tentatively named the Durosphere. It resists their hardest drills, their strongest corrosives. They have extended a side tunnel to that level for 1/4 of a mile. Delicate measurements, made possible by the mirror-smooth metal surface, show that the Durosphere has a slight curvature that is almost exactly equal to the curvature of the Earth itself. The suggestion is that deep borings made anywhere in the world would encounter the Durosphere at the same depth. Second, the movements of the moons of Mars and Jupiter, and particularly the debris left behind by the moons of Mars, granting Phobos and Deimos had Durospheres proportional in size to that of Earth, then the debris would roughly equal in amount the material in those 2 Durospheres' rocky envelopes. The suggestion is that the 2 Durospheres suddenly burst from their envelopes with such titanic velocity as to leave those disrupted envelopes behind." It was deadly quiet in the committee room. Thirdly, the disappearances of Ivan and Rosalind, and especially the baffling hint from Ivan's message in one case and Rosalind's downward-pointing glove in the other, that they were both somehow drawn into the depths of the earth. Finally, the dreams of the ESPs, which agree overwhelmingly in the following points. A group of beings separate themselves from a godlike and telepathic race because they insist on maintaining a degree of mental privacy. They flee in great boats or ships of some sort. They are pursued on such a scale that there is no hiding place for them anywhere in the universe. In some manner they successfully camouflage their ships. Eons pass, and their still fanatical pursuers do not penetrate their secret. Then, suddenly, they are detected. Edmund waited. "Do you see what I'm driving at?" he asked hoarsely. He could tell from their looks that the others did, but couldn't bring themselves to put it into words. "I suppose it's the time scale and the value scale that are so hard for us to accept," he said softly. "Much more, even, than the size scale. The thought that there are creatures in the universe to whom the whole career of man, in fact, The whole career of life is no more than a few thousand or 100,000 years, and to whom man is no more than a minor stage property, a trifling part of a clever job of camouflage. This time he went on. Fantasy writers have at times hinted all sorts of odd things about the earth, that it might even be a kind of single living creature, or honeycombed with inhabited caverns and so on. But I don't know that any of them have ever suggested that the earth, together with all the planets and moons of the solar system, might be— In a whisper, Frida finished for him. A camouflaged fleet of gigantic spherical spaceships. Your guess happens to be the precise truth. At that familiar, yet dreadly unfamiliar voice, all four of them swung toward the inner door. Dotty was standing there, a sleep-stupefied little girl with a blanket caught up around her and dragging behind. Their own daughter, but in her eyes was a look from which they cringed. She said, I am a creature somewhat older than what your geologists call the Archaeozoic era. I am speaking to you through a number of telepathically sensitive individuals among your kind. In each case, my thoughts suit themselves to your level of comprehension. I inhabit the disguised and jetless spaceship which is your Earth. Celeste swayed a step forward. Baby, she implored. Dotty went on without giving her a glance. It is true that we planted the seeds of life on some of these planets simply as a part of our camouflage, just as we gave them a suitable environment for each. And it is true that now we must let most of that life be destroyed. Our hiding place has been discovered, our pursuers are upon us, and we must make one last effort to escape or do battle, since we firmly believe that the principle of mental privacy to which we have devoted our existence is perhaps the greatest good in the whole universe. But it is not true that we look with contempt upon you. Our whole race is deeply devoted to life, wherever it may come into being, and it is our rule never to interfere with its development. That was one of the reasons we made life a part of our camouflage. It would make our pursuers reluctant to examine these planets too closely. Yes, we have always cherished you and watched your evolution with interest from our hidden lairs. We may even unconsciously have shaped your development in certain ways, trying constantly to educate you away from war, and finally succeeding, which may have given the betraying clue to our pursuers. Your planets must be burst asunder, this particular planet in the area of the Pacific, so that we may have our last chance to escape. Even if we did not move, our pursuers would destroy you with us. We cannot invite you inside our ships, not for lack of space, but because you could never survive the vast accelerations to which you would be subjected. You would, you see, need very special accommodations, of which we have enough only for a few. Those few we will take with us, as the seed from which a new human race may, if we ourselves somehow survive, be born. Rosalind and Ivan stared dumbly at each other across the egg-shaped silver room, without apparent entrance or exit, in which they were sprawled. But their thoughts were no longer of the 30-odd-mile journeys down through solid earth, or of how cool it was after the heat of the passage, or of how grotesque it was to be trapped here, the fragment of a marriage. They were both listening to the voice that spoke inside their minds. In a few minutes your bodies will be separated into layers 1 atom thick, capable of being shelved or stored in such a way as to endure almost infinite accelerations. Single cells will cover acres of space. But do not be alarmed. The process will be painless, and each particle will be catalogued for future assembly. Your consciousness will endure throughout the process. Rosalind looked at her gold-shod toes. She was wondering, will they go first, or my head? Or will I be peeled like an apple? She looked at Ivan and knew he was thinking the same thing. Up in the committee room, the other wolvers slumped around the table. Only little Dotty sat straight and staring, speechless and unanswering, quite beyond their reach, like a telephone off the hook and with the connection open, but no voice from the other end. They had just switched off the TV after listening to a confused medley of denials, prayers, Kometevskyite chatterings, and a few astonishingly realistic comments on the possibility of survival. These last pointed out that, on the side of the Earth opposite the Pacific, the convulsions would come slowly when the entombed spaceships burst forth, provided, as seemed the case, that it moved without jets or reaction. It would be as if the Earth's vast core simply vanished. Gravity would diminish abruptly to a fraction of its former value. The empty envelope of rock and water and air would slowly fall together, though at the same time the air would begin to escape from the debris because there would no longer be the mass required to hold it. However, there might be definite chances of temporary and even prolonged survival for individuals in strong hermetically sealed structures, such as submarines and spaceships. The few spaceships on Earth were reported to have blasted off or be preparing to leave with as many passengers as could be carried. But most persons apparently could not contemplate action of any sort. They could only sit and think, like the Wolvers. A faint smile relaxed Celeste's face. She was thinking, "How beautiful! It means the death of the solar system, which is a horrifying subjective concept. Objectively, though, it would be a more awesome sight than any human being has ever seen or ever could see. It's an absurd and even brutal thing to wish, but I wish I could see the whole cataclysm from beginning to end. It would make death seem very small, a tiny personal event." Dottie's face was losing its blank expression, becoming intent and alarmed. "We are in contact with our pursuers," she said in the familiar, unfamiliar voice. "Negotiations are now going on. There is a change in them. Where they were harsh and vindictive before, they are now gentle and conciliatory." She paused, the alarm on her childish features pinching into anxious uncertainty. "Our pursuers have always been shrewd. The change in them may be false, intended merely to lull us into allowing them to come close enough to destroy us. We must not fall into the trap by growing hopeful." They leaned forward, clutching hands, watching the little face as though it were a television screen. Celeste had the wild feeling that she was listening to a communique from a war so unthinkably vast and violent, between opponents so astronomically huge and nearly immortal, that she felt no more than a reasoning amoeba, and then realized with an explosive urge to laugh that was exactly the situation. "No," said Dottie. Her eyes began to glow. "They have changed. During the eons in which we lay sealed away and hidden from them, knowing nothing of them, they rebelled against the tyranny of a communal mind to which no faults were private, the tyranny that we ourselves fled to escape. They come not to destroy us, but to welcome us back to a society that we and they can make truly great." Frida collapsed to a chair, trembling between laughter and hysterical weeping. Theodore looked as blank as Dottie had while waiting for words to speak. Edmund sprang to the picture window, Celeste toward the TV set. Climbing shakily out of the chair, Frida stumbled to the picture window and peered out beside Edmund. She saw lights bobbing along the paths with a wild excitement. On the TV screen, Celeste watched two brightly lit ships spinning in the sky. Whether human spaceships or Phobos and Deimos come to help Earth rejoice, she couldn't tell. Dottie spoke again, this joy in her strange voice forcing them to return. "And you, dear children, creatures of our camouflage, we welcome you, whatever your future career on these planets or like ones, into the society of enlightened worlds. You need not feel small and alone and helpless ever again, for we shall always be with you." The outer door opened. Ivan and Rosalind reeled in, drunkenly smiling, arm in arm. "Like rockets," Rosalind blurted happily. "We came through the durosphere in solid rock, shot up right to the surface." "They didn't have to take us along," Ivan added with a bleary grin. "But you know that already, don't you? They're too good to let you live in fear, so they must have told you by now." "Yes, we know," said Theodore. "They must be almost godlike in their goodness. I feel calm." Edmund nodded soberly. "Calmer than I've ever felt before. It's knowing, I suppose, that, well, we're not alone." Dotty blinked and looked around and smiled at them with all a holy little girl smile. "Oh, Mummy," she said, and it was impossible to tell whether she spoke as to Frida or Rosalind or Celeste. "I've just had the funniest dream." "No, darling," said Rosalind gently. "It's we who have had the dream. We've just awakened."
The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now for the next story.
What Shall It Profit by Poul Anderson. Originally published in Worlds of If Science Fiction, June 1956. Narrated by Tom Trussel. "The chickens got out of the coop and flew away 300 years ago," said Barwell. "Now they're coming home to roost." He hiccuped. His finger wobbled to the dial and clicked off another whiskey. The machine pondered the matter and flashed an apologetic sign. "Please deposit your money." "Oh, damn," said Barwell. "I am broke." Radek shrugged and gave the slot a 2-credit piece. It slid the whiskey out on a tray with his change. He stuck the coins in his pouch and took another careful sip of beer. Barwell grabbed the whiskey glass like a drowning man. He would drown, thought Radek, if he sloshed much more into his stomach. There was an Asian whine to the music drifting past the curtains into the booth. Radek could hear the talk and laughter well enough to catch their raucous overtones. Somebody swore as dice rattled wrong for him. Somebody else shouted coarse good wishes as his friend took a hostess upstairs. He wondered why Vice was always so cheerless when he went into a place and paid for it. "I'm going to get drunk tonight," announced Barwell. "I'm going to get so high in the stony sky you'll need a radar to find me. Then I shall raise the red flag of revolution." "And tomorrow?" asked Radek quietly. Barwell grimaced. "Don't ask me about tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be among the great leisure class. To hell with the euphemisms. The unemployed. Nothing I can do that some goddamn machine can't do quicker and better. So a benevolent state will feed me and clothe me and house me and give me a little spending money to have fun on. This is known as citizens' credit. They used to call it a dole. Tomorrow I shall have to be more systematic about the revolution. Join the League or something." "The trouble with you," Radek needled him, "is that you can't adapt. Technology has made the labor of most people, except the first-rank creative genius, unnecessary. This leaves the majority with a void of years to fill somehow, a sense of uprootedness and lost self-respect, which is rather horrible, and in any case, they don't like to think in scientific terms. It doesn't come natural to the average man." Barwell gave him a bleary stare out of a flushed, sagging face. "I suppose you're one of the geniuses," he said. "You got work." "I'm adaptable," said Radek. He was a slim, youngish man with dark hair and sharp features. "I'm not greatly gifted, but I found a niche for myself. Newsman. I do legwork for a major commentator. Between times I'm writing a book, my own analysis of contemporary historical trends. It won't be anything startling, but it may help a few people think more clearly and adjust themselves." "And so you like this rotten solar union?" Barwell's tone became aggressive. "Not everything about it, no. So there is a wave of anti-scientific reaction all over Earth. Science is being made the scapegoat for all our troubles. But like it or not, you fellows will have to accept the fact that there are too many people and too few resources for us to survive without technology." "Some technology, sure," admitted Barwell. He took a ferocious swig from his glass. "Not this hell-born stuff we've been monkeying around with. I tell you, the chickens have finally come home to roost." Radek was intrigued by the archaic expression. Barwell was no moron. He'd been a correlative clerk at the Institute for several years, not a position for fools. He had actually read books, and thought about them. And today he had been fired. Radek chanced across him, drinking out of vast resentment, and attached himself like a reverse lamprey, buying most of the liquor. There might be a story in it somewhere. There might be a lead to what the Institute was doing. Radek was not anti-scientific, but neither did he make gods out of people with technical degrees. The Institute must be up to something unpleasant. Otherwise, why all the mystery? If the facts weren't uncovered in time, if whatever they were brewing came to a head, it could touch off the final convulsion of lynch law. Barwell leaned forward, his finger wagged. 300 years now. I think it's 300 years since X-rays came in. Damn scientists fooling around with X-rays, atomic energy, radioactives. Sure, safe levels, established tolerances. But what about the long-range effects? What about cumulative genetic effects? Those chickens are coming home at last. "No use blaming our ancestors," said Radek. "Be rather pointless to go dance on their graves, wouldn't it?" Barwell moved closer to Radek. His breath was powerful with whiskey. "But are they in those graves?" he whispered. "Huh?" "Look, been known for a long time, ever since the first atomic energy work. Heavy but non-lethal doses of radiation shorten lifespan. You'll grow old faster if you get a strong dose. Why do you think with all our medicines we're not 200-300 years old? Background's count's gone up, that's why. Radioactives in the air, in the sea, buried under the ground. Gamma rays, not entirely absorbed by shielding. Sure, they tell us their levels are still harmless. But it's more than the level in nature by a good big factor, 2 or 3. Radek sipped his beer. He'd been drinking slowly, and the beer had gotten warmer than he liked, but he needed a clear head. "That's common knowledge," he stated. "The lifespan hasn't been shortened any either. Because of more medicines, more ways to help cells patch up radiation damage. All but worst radiation sickness been curable for a long time." Barwell waved his hand expansively. "They knew, even back then," he mumbled. "If radiation shortened lives, radiation sickness cures ought to prolong it, huh? Reasonable? Only the goddamn scientists. Population problem. Social stasis if everybody lived for centuries. Kept it secret. Easy to do. Change your name and face then. 20 years. Keep to yourself. Don't make friends among the short-lived. You might see 'em grow old and die. Might start feeling sorry for 'em. And that would never do, would it?" Coldness tingled along Radek's spine. He lifted his mug and pretended to drink. Over the rim his eyes stayed on Barwell. "That's why they fired me. I know. I got ears. I overheard things. I read notes not intended for me. They fired me. It's a wonder they didn't murder me." Barwell shuddered and peered at the curtains, as if trying to look through them. "Or d'you think, maybe—" "No," said Radek, "I don't. Let's stick to the facts. I take it you found mention of work on, shall we say, increasing the lifespan? Perhaps a mention of successes with rats and guinea pigs, right? So what's wrong with that? They wouldn't want to announce anything till they were sure, or the hysteria." Barwell smiled with an irritating air of omniscience.
More than that, friend. More than that. Lots more.
Well, what?
Barwell peered about him with exaggerated caution. One thing I found in files. Plans of whole buildings and grounds. Great big room. Lots of rooms. Way underground. Secret. Only the kitchen was making food and sending it down there. Human food. Food for people I never saw. People who never came up. Barwell buried his face in his hands. Don't feel so good. Whirling.
Radek eased his head to the table. Out like a spent credit. The newsman left the booth and addressed a bouncer. Chap in there has had it.
Uh-huh.
Want to help me get him to your boat?
No, I hardly know him.
Bill exchanged hands. Put him in your doss room to sleep it off, and give him breakfast with my compliments. I'm going out for some fresh air. The wreck house stood on a Minnesota bluff, overlooking the Mississippi River. Beyond its racket and multicolored glare, there was darkness and wooded silence. Here and there the lights of a few isolated houses gleamed. The river slid by, talking, ruffled with moonlight. Luna was nearly full. Squinting into her cold, ashen face, Radek could just see the tiny spark of a city. Stars were strewn carelessly over heaven. He recognized the ember that was Mars. Perhaps he ought to emigrate. Mars, Venus, even Luna. There was more hope on them than Earth ever had. No mechanical packaged cheer. People had work to do, and in their spare time made their own pleasures. No civilization cracking at the seams because it could not assimilate the technology it must have. Out in space, men knew very well that science had carried them to their homes and made those homes fit to dwell on. Radek strolled across the parking lot and found his airboat. He paused by its iridescent teardrop to start a cigarette. Suppose the Institute of Human Biology was more than it claimed to be, more than a set of homes and laboratories where congenial minds could live and do research. It published discoveries of value. But how much did it not publish? Its personnel kept pretty aloof from the rest of the world, not unnatural in this day of growing estrangement between science and public. But did they have a deeper reason than that? Suppose they did keep immortals in those underground rooms. A scientist was not ordinarily a good political technician, but he might think he could be. He might react emotionally against a public beginning to throw stones at his house and consider taking the reins, for the people's own good, of course. A lot of misery had been caused the human race for its own alleged good. Or if the scientist knew how to live forever, he might not think Joe Smith, or Carlos Ibanez, or Wang Yuan, or Johannes Umfanduma good enough to share immortality with him. Radek took a long breath. The night air felt fresh and alive in his lungs after the tavern staleness. He was not currently married, but there was a girl with whom he was thinking seriously of making a permanent contract. He had friends, not lucent razor minds, but decent, unassuming, kindly people, brave with man's old quiet bravery in the face of death and ruin and the petty tragedies of every day. He liked beer and steaks, fishing and tennis, good music and a good book, and the exhilarating strain of his work. He liked to live. Maybe a system for becoming immortal, or at least living many centuries, was not desirable for the race. But only the whole race had authority to make that decision. Radek smiled at himself, twistedly, and threw the cigarette away and got into the boat. Its engine murmured, sucking cast power. The riding lights snapped on automatically, and he lifted into the sky. It was not much of a lead he had,
but it was as good as it was ever likely to get. He set the autopilot for southwest Colorado and opened the jets wide. The night whistled darkly around his cabin. Against wan stars, he made out the lamps of other boats flitting across the world and somehow intensifying the loneliness. Work to do. He called the main office in Dallas unit and taped a statement of what he knew and what he planned. Then he dialed the nearest library and asked the robot for information on the Institute of Human Biology. There wasn't a great deal of value to him. It had been in existence for about 250 years, more or less concurrently with the Psychotechnic Institute, and for quite a while affiliated with that organization. During the humanist troubles, when the psychotechs were booted out of government on Earth and their files ransacked, it had dissociated itself from them and carried on unobtrusively. How much of their secret records had it taken along? Since the Restoration, it had grown, drawing in many prominent researchers and making discoveries of high value to medicine and bioengineering. The current director was Dr. Marcus Lang, formerly of New Harvard, the University of Luna, and no matter, he'd been running the show for 8 years after his predecessor's death. Or had Tokugama really died? He couldn't be identical with Lang. He had been a short Japanese, and Lang was a tall Negro, too big a jump for any surgeon. Not to mention their simultaneous careers. But how far back could you trace Lang before he became fakeable records of birth and schooling? What young fellow named Yamatsu or Hideki was now polishing glass in the labs and slated to become the next director? How fantastic could you get on how little evidence? Radek let the text fade from the screen and sat puffing another cigarette. It was a while before he demanded references on the biology of the aging process. It was tough sledding. He couldn't follow the mathematics or the chemistry very far. No good popularizations were available. But a newsman got an ability to winnow what he learned. Radek didn't have to take notes. He'd been through a mind training course. After an hour or so, he sat back and reviewed what he had gotten. The living organism was a small island of low entropy in a universe tending constantly toward gigantic disorder. It maintained itself through an intricate set of hemostatic mechanisms. The serious disruption of any of these brought the life processes to a halt. Shock, disease, the bullet in the lungs or the axe in the brain, death. But hundreds of thousands of autopsies had never given an honest verdict of death from old age. It was always something else: cancer, heart failure, sickness, stroke. Age was at most a contributing cause, decreasing resistance to injury and power to recover from it. One by one, the individual causes had been licked. Bacteria and protozoa and viruses were slaughtered in the body. Cancers were selectively poisoned. Cholesterol was dissolved out of the arteries. Surgery patched up damaged organs, and the new regeneration techniques replaced what had been lost, even nervous tissue. Offhand, there was no more reason to die, unless you met murder or an accident. But people still grew old. The process wasn't as hideous as it had been. You needn't shuffle in arthritic feebleness. Your mind was clear. Your skin wrinkled slowly. Centenarians were not uncommon these days, but very few reached 150. Nobody reached 200. Imperceptibly, the fires burned low. Vitality was diminished, strength faded, hair whitened, eyes dimmed. The body responded less and less well to regenerative treatment. Finally, it did not respond at all. You got so weak that some small thing you and your doctor could have laughed at in your youth took you away. You still grew old, and because you grew old, you still died. The unicellular organism did not age, but age was a meaningless word in that particular case. A man could be immortal via his germ cells. The microorganism could too, but it gave the only cell it had. Personal immortality was denied to both man and microbe. Could sheer mechanical wear and tear be the reason for the decline known as old age? Probably not. The natural regenerative powers of life were better than that, and observations made in free fall, where strain was minimized, indicated that while null gravity had an alleviating effect, it was no key to living forever. Something in the chemistry and physics of the cells themselves, then. They did tend to accumulate heavy water. That had been known for a long time. Hard to see how that could kill you. The percentage increase in a lifetime was so small. It might be a partial answer. You might grow old more slowly if you drank only water made of pure isotopes, but you wouldn't be immortal. Radek shrugged. He was getting near the end of his trip. Let the Institute people answer his questions. The Four Corners country is so named because 4 of the old American states met there, back when there were still significant political units. For a while, in the 20th century, it was overrun with uranium hunters, who made small impressions on its tilted emptiness. It was still a favorite vacation area, and the resorts were lost in that great huddle of mountains and desert. You could have a lot of privacy here. Gliding down over the moon-ghostly Pueblo ruins of Mesa Verde, Radek peered through the windscreen. There, ahead, lights glowed around the walls, spread across half a mesa. Inside them was a parkscape of trees, lawns, gardens, arbors, cottage units. The Institute housed its people well. There were 4 large buildings at the center, and Radek noted gratefully that several windows were still shining in them. Not that he had had any compunctions about getting the great Dr. Lang out of bed, but... He ignored the public landing field outside the walls and set his boat down in the paved courtyard. As he climbed out, 6 guards came running. There were husky men in blue uniforms, armed with stunners, and the dim light showed faces hinting they wouldn't be sorry to feed him a beam. Radek dropped to the ground, folded his arms, and waited. The breath from his nose was frosty under the moon. "What the hell do you want?" The nearest guard pulled up in front of him and laid a hand on his shotgun. "Who the devil are you? Don't you know this is private property? What's the big idea, anyway?" "Take it easy," advised Radek. "I have to see Dr. Lang at once. Emergency." "You didn't call for an appointment, did you?" "No, I didn't." "All right, then." "I didn't think he'd care to have me give my reasons over a radio. This is confidential and urgent." The men hesitated, uncertain before such an outrageous violation of all civilized canons. "I don't know, friend. He's busy. If you want to see Dr. McCormick, Dr. Lang, ask him if I may. Tell him I have news about his longevity process." "His what?" Radek spelled it out and watched the man go. Another one made some ungracious remark and frisked him with needless ostentation. A third was more urbane. "Sorry to do this, but you understand we've got important work going on. Can't you have just anybody busting in?" "Sure, that's all right." Radek shivered in the still chill air and pulled his cloak tighter about him. "Viruses and stuff around. If any of that got loose, you understand." Well, it wasn't a bad cover-up. None of these fellows looked very bright. IQ treatments could do only so much. Thereafter you got down to the limitations of basic and unalterable brain microstructure. And even among the more intellectual workers, how many Barwells were there, handling semi-routine tasks, but not permitted to know what really went on under their feet? Radek had a brief irrational wish that he'd worn boots instead of sandals. The first guard returned. "He'll see you," he grunted, "and you better make it good, because he's one mad doctor." Radek nodded and followed two of the men. The nearest of the large square buildings seemed given over to offices. He was led inside down a short length of glow-lit corridor, and halted while the scanner on a door marked "Lang, Director," observed him. "He's clean, boss," said one of the escort. "All right," said the annunciator. "Let him in, but you two stay just outside." It was a spacious office, but austerely furnished. A telewindow reflected green larches and a sun-splattered waterfall somewhere on the other side of the planet. Lang sat alone behind the desk, his hands engaged with some papers that looked like technical reports. He was a big, heavy-shouldered man, his hair grey, his chocolate face middle-aged and tired. He did not rise. "Well?" he snapped. "My name is Arnold Radek. I'm a news service operator. Here's my card if you wish to see it." "Pharaoh had it easy," said Lang in a chill voice. "Moses only called the 7 plagues down on him. I have to deal with your sort." Radek placed his fingertips on the desk and leaned forward. He found it unexpectedly hard not to be stared down by the other. "I know very well I've laid myself open to a lawsuit by coming in as I did," he stated. "Possibly, when I'm through, I'll be open to murder." "Are you feeling well?" There was more contempt than concern in the deep tone. "Let me say first off, I believe I have information about a certain project of yours, one you badly want to keep a secret. I've taped a record at my office of what I know and where I'm going. If I don't get back before 1000 hours Central Time and wipe that tape, it'll be heard by the secretary." Lang took an exasperated breath. His fingernails whitened on the sheets he still held. "Do you honestly think we would be so, I won't say unscrupulous, so stupid as to use violence?" "No," said Radek. "Of course not. All I want is a few straight answers. I know you're quite able to lead me up the garden path, feed me some line of pap and hustle me out again, but I won't stand for that. I mentioned my tape only to convince you that I'm in earnest." "You're not drunk," murmured Lang, "but there are a lot of people running loose who ought to be in a mental hospital." "I know." Radek sat down without waiting for an invitation. "Anti-scientific fanatics. I'm not one of them. You know Darrell Burkhart's news commentaries? I supply a lot of his data and interpretations. He's one of the leading friends of genuine science, one of the few you have left." Radek gestured at the card on the desk. "Read it, right there." Lang picked the card up and glanced at the lettering and tossed it back. "Very well. That's still no excuse for breaking in like this. You—" "It can't wait," interrupted Radek. "There are a lot of lives at stake. Every minute we sit here, there are perhaps 1 million people dying, perhaps more. I haven't the figures. And everyone else is dying all the time, millimetre by millimetre. We're all born dying. Every minute you hold back the cure for old age, you murder 1 million human beings." "This is the most fantastic—" "Let me finish. I get around, and I'm trained to look a little bit more closely at the facts everybody knows, the ordinary commonplace facts we take for granted and never think to inquire about because they are so ordinary. I've wondered about the Institute for a long time. Tonight I talked at great length with a fellow named Barwell. Remember him? A clerk here. You fired him this morning for being too nosy." He had a lot to say. Lang sat quiet for a while. He didn't rattle easily. He couldn't be snowed under by fast, aggressive talk. While Radek spat out what clues he had, Lang calmly reached into a drawer and got out an old-fashioned briar pipe, stuffed it, and lit it. "So what do you want?" he asked when Radek paused for breath. "The truth, damn it!" "There are privacy laws. It was established long ago that a citizen is entitled to privacy if he does nothing against the common weal. And you are! You're like a man who stands on a river bank and has a lifebelt and won't throw it to a man drowning in the river. Lang sighed. I won't deny we're working on longevity, he answered. Obviously we are. The problem interests biologists throughout the solar system. But we aren't publicizing our findings as yet for a very good reason. You know how people jump to conclusions. Can you imagine the hysteria that would arise in this already unstable culture if there seemed to be even a prospect of immortality? You yourself are a prime case. On the most tenuous basis of rumour and hypothesis, you've decided that we have found a vaccine against old age and are hoarding it. You come bursting in here in the middle of the night demanding to be made immortal immediately, if not sooner. And you're comparatively civilized. There are enough lunatics who'd come here with guns and start shooting up the place. Radek smiled bleakly. Of course I know that, and you ought to know the outfit I work for is reputable. If you have a good lead on the problem and haven't solved it yet, you can trust us not to make that fact public. All right. Lang mustered an answering smile, oddly warm and charming. I don't mind telling you, then, that we do have some promising preliminary results. But, and this is the catch, we estimate it will take at least a century to get anywhere. Biochemistry is an inconceivably complex subject. What sort of results are they? It's highly technical. Has to do with enzymes. You may know that enzymes are the major device through which the genes govern the organism all through life. At a certain point, for instance, the genes order the body to go through the changes involved in puberty. At another point, they order that gradual breakdown we know as aging. In other words, said Radek slowly, the body has a built-in suicide mechanism. Well, if you want to put it that way. I don't believe a word of it. It makes a lot more sense to imagine that there's something which causes the breakdown, a virus maybe, and the body fights it off as long as possible, but at last it gets the upper hand. The whole key to evolution is the need to survive. I can't see life evolving its own anti-survival factor. But nature doesn't care about the individual, friend Radek, only about the species, and the species with a rapid turnover of individuals can evolve faster, become more effective. Then why does man, the fastest evolving metazoan of all, have one of the longest lifespans? He does, you know, among mammals at any rate. Seems to me our bodies must be all around better than average, better able to fight off the death virus. Fish live a longer time, sure, and maybe in the water they aren't so exposed to the disease. Mayflies are short-lived. Have they simply adapted their life cycle to the existence of the virus? Lang frowned. You appear to have studied this subject enough to have some mistaken ideas about it. I can't argue with a man who insists on protecting his cherished irrationalities with fancy verbalisms. And you appear to think fast on your feet, Dr. Lang, Radek laughed. Maybe not fast enough, but I'm not being paranoid about this. You can convince me. How? Show me. Take me into those underground rooms and show me what you actually have. I'm afraid that's impossible. All right, Radek stood up. I hate to do this, but a man must either earn a living or go on the public freeloading roll, which I don't want to do. The facts and conjectures I already have will make an interesting story. Lang rose too, his eyes widening. You can't prove anything. Of course I can't. You're sitting on all the proof. But the public reaction. God in heaven, man, those people can't think. No, they can't, can they? He moved toward the door. Good night. Radek's muscles were taut. In spite of everything that had been said, a person hounded to desperation could still do murder. There was a great quietness as he neared the door. Then Lang spoke. The voice was defeated, and when Radek looked back, it was an old man who stood behind the desk. You win. Come along with me. They went down an empty hall, after dismissing the guards, and took an elevator below ground. Neither of them said anything. Somehow the sag of Lang's shoulders was gnawing in Radek's conscience. When they emerged, it was to transfer past a sentry, where Lang gave a password and okayed his companion, to another elevator which spurred them still deeper. The newsman cleared his throat awkwardly. I repeat what I implied earlier. I'm here mostly as a citizen interested in the public welfare, which includes my own, of course, and my family's if I ever have one. If you can show me valid reasons for not breaking this story, I won't. I'll even let you hypno-condition me against doing it, voluntarily or otherwise. Thanks, said the director. His mouth curved upward, but it was a shaken smile. That's decent of you, and will accept. I think you'll agree with our policy. What more worries me is the rest of the world. If you could find out as much as you did... Radek's heart jumped between his ribs. Then you do have immortality? Yes, but I'm not immortal. None of our personnel are, except... Here we are. There was a hidden susurrus of machinery as they stepped out into a small, bare entry room. Another guard sat there, beside a desk. Past him was a small door of immense solidity, the door of a vault. You'll have to leave everything metallic here, said Lang. A steel object could jump so fiercely as to injure you. Your watch could be ruined. Even coins would get uncomfortably hot. Eddy currents, you know. We're about to go through the strongest magnetic field ever generated. Silently, dry-mouthed, Radek piled his things on the desk. Lang operated a combination lock on the door. There are nervous effects too, he said. The field is actually strong enough to influence the electric discharges of your synapses. Be prepared for a few nasty seconds. Follow me and walk fast. The door opened on a long, narrow corridor several meters long. Radek felt his heart bump crazily, his vision blurred, and there was panic screaming in his brain and a sweating tingle in his skin. Stumbling through nightmare, he made it to the end. The horror faded. They were in another room, with storage facilities and what resembled a spaceship's airlock in the opposite wall. Lang grinned shakily. No fun, is it? What's it for? Gasped Radek. To keep charged particles out of here. And the whole set of chambers is 500 meters underground, sheathed in 10 meters of lead brick and surrounded by tanks of heavy water. This is the only place in the solar system, I imagine, where cosmic rays never come. You mean? Lang knocked out his pipe and left it in a gaboon. He opened the lockers to reveal a set of airsuits, complete with helmets and oxygen tanks. We put these on before going any further, he said. Infection on the other side? We're the infected ones. Come on, I'll help you. As they scrambled into the equipment, Lang added conversationally, This place has to have all its own stuff, of course. Its own electric generators and so on. The ultimate power source is isotopically pure carbon burned in oxygen. We use a nuclear reactor to create the magnetic field itself, but no atomic energy is allowed inside it. He led the way into the airlock, closed it, and started the pumps. We have to flush out all the normal air and substitute that from the inner chambers. How about food? Poul said food was prepared in the kitchens and brought here. Synthesized out of the elements recovered from waste products. We do cook it topside, taking precautions. A few radioactive atoms get in, but not enough to matter as long as we're careful. We're so cramped for space down here that we have to make some compromises. I think... Radek fell silent. As the lock was evacuated, his unjointed airsuit spread-eagled and held him prisoner, but he hardly noticed. There was too much else to think about, too much to grasp at once. Not till the cycle was over and they had gone through the lock did he speak again. Then it came harsh and jerky. "I begin to understand. How long has this got on?" "It started about 200 years ago. An early Institute project." Lang's voice was somehow tinny over the helmet phone. "At that time, it wasn't possible to make really pure isotopes in quantity, so there were only limited results, but it was enough to justify further research. This particular set of chambers and chemical elements is 150 years old. A spectacular success. A brilliant confirmation from the very beginning, and the Institute has never dared reveal it. Maybe they should have back then. Maybe people could have taken the news, but not now. These days, the knowledge would whip men into a murderous rage of frustration. They wouldn't believe the truth. They wouldn't dare believe, and God alone knows what they'd do." Looking around, Radek saw a large plastic-lined room filled with cages. As the lights went on, white rats and guinea pigs stirred sleepily. One of the rats came up to nibble at the wires and regard the humans from beady pink eyes. Lang bent over and studied the label. "This fellow is, 66 years old. Still fat and sassy, in perfect condition as you can see. Our oldest mammalian inmate is a guinea pig, 145 years. This one here." Lang stared at the immortal beast for a while. It didn't look unusual, only healthy. "How about monkeys?" he asked. "We tried them. Finally gave it up. A monkey is an active animal. It was too cruel to keep them penned up forever. They even went insane, some of them." Footfalls were hollow as Lang led the way toward the inner door. "Do you get the idea?" "Yes, I think I do. If heavy radiation speeds up aging, then natural radioactivity is responsible for normal aging." "Quite. A matter of cells being slowly deranged through decades in the case of man, the genes which govern them being mutilated, chromosomes ripped up, nucleoplasm and cytoplasm irreversibly damaged, and of course, a mutated cell often puts out the wrong combination of enzymes, and if it regenerates at all, it replaces itself by one of the same kind. The effect is cumulative, more and more defective cells every hour. A steady bombardment, all your life. Here on Earth, 7 cosmic rays per second ripping through you, and you yourself are radioactive. You include radiocarbon and radiopotassium and radiophosphorus, Earth and the planets, the atmosphere, everything radiates. Is it any wonder that at last our organic mechanism starts breaking down? The marvel is that we live as long as we do." The dry voice was somehow steadying. Radek asked, "And this place is insulated?" "Yes. The original plant and animal life in here was grown exogenetically from single-cell zygotes, supplied with air and nourishment built from pure stable isotopes. The Institute had to start with low forms naturally. At that time, it wasn't possible to synthesize proteins to order, but soon our workers had enough of an ecology to introduce higher species, eventually mammals. Even the first generation was only negligibly radioactive. Succeeding generations have been kept almost absolutely clean. The lamps supply ultraviolet. The air is recycled. Well, in principle, it's no different from an ecological unit spaceship." Radek shook his head. He could scarcely get the words out. "People? Humans?" "For the past 120 years. Wasn't hard to get germplasm and grow it. The first generation reproduced normally. The second could if lack of space didn't force us to load their food with chemical contraceptive." Behind his faceplate, Lang grimaced. "I'd never have allowed it if I'd been director at the time, but now I'm stuck with the situation. The legality is very doubtful. How badly do you violate a man's civil rights when you keep him a prisoner but give him immortality? He opened the door, an archaic manual type. We can't do better for them than this, he said. The volume of space we can enclose in a magnetic field of the necessary strength is already at an absolute maximum. Light sprang automatically from the ceiling. Radek looked in at a dormitory. It was well kept, the furniture ornamental. Beyond it he could see other rooms, recreation, he supposed vaguely. The score of hulks in beds hardly moved. Only one woke up. He blinked, yawned, and shuffled toward the visitors, quite nude, his long hair tangled across the low forehead, a loose grin on the mouth. "Hello, Bill," said Lang. Got something? Got something for Bill?" A hand reached out, begging. Radek thought of a trained ape he had once seen. "This is Bill," Lang spoke softly, as if afraid his voice would snap. "Our oldest inhabitant, 119 years old, and he has the physique of a man of 20. They mature, you know, reach their peak, and never fall below it again." "Got something, Doc, huh?" "I'm sorry, Bill," said Lang. "I'll bring you some candy next time." The moron gave an animal sigh and shambled back. On the way, he passed a sleeping woman, and edged toward her with a grunt. Lang closed the door. There was another stillness. "Well," said Lang, "now you've seen it." You don't mean immortality makes you like that?" "Oh no, not at all. But my predecessors chose low-grade stock on purpose. Remember those monkeys? How long do you think a normal human could remain sane, cooped up in a little cave like this and never daring to leave it? That's the only way to be immortal, you know. And how much of the race could be given such elaborate care, even if they could stand it? Only a small percentage. Nor would they live forever. They're already contaminated. They were born radioactive. And whatever happens, who's going to remain outside and keep the apparatus in order?" Radek nodded. His neck felt stiff, and within the airsuit he stank with sweat. "I've got the idea." "And yet, if the facts were known, if my questions had to be answered, how long do you think a society like ours would survive?" Radek tried to speak, but his tongue was too dry. Lang smiled grimly. "Apparently, I've convinced you. Good. Fine." Suddenly his gloved hand shot out and gripped Radek's shoulder. Even through the heavy fabric, the newsman could feel the bruising fury of that clasp. "But you're only one man," whispered Lang. "An unusually reasonable man for these days. There'll be others. What are we going to do?"
The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now, for the next story. Scanners Live in Vain by Cordwainer Smith. Originally published in Fantasy Book No. 6, January 1950. Written in 1945 and narrated by Tom Trussel. Martel was angry. He did not even adjust his blood away from anger. He stamped across the room by judgment, not by sight. When he saw the table hit the floor, and could tell by the expression on Lucy's face that the table must have made a loud crash, he looked down to see if his leg were broken. It was not. Scanner to the core, he had to scan himself. The action was reflex and automatic.
The inventory included his legs, abdomen, chest box of instruments, hands, arms, face and back with the mirror. Only then did Martel go back to being angry. He talked with his voice, even though he knew that his wife hated its blare and preferred to have him write. "I tell you, I must crunch. I have to crunch. It's my worry, isn't it?" When Lucy answered, he saw only a part of her words as he read her lips. "Darling, you're my husband. Right to love you. Dangerous. Do it. Dangerous. Wait." He faced her, but put sound in his voice, letting the blare hurt her again. "I tell you, I'm going to crunch." Catching her expression, he became rueful and a little tender. "Can't you understand what it means to me? To get out of this horrible prison in my own head. To feel again. To feel my feet on the ground. To feel the air a man again. Hearing your voice, smelling smoke. To move against my face. Don't you know what it means?" Her wide-eyed worrisome concern thrust him back into pure annoyance. He read only a few words as her lips moved. "Love you. Your own good. Don't you think I want you to be human? Your own good. Too much. He said. They said." When he roared at her, he realized that his voice must be particularly bad. He knew that this sound hurt her no less than did the words. "Do you think I wanted you to marry a scanner? Didn't I tell you we're almost as low as the Habermans? We're dead, I tell you. We've got to be dead to do our work. How can anybody go to the up and out? Can you dream what raw space is? I warned you, but you married me. All right, you married a man. Please, darling, let me be a man. Let me hear your voice. Let me feel the warmth of being alive, of being human. Let me." He saw by her look of stricken assent that he had won the argument. He did not use his voice again. Instead, he pulled his tablet up from where it hung against his chest. He wrote on it, using the pointed fingernail of his right forefinger, the talking nail of a scanner, in quick, clean-cut script. "Please, darling, where's crunching wire?" She pulled the long gold-sheathed wire out of the pocket of her apron. She let its field sphere fall to the carpeted floor. Swiftly, dutifully, with the deft obedience of a scanner's wife, she wound the crunching wire around his head, spirally around his neck and chest. She avoided the instruments set in his chest. She even avoided the radiating scars around the instruments, the stigmata of men who had gone up and into the out. Mechanically, he lifted a foot as she slipped the wire between his feet. She drew the wire taut. She snapped the small plug into the high burden control next to his heart reader. She helped him to sit down, arranging his hands for him, pushing his head back into the cup at the top of the chair. She turned then, full face toward him, so that he could read her lips easily. Her expression was composed. She knelt, scooped up the sphere at the other end of the wire, stood erect calmly, her back to him. He scanned her, and saw nothing in her posture but grief, which would have escaped the eye of anyone but a scanner. She spoke. He could see her chest muscles moving. She realized that she was not facing him, and turned so that he could see her lips. "Ready at last?" He smiled a yes. She turned her back to him again. Lucy could never bear to watch him under the wire. She tossed the wire sphere into the air. It caught in the force field and hung there. Suddenly it glowed. That was all. All, except for the sudden red stinking roar of coming back to his senses. Coming back,
across the wild threshold of pain. 1. When he awakened under the wire, he did not feel as though he had just cranched. Even though it was the second cranching within the week, he felt fit. He lay in the chair. His ears drank in the sound of air touching things in the room. He heard Lucy breathing in the next room, where she was hanging up the wire to cool. He smelt the 1,001 smells that are in anybody's room. The crisp freshness of the germ burner, the sour-sweet tang of the humidifier, the odour of the dinner they had just eaten, the smells of clothes, furniture, of people themselves. All these were pure delight. He sang a phrase or two of his favourite song. "Here's to the harbourman, up and out, up oh, and out oh, up and out." He heard Lucy chuckle in the next room. He gloated over the sounds of her dress as he swished to the doorway. She gave him her crooked little smile. "You sound all right. Are you all right, really?" Even with this luxury of senses, he scanned. He took the flash-quick inventory which constituted his professional skill. His eyes swept in the news of the instruments. Nothing showed off scale, beyond the nerve compression hanging in the edge of danger. But he could not worry about the nerve box. That always came through cranching. You couldn't get under the wire without having it show on the nerve box. Some day the box would go on overload and drop back down to dead. That was the way a harbourman ended. But you couldn't have everything. People who went to the up and out had to pay the price for space. Anyhow, he should worry. He was a scanner. A good one, and he knew it. If he couldn't scan himself, who could? This cranching wasn't too dangerous. Dangerous, but not too dangerous. Lucy put out a hand and ruffled his hair, as if she had been reading his thoughts, instead of just following them. "But you know you shouldn't have. You shouldn't." "But I did," he grinned at her. Her gaiety still forced, she said, "Come on, darling, let's have a good time. I have almost everything there is in the icebox, all your favourite tastes. And I have 2 new records just full of smells. I tried them out myself, and even I liked them. And you know me." "Which? Which what, you old darling?" He slipped his hand over her shoulders as he limped out of the room. He could never go back to feeling the floor beneath his feet, feeling the air against his face, without being bewildered and clumsy, as if cranching was real and being a harbourman was a bad dream. But he was a harbourman and a scanner. "You know what I meant, Lucy. The smells which you have. Which one did you like on the record?" "Well," said she, judiciously, "there were some lamb chops that were the strangest things." He interrupted. "What are lamb chops?" "Wait till you smell them. Then guess. I'll tell you this much. It's a smell hundreds and hundreds of years old. They found out about it in the old books." "Is a lamb chop a beast?" "I won't tell you. You've got to wait." She laughed as she helped him sit down and spread his tasting dishes before him. He wanted to go back over the dinner first, sampling all the pretty things he had eaten, and savouring them this time with his now living lips and tongue. When Lucy had found the music wire and had thrown its sphere up into the force field, he reminded her of the new smells. She took out the long-glass records and set the first one into a transmitter. "Now sniff." A queer, frightening, exciting smell came over the room. It seemed like nothing in this world, nor like anything from the up and out. Yet it was familiar. His mouth watered. His pulse beat a little faster. He scanned his heart box. Faster, sure enough. But that smell, what was it?
In mock perplexity, he grabbed her hands, looked into her eyes, and growled, "Tell me, darling, tell me, or I'll eat you up." "That's just right." "What?" "You're right. It should make you want to eat me. It's meat." "Meat? Who?" "Not a person," said she, knowledgeably. "A beast. A beast which people used to eat. A lamb was a small sheep. You've seen sheep out in the wild, haven't you? And a chop is part of its middle. Here." She pointed at her chest. Martel did not hear her. All his boxes had swung over toward alarm, some to danger. He fought against the roar of his own mind, forcing his body into excess excitement. How easy it was to be a scanner when you really stood outside your own body, Haberman fashion, and looked back into it with your eyes alone. Then you could manage the body, rule it coldly even in the enduring agony of space. But to realize that you were a body, that this thing was ruling you, that the mind could kick the flesh and send it roaring off into panic, that was bad. He tried to remember the days before he had gone into the Haberman device, before he had been cut apart for the up and out. Had he always been subject to the rush of his emotions from his mind to his body, from his body back to his mind, confounding him so that he couldn't scan? But he hadn't been a scanner then. He knew what had hit him. Amid the roar of his own pulse, he knew. In the nightmare of the up and out, that smell had forced its way through to him while their ship burned off Venus and the Habermans fought the collapsing metal with their bare hands. He had scanned then. All were in danger. Chest boxes went up to overload and dropped to dead all around him as he had moved from man to man, shoving the drifting corpses out of his way as he fought to scan each man in turn, to clamp vices on unnoticed broken legs, to snap the sleeping valve on men whose instruments showed they were hopelessly near overload. With men trying to work and cursing him for a scanner while he, professional zeal aroused, fought to do his job and keep them alive in the great pain of space. He had smelled that smell. It had fought its way along his rebuilt nerves, past the Haberman cuts, past all the safeguards of physical and mental discipline. In the wildest hour of tragedy, he had smelled aloud. He remembered it was like a bad crunching, connected with the fury and nightmare all around him. He had even stopped his work to scan himself, fearful that the first effect might come, breaking past all Haberman cuts and ruining him with the pain of space. But he had come through. His own instrument stayed, and stayed at danger without nearing overload. He had done his job, and won a commendation for it. He had even forgotten the burning ship. All except the smell. And here the smell was all over again, the smell of meat with fire. Lucy looked at him with wifely concern. She obviously thought he had crunched too much and was about to Haberman back. She tried to be cheerful. "You'd better rest, honey." He whispered to her, "Cut off that smell." She did not question his word. She cut the transmitter. She even crossed the room and stepped up the room controls until a small breeze flitted across the floor and drove the smells up to the ceiling. He rose, tired and stiff. His instruments were normal, except that heart was fast and nerves still hanging on the edge of danger. He spoke sadly. "Forgive me, Lucy. I suppose I shouldn't have crunched. Not so soon again. But, darling, I have to get out from being a Haberman. How can I ever be near you? How can I be a man, not hearing my own voice, not even feeling my own life as it goes through my veins? I love you, darling. Can't I ever be near you?" Her pride was disciplined and automatic. "But you're a scanner." "I know I'm a scanner, but so what?" She went over the words, like a tale told 1,000 times to reassure herself. You are the bravest of the brave, the most skillful of the skilled. All mankind owes most honor to the scanner, who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They are the judges in the up and out. They make men live in the place where men need desperately to die. They are the most honored of mankind, and even the chiefs of the instrumentality are delighted to pay them homage. With obstinate sorrow he demurred. Lucy, we've heard all that before, but does it pay us back? Scanners work for more than pay. They are the strong guards of mankind. Don't you remember that? But our lives, Lucy. What can you get out of being the wife of a scanner? Why did you marry me? I'm human only when I cranch. The rest of the time, you know what I am. A machine. A man turned into a machine. A man who has been killed and kept alive for duty. Don't you realize what I miss? Of course, darling, of course. He went on. Don't you think I remember my childhood? Don't you think I remember what it is to be a man and not a Haberman? To walk and feel my feet on the ground? To feel a decent, clean pain instead of watching my body every minute to see if I'm alive? How will I know if I'm dead? Did you ever think of that, Lucy? How will I know if I'm dead? She ignored the unreasonableness of his outburst. Pacifyingly she said, Sit down, darling. Let me make you some kind of a drink. You're overwrought. Automatically he scanned. No, I'm not. Listen to me. How do you think it feels to be in the up and out with the crew tied for space all around you? How do you think it feels to watch them sleep? How do you think I like scanning, month after month, when I can feel the pain of space beating against every part of my body, trying to get past my Haberman blocks? How do you think I like to wake the men when I have to, and have them hate me for it? Have you ever seen Habermans fight? Strong men fighting, and neither knowing pain, fighting until one touches overload. Do you think about that, Lucy? Triumphantly, he added. Can you blame me if I cranch and come back to being a man just 2 days a month? I'm not blaming you, darling. Let's enjoy your cranch. Sit down now and have a drink. He was sitting down, resting his face in his hands, while she fixed the drink, using natural fruits out of bottles in addition to the secure alkaloids. He watched her restlessly and pitied her for marrying a scanner, and then, though it was unjust, resented having to pity her. Just as she turned to hand him the drink, they both jumped a little as the phone rang. It should not have rung. They had turned it off. It rang again, obviously on the emergency circuit. Stepping ahead of Lucy, Martel strode over to the phone and looked into it. Womack was looking at him. The custom of scanners entitled him to be brusque, even with a senior scanner, on certain given occasions. This was one. Before Womack could speak, Martel spoke 2 words into the plate, not caring whether the old man could read lips or not. Cranching, busy. He cut the switch and went back to Lucy. The phone rang again. Lucy said, gently, I can find out what it is, darling. Here, take a drink and sit down. Leave it alone, said her husband. No one has a right to call when I'm cranching. He knows that. He ought to know that. The phone rang again. In a fury, Martel rose and went to the plate. He cut it back on. Womack was on the screen. Before Martel could speak, Womack held up his talking nail in line with his heart box. Martel reverted to discipline. Scanner Martel, present and waiting, sir. The lips moved solemnly. Top emergency. Sir, I'm under the wire. Top emergency. Sir, don't you understand? Martel mouthed his words so he could be sure that Womack followed. "I am under the wire. Unfit for space." Womack repeated. "Top emergency. Report to your central tie-in." "But, sir, no emergency like this." "Right, Martel. No emergency like this ever before. Report to tie-in." With a faint glint of kindliness, Womack added, "No need to decranch. Report as you are." This time it was Martel whose phone was cut out. The screen went grey. He turned to Lucy. The temper had gone out of his voice. She came to him. She kissed him and rumpled his hair. All she could say was, "I'm sorry." She kissed him again, knowing his disappointment. "Take good care of yourself, darling. I'll wait." He scanned and slipped into his transparent aircoat. At the window he paused and waved. She called, "Good luck!" As the air flowed past him, he said to himself, "This is the first time I felt flight in 11 years. Lord, but it's easy to fly if you can feel yourself live." Central tie-in glowed white and austere far ahead. Martel peered. He saw no glare of incoming ships from the up and out, no shuddering flare of space fire out of control. Everything was quiet, as it should be on an off-duty night. And yet Womack had called. He had called an emergency higher than space. There was no such thing. But Womack had called it. 2. When Martel got there, he found about half the scanners present, 24 or so of them. He lifted the talking finger. Most of the scanners were standing face to face, talking in pairs as they read lips. A few of the old, impatient ones were scribbling on their tablets and then thrusting the tablets into other people's faces. All the faces wore the dull, dead, relaxed look of a Habermann. When Martel entered the room, he knew that most of the others laughed in the deep, isolated privacy of their own minds, each thinking things it would be useless to express in formal words. It had been a long time since a scanner showed up at a meeting, cranched. Womack was not there. Probably, thought Martel, he was still on the phone calling others. The light of the phone flashed on and off. The bell rang. Martel felt odd when he realized that of all those present, he was the only one to hear that loud bell. It made him realize why ordinary people did not like to be around groups of Habermanns or scanners. Martel looked around for company. His friend Chang was there, busy explaining to some old and testy scanner that he did not know why Womack had called. Martel looked further and saw Parisiansky. He walked over, threading his way past the others with a dexterity that showed he could feel his feet from the inside and did not have to watch them. Several of the others stared at him with their dead faces and tried to smile. But they lacked full muscular control, and their faces twisted into horrid masks. Scanners knew better than to show expression on faces which they could no longer govern. Martel added to himself, "I'll swear I'll never smile again unless I'm cranched." Parisiansky gave him the sign of the talking finger. Looking face to face, he spoke. "You come here cranched?" Parisiansky could not hear his own voice, so the words roared like the words on a broken and screeching phone. Martel was startled, but knew that the inquiry was well meant. No one could be better natured than the burly Poul. Womack called, "Top emergency." "You told him you were cranched?" "Yes." "He still made you come?" "Yes." "Then all this, it is not for space? You could not go up and out? You are like ordinary men?" "That's right." "Then why did he call us?" Some pre-Haberman habit made Parisiansky wave his arms in inquiry. The hand struck the back of the old man behind them. The slap could be heard throughout the room, but only Martel heard it. Instinctively, he scanned Parisiansky and the old scanner. They scanned him back and then asked why. Only then did the old man ask why Martel had scanned him. When Martel explained that he was under the wire, the old man moved swiftly away to pass on the news that there was a cranched scanner present at the tie-in. Even this minor sensation could not keep the attention of most of the scanners from the worry about the top emergency. One young man, who had scanned his first transit just the year before, dramatically interposed himself between Parisiansky and Martel. He dramatically flashed his tablet at them. "Is Wehrmacht mad?" The older men shook their heads. Martel, remembering that it had not been too long that the young man had been Haberman, mitigated the dead solemnity of the denial with a friendly smile. He spoke in a normal voice, saying, "Wehrmacht is the senior of scanners. I am sure that he could not go mad. Would he not see it on his boxes first?" Martel had to repeat the question, speaking slowly and mouthing his words before the young scanner could understand the comment. The young man tried to make his face smile and twisted it into a comic mask, but he took up his tablet and scribbled, "You're right." Chang broke away from his friend and came over, his half-Chinese face gleaming in the warm evening. "It's strange," thought Martel, "that more Chinese don't become scanners. Or not so strange, perhaps, if you think that they never fill their quota of Habermans. Chinese love good living too much. The ones who do scan are all good ones." Chang saw that Martel was cranched and spoke with voice. "You break precedents. Lucy must be angry to lose you." She took it well. "Chang, that's strange." "What?" "I'm cranched and I can hear. Your voice sounds all right. How did you learn to talk like an ordinary person?" "I practice with soundtracks. Funny you noticed it. I think I am the only scanner in or between the Earths who can pass for an ordinary man. Mirrors and soundtracks. I found out how to act." "But you don't." "No. I don't feel, or taste, or hear, or smell things any more than you do. Talking doesn't do me much good, but I notice that it cheers up the people around me." "It would make a difference in the life of Lucy." Chang nodded sagely. "My father insisted on it. He said, 'You may be proud of being a scanner. I am sorry that you are not a man. Conceal your defects.' So I tried. I wanted to tell the old boy about the up and out and what we did there, but it did not matter. He said, 'Airplanes were good enough for Confucius, and they are for me too.' The old humbug. He tries so hard to be a Chinese when he can't even read Old Chinese. But he's got wonderful good sense, and for somebody going on 200 he certainly gets around." Martel smiled at the thought. "In his airplane?" Chang smiled back. This discipline of his facial muscles was amazing. A bystander would not think that Chang was a Haberman, controlling his eyes, cheek and lips by cold intellectual control. The expression had the spontaneity of life. Martel felt a flash of envy for Chang when he looked at the dead cold faces of Parisiansky and the others. He knew that he himself looked fine, but why shouldn't he? He was cranched. Turning to Parisiansky, he said, "Did you see what Chang said about his father? The old boy uses an airplane." Parisiansky made motions with his mouth, but the sounds meant nothing. He took up his tablet and showed it to Martel and Chang. "Bzz, bzz, ha ha, good old boy." At that moment, Martel heard steps out in the corridor. He could not help looking toward the door. Other eyes followed the direction of his glance. Wehrmacht came in. The group shuffled to attention in 4 parallel lines. They scanned one another. Numerous hands reached across to adjust the electrochemical controls on chest boxes, which had begun to load up. One scanner held out a broken finger which his counter-scanner had discovered and submitted it for treatment and splinting. Womack had taken out his staff of office. The cube at the top flashed red light through the room. The lines reformed, and all scanners gave the sign meaning "present and ready." Womack countered with the stance signifying, "I am the senior and take command." Talking fingers rose in the counter gesture. "We concur and commit ourselves." Womack raised his right arm, dropped the wrist as though it were broken, in a queer searching gesture, meaning, "Any men around? Any Habermans not tied? All clear for the scanners?" Alone of all those present, the cranched Martel heard the queer rustle of feet as they all turned completely around without leaving position, looking sharply at one another and flashing their belt lights into the dark corners of the great room. When again they faced Womack, he made a further sign. "All clear, follow my words." Martel noticed that he alone relaxed. The others could not know the meaning of relaxation with the minds blocked off up there in their skulls, connected only with the eyes, and the rest of the body connected with the mind only by controlling non-sensory nerves and the instrument boxes on their chests. Martel realized that, cranched as he was, he expected to hear Womack's voice. The senior had been talking for some time. No sound escaped his lips. Womack never bothered with sound. "And when the first men to go up and out went to the moon, what did they find?" "Nothing," responded the silent chorus of lips. "Therefore they went further, to Mars and to Venus. The ships went out year by year, but they did not come back until the year 1 of space. Then did a ship come back with the first effect. Scanners, I ask you, what is the first effect? No one knows. No one knows. No one will ever know. Too many are the variables. By what do we know the first effect?" "By the great pain of space," came the chorus. "And by what further sign?" "By the need, the need for death." Womack again. "And who stopped the need for death?" "Henry Haberman conquered the first effect in the year 3 of space." "And scanners, I ask you, what did he do?" "He made the Habermans." "How, O scanners, are Habermans made?" "They are made with the cuts. The brain is cut from the heart, the lungs. The brain is cut from the ears, the nose. The brain is cut from the mouth, the belly. The brain is cut from desire and pain. The brain is cut from the world, save for the eyes, save for the control of the living flesh." "And how, O scanners, is flesh controlled?" "By the boxes set in the flesh, the controls set in the chest, the signs made to rule the living body, the signs by which the body lives." "How does a Haberman live and live?" "The Haberman lives by control of the boxes." "Whence come the Habermans?" Martel felt in the coming response a great roar of broken voices echoing through a room as the scanners, Habermans themselves, put sound behind their mouthings. "Habermans are the scum of mankind. Habermans are the weak, the cruel, the credulous, and the unfit. Habermans are the sentenced to more than death. Habermans live in the mind alone. They are killed for space, but they live for space. They master the ships that connect the earths. They live in the great pain, while ordinary men sleep in the cold, cold sleep of the transit. Brothers and scanners, I ask you now, Are we Habermans or are we not? We are Habermans in the flesh. We are cut apart, brain and flesh. We are ready to go to the up and out. All of us have gone through the Haberman device. We are Habermans then? Womack's eyes flashed and glittered as he asked the ritual question. Again, the chorused answer was accompanied by a roar of voices heard only by Martel. Habermans we are, and more, and more. We are the chosen who are Habermans by our own free will. We are the agents of the instrumentality of mankind. What must the others say to us? They must say to us, you are the bravest of the brave, the most skilful of the skilled. All mankind owes most honour to the scanner, who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They are the judges in the up and out. They make men live in the place where men need desperately to die. They are the most honoured of mankind, and even the chiefs of the instrumentality are delighted to pay them homage. Womack stood more erect. What is the secret duty of the scanner? To keep secret our law, and to destroy the acquirers thereof. How to destroy? Twice to the overload, back and dead. If Habermans die, what the duty then? The scanners all compressed their lips for answer. Silence was the code. Martel, who, long familiar with the code, was a little bored with the proceedings, noticed that Chang was breathing too heavily. He reached over and adjusted Chang's lung control and received the thanks of Chang's eyes. Womack observed the interruption and glared at them both. Martel relaxed, trying to imitate the dead cold stillness of the others. It was so hard to do when you were crouched. If others die, what the duty then? Asked Womack. Scanners together inform the instrumentality. Scanners together accept the punishment. Scanners together settle the case. And if the punishment be severe, then no ships go. And if scanners not be honoured, then no ships go. And if a scanner goes unpaid, then no ships go. And if the others and the instrumentality are not in all ways at all times mindful of their proper obligation to the scanners, then no ships go. And what, O scanners, if no ships go? The earths fall apart, the wild comes back in, the old machines and the beasts return. What is the known duty of a scanner? Not to sleep in the up and out. What is the second duty of a scanner? To keep forgotten the name of fear. What is the third duty of a scanner? To use the wire of Eustace Cranch only with care, only with moderation. Several pair of eyes looked quickly at Martel before the mouthed chorus went on. To Cranch only at home, only among friends, only for the purpose of remembering, of relaxing, or of begetting. What is the word of the scanner? Faithful though surrounded by death. What is the motto of the scanner? Awake though surrounded by silence. What is the work of the scanner? Labour even in the heights of the up and out, loyalty even in the depths of the earths. How do you know a scanner? We know ourselves. We are dead though we live, and we talk with the tablet and the nail. What is this code? This code is the friendly ancient wisdom of scanners, briefly put that we may be mindful and be cheered by our loyalty to one another. At this point, the formula should have run. We complete the code. Is there work or word for the scanners? But Womack said, and he repeated, Top emergency! Top emergency! They gave him the sign, present and ready. He said, with every eye straining to follow his lips, "Some of you know the work of Adam Stone." Martel saw lips move, saying, "The red asteroid, the other who lives at the edge of space." "Adam Stone has gone to the instrumentality, claiming success for his work. He says that he has found how to screen out the pain of space. He says that the up and out can be made safe for ordinary men to work in, to stay awake in. He says that there need be no more scanners." Belt lights flashed on all over the room as scanners sought the right to speak. Womack nodded to one of the older men. "Scanner Smith will speak." Smith stepped slowly up into the light, watching his own feet. He turned so that they could see his face. He spoke. "I say that this is a lie. I say that Stone is a liar. I say that the instrumentality must not be deceived." He paused. Then, in answer to some question from the audience which most of the others did not see, he said, "I invoke the secret duty of the scanners." Smith raised his right hand for emergency attention. "I say that Stone must die." 3. Martel, still crouched, shuddered as he heard the boos, groans, shouts, squeaks, grunts, and moans which came from the scanners, who forgot noise in their excitement and strove to make their dead bodies talk to one another's deaf ears. Belt lights flashed wildly all over the room. There was a rush for the rostrum, and scanners milled around at the top, vying for attention, until Parisiansky, by sheer bulk, shoved the others aside and down, and turned to mouth at the group. "Brother scanners, I want your eyes." The people on the floor kept moving, with their numb bodies jostling one another. Finally Womack stepped up in front of Parisiansky, faced the others, and said, "Scanners be scanners. Give him your eyes." Parisiansky was not good at public speaking. His lips moved too fast. He waved his hands, which took the eyes of the others away from his lips. Nevertheless, Martel was able to follow most of the message. "Can't do this. Stone may have succeeded. If he has succeeded, it means the end of the scanners. It means the end of the Habermans too. None of us will have to fight in the up and out. We won't have anybody else going under the wire for a few hours or days of being human. Everybody will be other. Nobody will have to crouch. Never again. Men can be men. The Habermans can be killed decently and properly, the way men were killed in the old days, without anybody keeping them alive. They won't have to work in the up and out. There will be no more great pain. Think of it. No more great pain. How do we know that Stone is a liar?" Lights began flashing directly into his eyes. The rudest insult of scanner to scanner was this. Womack again exercised authority. He stepped in front of Parisiansky and said something which the others could not see. Parisiansky stepped down from the rostrum. Womack again spoke. "I think that some of the scanners disagree with our brother Parisiansky. I say that the use of the rostrum be suspended till we have had a chance for private discussion. In 15 minutes I will call the meeting back to order." Martel looked around for Womack when the senior had rejoined the group on the floor. Finding the senior, Martel wrote swift script on his tablet, waiting for a chance to thrust the tablet before the senior's eyes. He had written, "Am crunched. Respectfully request permission, leave now. Stand by for orders." Being crunched did strange things to Martel. Most meetings that he attended seemed formal, heartening ceremonial, lighting up the dark inward eternities of Habermanhood. When he was not crunched,
He noticed his body no more than a marble bust notices its marble pedestal. He had stood with them before. He had stood with them effortless hours, while the long-winded ritual broke through the terrible loneliness behind his eyes, and made him feel that the scanners, though a confraternity of the damned, were none the less forever honoured by the professional requirements of their mutilation. This time it was different. Coming cranched and in full possession of smell, sound, taste, feeling, he reacted more or less as a normal man would. He saw his friends and colleagues as a lot of cruelly driven ghosts, posturing out the meaningless ritual of that indefeasible damnation. What difference did anything make once you were a Haberman? Why all this talk about Habermans and scanners? Habermans were criminals or heretics, and scanners were gentlemen volunteers, but they were all in the same fix, except that scanners were deemed worthy of the short-time return of the cranching wire, while Habermans were simply disconnected while the ships lay in port, and were left suspended until they should be awakened, in some hour of emergency or trouble, to work out another spell of their damnation. It was a rare Haberman that you saw on the street, someone of special merit or bravery, allowed to look at mankind from the terrible prison of his own mechanified body. And yet, what scanner ever pitied a Haberman? What scanner ever honoured a Haberman, except perfunctorily in the line of duty? What had the scanners as a guild and a class ever done for the Habermans, except to murder them with a twist of the wrist whenever a Haberman, too long beside a scanner, picked up the tricks of the scanning trade and learned how to live at his own will, not the will the scanners imposed? What could the others, the ordinary men, know of what went on inside the ships? The others slept in their cylinders, mercifully unconscious until they woke up on whatever other earth they had consigned themselves to. What could the others know of the men who had to stay alive within the ship? What could any other know of the up and out? What other could look at the biting acid beauty of the stars in open space? What could they tell of the great pain which started quietly in the marrow like an ache, and proceeded by the fatigue and nausea of each separate nerve cell, brain cell, touch point in the body, until life itself became a terrible aching hunger for silence and for death? He was a scanner. All right, he was a scanner. He had been a scanner from the moment when, wholly normal, he had stood in the sunlight before a sub-chief of instrumentality and had sworn, "I pledge my honour and my life to mankind. I sacrifice myself willingly for the welfare of mankind. In accepting the perilous austere honour, I yield all my rights without exception to the honourable chiefs of the instrumentality and to the honoured confraternity of scanners." He had pledged. He had gone into the Haberman device. He remembered his hell. He had not had such a bad one, even though it had seemed to last 100 million years, all of them without sleep. He had learned to feel with his eyes. He had learned to see, despite the heavy eye plates set back of his eyeballs, to insulate his eyes from the rest of him. He had learned to watch his skin. He still remembered the time he had noticed dampness on his shirt, and had pulled out his scanning mirror only to discover that he had worn a hole in his side by leaning against a vibrating machine. A thing like that could not happen to him now. He was too adept at reading his own instruments. He remembered the way that he had gone up and out, and the way that the great pain beat into him, despite the fact that his touch, smell, feeling, and hearing were gone for all ordinary purposes. He remembered killing Habermans, and keeping others alive, and standing for months beside the honourable scanner pilot while neither of them slept. He remembered going ashore on Earth 4, and remembered that he had not enjoyed it, and had realized on that day that there was no reward. Martel stood among the other scanners. He hated their awkwardness when they moved, their immobility when they stood still. He hated the queer assortment of smells which their bodies yielded unnoticed. He hated the grunts and groans and squawks which they emitted from their deafness. He hated them and himself. How could Lucy stand him? He had kept his chest-box reading Danger for weeks while he courted her, carrying the Cordwainer about with him most illegally and going direct from one Cranch to the other without worrying about the fact his indicators all crept up to the edge of overload. He had wooed her without thinking of what would happen if she did say yes. She had. And they lived happily ever after. In old books they did, but how could they in life? He had had 18 days under the wire in the whole of the past year. Yet she had loved him. She still loved him. He knew it. She fretted about him through the long months that he was in the up and out. She tried to make home mean something to him, even when he was Haberman, make food pretty when it could not be tasted, make herself lovable when she could not be kissed, or might as well not, since a Haberman body meant no more than furniture. Lucy was patient. And now, Adam Stone. He let his tablet fade. How could he leave now? God bless Adam Stone? Martel could not help feeling a little sorry for himself. No longer would the high, keen call of duty carry him through 200 or so years of the other's time, 2 million private eternities of his own. He could slouch and relax. He could forget high space and let the up and out be tended by others. He could cranch as much as he dared. He could be almost normal. Almost. For 1 year or 5 years or no years. But at least he could stay with Lucy. He could go with her into the wild, where there were beasts and old machines still roving the dark places. Perhaps he would die in the excitement of the hunt, throwing spears at an ancient Mansenjäger as it leapt from its lair, or tossing hot spheres at the tribesmen of the unforgiven who still roamed the wild. There was still life to live, still a good normal death to die, not the moving of a needle out in the silence and pain of space. He had been walking about restlessly. His eyes were attuned to the sounds of normal speech, so that he did not feel like watching the mouthings of his brethren. Now they seemed to have come to a decision. Womack was moving to the rostrum. Martel looked about for Chang, and went to stand beside him. Chang whispered, "You're as restless as water in mid-air. What's the matter? Decranching?" They both scanned Martel, but the instruments held steady and showed no sign of the cranch giving out. The great light flared in its call to attention. Again they formed ranks. Womack thrust his lean old face into the glare and spoke. "Scanners and brothers, I call for a vote." He held himself in the stance which meant, "I am the senior and take command." A belt light flashed in protest. It was old Henderson. He moved to the rostrum, spoke to Womack, and with Womack's nod of approval, turned full face to repeat his question. "Who speaks for the scanners out in space?" No belt light or hand answered. Henderson and Womack, face to face, conferred for a few moments. Then Henderson faced them again. "I yield to the senior in command, but I do not yield to a meeting of the confraternity. There are 68 scanners and only 47 present, of whom 1 is cranched and UD. I have therefore proposed that the senior in command assume authority only over an emergency committee of the confraternity, not over a meeting. Is that agreed and understood by the honourable scanners?" Hands rose in assent. Chang murmured in Martel's ear, Lot of difference that makes. Who can tell the difference between a meeting and a committee? Martel agreed with the words, but was even more impressed with the way that Chang, while Haberman, could control his own voice. Womack resumed chairmanship. We now vote on the question of Adam Stone. First, we can assume that he has not succeeded, and that his claims are lies. We know that from a practical experience as scanners. The pain of space is only part of scanning, but the essential part, the basis of it all, thought Martel. And we can rest assured that Stone cannot solve the problem of space discipline. That tripe again, whispered Chang, unheard save by Martel. The space discipline of our confraternity has kept high space clean of war and dispute. 68 disciplined men control all high space. We are removed by our oath and our Haberman status from all earthly passions. Therefore, if Adam Stone has conquered the pain of space, so that others can wreck our confraternity and bring to space the trouble and ruin which afflicts Earths, I say that Adam Stone is wrong. If Adam Stone succeeds, scanners live in vain. Secondly, if Adam Stone has not conquered the pain of space, he will cause great trouble in all the Earths. The instrumentality and the subchiefs may not give us as many Habermans as we need to operate the ships of mankind. There will be wild stories and fewer recruits, and worst of all, the discipline of the confraternity may relax if this kind of nonsensical heresy is spread around. Therefore, if Adam Stone has succeeded, he threatens the ruin of the confraternity and should die. I move the death of Adam Stone. And Womack made the sign. The honourable scanners are pleased to vote. 4. Martel grabbed wildly for his belt light. Chang, guessing ahead, had his light out and ready. Its bright beam, voting no, shone straight up at the ceiling. Martel got his light out and threw its beam upward in descent. Then he looked around. Out of the 47 present, he could see only 5 or 6 glittering. 2 more lights went on. Womack stood as erect as a frozen corpse. Womack's eyes flashed as he stared back and forth over the group, looking for lights. Several more went on. Finally Womack took the closing stance. May it please the scanners to count the vote. 3 of the older men went up on the rostrum with Womack. They looked over the room. Martel thought, these damned ghosts are voting on the life of a real man, a live man. They have no right to do it. I'll tell the instrumentality. But he knew that he would not. He thought of Lucy and what she might gain by the triumph of Adam Stone. The heartbreaking folly of the vote was then almost too much for Martel to bear. All 3 of the tellers held up their hands in unanimous agreement on the sign of the number. 15 against. Womack dismissed them with a bow of courtesy. He turned and again took the stance. I am the senior, and take command. Marvelling at his own daring, Martel flashed his belt-light on. He knew that any one of the bystanders might reach over and twist his heart-box to overload for such an act. He felt Chang's hand reaching to catch him by the air-coat, but he eluded Chang's grasp and ran, faster than a scanner should, to the platform. As he ran, he wondered what appeal to make. It was no use talking common sense. Not now. It had to be law. He jumped up on the rostrum beside Womack and took the stance, Scanners, an illegality. He violated good custom while speaking, still in the stance. A committee has no right to vote death by a majority vote. It takes 2/3 of a full meeting. He felt Womack's body lunge behind him, felt himself falling from the rostrum, hitting the floor, hurting his knees and his touch-aware hands. He was helped to his feet. He was scanned. Some scanner he scarcely knew took his instruments and toned him down. Immediately Martel felt more calm, more detached, and hated himself for feeling so. He looked up at the rostrum. Womack maintained the stance signifying, "Order!" The scanners adjusted their ranks. The two scanners next to Martel took his arms. He shouted at them, but they looked away and cut themselves off from communication altogether. Womack spoke again when he saw the room was quiet. "A scanner came here cranched. Honourable scanners, I apologize for this. It is not the fault of our great and worthy scanner and friend Martel. He came here under orders. I told him not to decranch. I hoped to spare him an unnecessary Haberman. We all know how happily Martel is married, and we wish his brave experiment well. I like Martel. I respect his judgment. I wanted him here. I knew you wanted him here. But he is cranched. He is in no mood to share in the lofty business of the scanners. I therefore propose a solution which will meet all the requirements of fairness. I propose that we rule Scanner Martel out of order for his violation of rules. This violation would be inexcusable if Martel were not cranched. But at the same time, in all fairness to Martel, I further propose that we deal with the points raised so improperly by our worthy but disqualified brother." Womack gave the sign. "The honourable scanners are pleased to vote." Martel tried to reach his own belt-light. The dead-strong hands held him tightly, and he struggled in vain. One lone light shone high. Chang's, no doubt. Womack thrust his face into the light again. "Having the approval of our worthy scanners and present company for the general proposal, I now move that this committee declare itself to have the full authority of a meeting, and that this committee further make me responsible for all misdeeds which this committee may enact, to be held answerable before the next full meeting, but not before any other authority beyond the closed and secret ranks of scanners." Flamboyantly this time, his triumph evident, Womack assumed the vote stance. Only a few lights shone, far less patently than a minority of 1/4. Womack spoke again. The light shone on his high, calm forehead, on his dead, relaxed cheekbones. His lean cheeks and chin were half-shadowed, save where the lower light picked up and spotlighted his mouth, cruel even in repose. Womack was said to be a descendant of some ancient lady who had traversed, in an illegitimate and inexplicable fashion, some hundreds of years of time in a single night. Her name, the Lady Womack, had passed into legend, but her blood and archaic lust for mastery lived on in the mute, masterful body of her descendant. Martel could believe the old tales as he stared at the rostrum, wondering what untraceable mutation had left the Womack kith as predators among mankind. Calling loudly with a movement of his lips, but still without sound, Womack appealed. "The Honourable Committee is now pleased to reaffirm the sentence of death issued against the heretic and enemy Adam Stone." Again the vote stance. Again Chang's light shone lonely in an isolated protest. Womack then made his final move. "I call for the designation of the senior scanner present as the manager of the sentence. I call for authorization to him to appoint executioners, one or many, who shall make evident the will and majesty of scanners. I ask that I be accountable for the deed, and not for the means. The deed is a noble deed, for the protection of mankind and for the honour of the scanners. But for the means it must be said that they are to be the best at hand, and no more. Who knows the true ways to kill an other, here on a crowded and watchful earth? This is no mere matter of discharging a cylindered sleeper, no mere question of upgrading the needle of a Haberman. When people die down here, it is not like the up and out. They die reluctantly. Killing within the earth is not our usual business, O brothers and scanners, as you know well. We must choose my agent as I see fit. Otherwise, the common knowledge will become the common betrayal, whereas if I alone know the responsibility, I alone could betray us, and you will not have far to look in case the instrumentality comes searching. What about the killer you choose? Thought Martel. He too will know, unless you silence him forever. Womack went into the stance. The honourable scanners are pleased to vote. One light of protest shone. Chang's again. Martel imagined that he could see a cruel, joyful smile on Womack's dead face, the smile of a man who knew himself righteous, and who found his righteousness upheld and affirmed by militant authority. Martel tried one last time to come free. The dead hands held. They were locked like vices until their owner's eyes unlocked them. How else could they hold the piloting month by month? Martel then shouted, "Honourable scanners, this is judicial murder!" No ear heard him. He was cranched and alone. Nonetheless, he shouted again, "You endanger the confraternity!" Nothing happened. The echo of his voice sounded from one end of the room to the other. No head turned. No eyes met his. Martel realized that as they paired for talk, the eyes of the scanners averted him. He saw that no one desired to watch his speech. He knew that behind the cold faces of his friends there lay compassion or amusement. He knew that they knew him to be cranched, absurd, normal, manlike, temporarily no scanner. But he knew that, in this matter, the wisdom of scanners was nothing. He knew that only a cranched scanner could feel with his very blood the outrage and anger which deliberate murder would provoke among the others. He knew that the confraternity endangered itself, and knew that the most ancient prerogative of law was a monopoly of death. Even the ancient nations, in the time of the wars, before the beasts, before men went into the up and out, even the ancients had known this. How did they say it? Only the state shall kill. The states were gone, but the instrumentality remained, and the instrumentality could not pardon things which occurred within the earth's but beyond its authority. Death in space was the business, the right of the scanners. How could the instrumentality enforce its laws in a place where all men who wakened only to die in the great pain? Wisely did the instrumentality leave space to the scanners. Wisely had the confraternity not meddled inside the earths. And now the confraternity itself was going to step forth as an outlaw band, as a gang of rogues as stupid and reckless as the tribes of the unforgiven. Martel knew this, because he was cranched. Had he been Haberman, he would have thought only with his mind, not with his heart and guts and blood. How could the other scanners know? Womack returned for the last time to the rostrum. The committee has met, and its will shall be done. Verbally he added, "Senior among you, I ask your loyalty and your silence." At that point, the two scanners let his arms go. Martel rubbed his numb hands, shaking his fingers to get the circulation back into the cold fingertips. With real freedom, he began to think of what he might still do. He scanned himself. The cranching held. He might have a day. Well, he could go on, even if Haberman, but it would be inconvenient, having to talk with finger and tablet. He looked about for Chang. He saw his friend standing patient and immobile in a quiet corner. Martel moved slowly, so as not to attract any more attention to himself than could be helped. He faced Chang, moved until his face was in the light, and then articulated, "What are we going to do? You're not going to let them kill Adam Stone, are you? Don't you realize what Stone's work will mean to us if it succeeds? No more scanners, no more Habermans, no more pain in the up and out. I tell you, if the others were all cranched as I am, they would see it in a human way, not with the narrow, crazy logic which they used in the meeting. We've got to stop them. How can we do it? What are we going to do? What does Parisiansky think? Who has been chosen?" "Which question do you want me to answer?" Martel laughed. It felt good to laugh, even then. It felt like being a man. "Will you help me?" Chang's eyes flashed across Martel's face as Chang answered, "No, no, no." "You won't help?" "No." "Why not, Chang? Why not?" "I am a scanner. The vote has been taken. You would do the same if you were not in this unusual condition." "I'm not in an unusual condition. I'm cranched. That merely means that I see things the way that the others would. I see the stupidity, the recklessness, the selfishness. It is murder." "What is murder? Have you not killed? You are not one of the others. You are a scanner. You will be sorry for what you are about to do if you do not watch out." "But why did you vote against Womack then? Didn't you too see what Adam Stone means to all of us? Scanners will live in vain. Thank God for that. Can't you see it?" "No." "But you talk to me, Chang. You are my friend." "I talk to you. I am your friend. Why not?" "But what are you going to do?" "Nothing, Martel, nothing." "Will you help me?" "No." "Not even to save Stone?" "No." "Then I will go to Parisiansky for help." "It will do you no good." "Why not? He's more human than you right now." "He will not help you because he has the job. Womack designated him to kill Adam Stone." Martel stopped speaking in mid-movement. He suddenly took the stance, "I thank you, brother, and I depart." At the window he turned and faced the room. He saw that Womack's eyes were upon him. He gave the stance, "I thank you, brother, and I depart," and added the flourish of respect which is shown when seniors are present. Womack caught the sign, and Martel could see the cruel lips move. He thought he saw the words, "Take good care of yourself," but did not wait to inquire. He stepped backward and dropped out the window. Once below the window and out of sight, he adjusted his air coat to maximum speed. He swam lazily in the air, scanning himself thoroughly and adjusting his adrenal intake down. He then made the movement of release and felt the cold air rush past his face like running water. Adam Stone had to be at Chief Downport. Adam Stone had to be there. Wouldn't Adam Stone be surprised in the night? Surprised to meet the strangest of beings, the first renegade among scanners? Martel suddenly appreciated that it was of himself he was thinking. Martel, the traitor to scanners! That sounded strange and bad. But what of Martel, the loyal to mankind? Was that not compensation? And if he won Lucy. If he lost nothing, an unconsidered and expendable Haberman. It happened to be himself. But in contrast to the immense reward to mankind, to the confraternity, to Lucy, what did that matter? Martel thought to himself, Adam Stone will have 2 visitors tonight, 2 scanners who are the friends of one another. He hoped that Parisiansky was still his friend. And the world, he added, Depends on which of us gets there first. Multifaceted in their brightness, the lights of Chief Downport began to shine through the mist ahead. Martel could see the outer towers of the city, and glimpsed the phosphorescent periphery which kept back the wild, whether beasts, machines, or the unforgiven. Once more Martel invoked the lords of his chance. "Help me to pass for an other." 5. Within the downport, Martel had less trouble than he thought. He draped his aircoat over his shoulder so that it concealed the instruments. He took up his scanning mirror and made up his face from the inside by adding tone and animation to his blood and nerves until the muscles of his face glowed and the skin gave out a healthy sweat. That way, he looked like an ordinary man who had just completed a long night flight. After straightening out his clothing and hiding his tablet within his jacket, he faced the problem of what to do about the talking finger. If he kept the nail, it would show him to be a scanner. He would be respected, but he would be identified. He might be stopped by the guards whom the instrumentality had undoubtedly set around the person of Adam Stone. If he broke the nail, but he couldn't. No scanner in the history of the confraternity had ever willingly broken his nail. That would be resignation, and there was no such thing. The only way out was in the up and out. Martel put his finger to his mouth and bit off the nail. He looked at the now queer finger and sighed to himself. He stepped toward the city gate, slipping his hand into his jacket and running up his muscular strength to 4 times normal. He started to scan, and then realized that his instruments were masked. Might as well take all the chances at once, he thought. The watcher stopped him with a searching wire. The sphere thumped suddenly against Martel's chest. "Are you a man?" said the unseen voice. Martel would have known that a scanner in Haberman condition, his own field charge would have illuminated the sphere. "I am a man." Martel knew that the timbre of his voice had been good. He hoped that it would not be taken for that of a Mansionjäger, or a beast, or an unforgiven one, who with a mimicry sought to enter the cities and ports of mankind. "Name, number, rank, purpose, function, time departed." Martel. He had to remember his old number, not Scanner 34. Sunward 4234. 182nd year of space. Rank, rising sub-chief. That was no lie, but his substantive rank. Purpose, personal and lawful within the limits of this city. No function of the instrumentality. Departed chief outport, 2019 hours. Everything now depended on whether he was believed or would be checked against chief outport. The voice was flat and routine. Time desired within the city. Martel used the standard phrase, "Your honourable sufferance is requested." He stood in the cool night air, waiting. Far above him, through a gap in the mist, he could see the poisonous glittering in the sky of scanners. "The stars are my enemies," he thought. "I have mastered the stars, but they hate me." Oh, that sounds ancient, like a book. Too much crunching. The voice returned. "Sunward 4234-182, rising sub-chief Martel. Enter the lawful gates of the city. Welcome. Do you desire food, raiment, money, or companionship?" The voice had no hospitality in it, just business. This was certainly different from entering a city in a scanner's role. Then the petty officers came out, and threw their belt-lights in their fretful faces, and mouthed their words with the preposterous deference, shouting against the stone deafness of a scanner's ears. So that was the way that a sub-chief was treated. Matter of fact, but not bad. Not bad.
Martel replied, "I have that which I need, but beg of the city a favour. My friend Adam Stone is here. I desired to see him on urgent and personal lawful affairs." The voice replied, "Did you have an appointment with Adam Stone?" "No." "The city will find him. What is his number?" "I have forgotten it." "You have forgotten it? Is not Adam Stone a magnate of the instrumentality? Are you truly his friend?" "Truly." Martel let a little annoyance creep into his voice. "Watcher, doubt me, and call your sub-chief." "No doubt implied. Why do you not know the number? This must go into the record," added the voice. "We were friends in childhood. He had crossed the—" Martel started to say the up and out, and remembered that the phrase was current only among scanners. "He has leapt from earth to earth, and has just now returned. I knew him well, and I seek him out. I have word of his kith. May the instrumentality protect us." "Heard and believed, Adam Stone will be searched." At a risk, though a slight one, of having the sphere sound an alarm for non-human, Martel cut in on his scanner speaker within his jacket. He saw the trembling needle of light await his words, and he started to write on it with his blunt finger. "That won't work," he thought, and had a moment's panic until he found his comb, which had a sharp enough tooth to write. He wrote, "Emergency none. Martel scanner calling Parisiansky scanner." The needle quivered, and the reply glowed and faded out. "Parisiansky scanner on duty and DC calls taken by scanner relay." Martel cut off his speaker. Parisiansky was somewhere around. Could he have crossed the direct way, right over the city wall, setting off the alert and invoking official business when the petty officers overtook him in mid-air? Scarcely. That meant that a number of other scanners must have come in with Parisiansky, all of them pretending to be in search of a few of the tenuous pleasures which could be enjoyed by a Haberman, such as the sight of the news pictures or the viewing of beautiful women in the pleasure gallery. Parisiansky was around, but he could not have moved privately, because Scanner Central registered him on duty and recorded his movements city by city. The voice returned. Puzzlement was expressed in it. "Adam Stone is found and awakened. He has asked pardon of the Honourable, and says he knows no Martel. Will you see Adam Stone in the morning? The city will bid you welcome." Martel ran out of resources. It was hard enough mimicking a man without having to tell lies in the guise of one. Martel could only repeat, "Tell him I am Martel, the husband of Lucy." "It will be done." Again the silence, and the hostile stars, and the sense that Parisiansky was somewhere near and getting nearer. Martel felt his heart beating faster. He stole a glimpse at his chest box and set his heart down a point. He felt calmer, even though he had not been able to scan with care. The voice this time was cheerful, as though an annoyance had been settled. "Adam Stone consents to see you. Enter Chief Downport, and welcome." The little sphere dropped noiselessly to the ground, and the wire whispered away into the darkness. A bright arc of narrow light rose from the ground in front of Martel and swept through the city to one of the higher towers, apparently a hostel, which Martel had never entered. Martel plucked his aircoat to his chest for ballast, stepped heel and toe on the beam, and felt himself whistle through the air to an entrance window which sprang up before him as suddenly as a devouring mouth. The tower guard stood in the doorway. "You are awaited, sir. Do you bear weapons, sir?" "None," said Martel, grateful that he was relying on his own strength. The guard let him past the check screen. Martel noticed the quick flight of a warning across the screen as his instruments registered and identified him as a scanner.
but the guard had not noticed it. The guard stopped at the door. "Adam Stone is armed. He is lawfully armed by authority of the instrumentality and by the liberty of this city. All those who enter are given warning." Martel nodded in understanding at the man and went in. Adam Stone was a short man, stout and benign. His grey hair rose stiffly from a low forehead. His whole face was red and merry-looking. He looked like a jolly guide from the pleasure gallery, not like a man who had been at the edge of the up and out, writing the great pain without Haberman protection. He stared at Martel. His look was puzzled, perhaps a little annoyed, but not hostile. Martel came to the point. "You do not know me. I lied. My name is Martel, and I mean you no harm. But I lied. I beg the honourable gift of your hospitality. Remain armed. Direct your weapon against me." Stone smiled. "I am doing so," and Martel noticed the small wire point in Stone's capable, plump hand. "Good. Keep on guard against me. It will give you confidence in what I shall say. But do, I beg you, give us a screen of privacy. I want no casual lookers. This is a matter of life and death." "First, whose life and death?" Stone's face remained calm, his voice even. "Yours and mine and the world's." "You are cryptic, but I agree." Stone called through the doorway. "Privacy, please." There was a sudden hum, and all the little noises of the night quickly vanished from the air of the room. Said Adam Stone, "Sir, who are you? What brings you here?" "I am Scanner 34. "You a scanner? I don't believe it." For answer, Martel pulled his jacket open, showing his chest box. Stone looked up at him, amazed. Martel explained, "I am cranched. Have you never seen it before?" "Not with men. On animals. Amazing. But what do you want?" "The truth. Do you fear me?" "Not with this," said Stone, grasping the wire point. "But I shall tell you the truth." "Is it true that you have conquered the great pain?" Stone hesitated, seeking words for an answer. "Quick! Can you tell me how you have done it, so that I may believe you?" "I have loaded the ships with life." "Life?" "Life. I don't know what the great pain is, but I did find that in the experiments, when I sent out masses of animals or plants, the life in the centre of the mass lived longest. I built ships, small ones of course, and sent them out with rabbits, with monkeys. Those are beasts? Yes, with small beasts. And the beasts came back unhurt. They came back because the walls of the ships were filled with life. I tried many kinds, and finally found a sort of life which lives in the waters. Oysters. Oyster beds. The outermost oyster died in the great pain. The inner ones lived. The passengers were unhurt." "But they were beasts." "Not only beasts. Myself." "You!" "I came through space alone, through what you call the up and out, alone, awake and sleeping. I am unhurt. If you do not believe me, ask your brother scanners. Come and see my ship in the morning. I will be glad to see you then, along with your brother scanners. I am going to demonstrate before the chiefs of the instrumentality." Martel repeated his question. "You came here alone?" Adam Stone grew testy. "Yes, alone. Go back and check your scanner's register if you do not believe me. You never put me in a bottle to cross space." Martel's face was radiant. "I believe you now. It is true. No more scanners. No more Habermans. No more cranching." Stone looked significantly toward the door. Martel did not take the hint. "I must tell you that—" "Sir, tell me in the morning. Go enjoy your cranch. Isn't it supposed to be pleasure? Medically I know it well, but not in practice.
It is pleasure. It's normality, for a while. But listen, the scanners have sworn to destroy you, and your work.
What?
They have met, and have voted and sworn. You will make scanners unnecessary, they say. You will bring the ancient wars back to the world, if scanning is lost and the scanners live in vain.
Adam Stone was nervous, but kept his wits about him. You're a scanner. Are you going to kill me? Or try?
No, you fool. I have betrayed the confraternity. Call guards the moment I escape. Keep guards around you. I will try to intercept the killer.
Martel saw a blur in the window. Before Stone could turn, the wire point was whipped out of his hand. The blur solidified and took form as Parisiansky. Martel recognized what Parisiansky was doing. High speed. Without thinking of his crunch, he thrust his hand to his chest, set himself up to high speed too. Waves of fire, like the great pain but hotter, flooded over him. He fought to keep his face readable as he stepped in front of Parisiansky and gave the sign, "Top emergency." Parisiansky spoke, while the normally moving body of Stone stepped away from them as slowly as a drifting cloud. "Get out of my way. I am on a mission."
"I know it. I'll stop you here and now. Stop, stop, stop. Stone is right."
Parisiansky's lips were barely readable in the haze of pain which flooded Martel. He thought, God, God, God of the ancients, let me hold on. Let me live under overload just long enough. Parisiansky was saying, "Get out of my way. By order of the confraternity, get out of my way." And Parisiansky gave the sign, "Help I demand in the name of my duty." Martel choked for breath in the syrup-like air. He tried one last time. "Parisiansky, friend, friend, my friend, stop, stop." No scanner had ever murdered scanner before. Parisiansky made the sign, "You are unfit for duty, and I will take over." Martel thought, for the first time in the world, as he reached over and twisted Parisiansky's brain box up to overload. Parisiansky's eyes glittered in terror and understanding. His body began to drift down toward the floor. Martel had just strength enough to reach his own chest box. As he faded into Haberman or death, he knew not which. He felt his fingers turning to the control of speed, turning down. He tried to speak, to say, "Get a scanner! I need help! Get a scanner!" But the darkness rose about him, and the numb silence clasped him. Martel awakened to see the face of Lucy near his own. He opened his eyes wider, and found that he was hearing the sound of her happy weeping, the sound of her chest as she caught the air back into her throat. He spoke weakly. "Still crouched? Alive?" Another face swam into the blur beside Lucy's. It was Adam Stone. His deep voice rang across immensities of space before coming to Martel's hearing. Martel tried to read Stone's lips, but could not make them out. He went back to listening to the voice. "Not crouched. Do you understand me? Not crouched." Martel tried to say, "But I can hear. I can feel." The others got his sense, if not his words. Adam Stone spoke again. "You have gone back through the Haberman. I put you back first. I didn't know how it would work in practice, but I had the theory all worked out. You don't think the instrumentality would waste the scanners, do you? You go back to normality. We are letting the Habermans die as fast as the ships come in. They don't need to live anymore. But we are restoring the scanners. You are the first. Do you understand? You are the first. Take it easy now." Adam Stone smiled. Dimly behind Stone, Martel thought that he saw the face of one of the chiefs of the instrumentality. That face, too, smiled at him,
and then both faces disappeared upward and away. Martel tried to lift his head to scan himself. He could not. Lucy stared at him, calming herself, but with an expression of loving perplexity. She said, "My darling husband, you're back again to stay." Still, Martel tried to see his box. Finally, he swept his hand across his chest with a clumsy motion. There was nothing there. The instruments were gone. He was back to normality, but still alive. In the deep, weak peacefulness of his mind, another troubling thought took shape. He tried to write with his finger, the way that Lucy wanted him to, but he had neither pointed fingernail nor scanner's tablet. He had to use his voice. He summoned up his strength and whispered, "Scanners?" "Yes, darling, what is it?" "Scanners." "Scanners? Oh, yes, darling, they're all right. They had to arrest some of them for going into high speed and running away, but the instrumentality caught them all those on the ground, and they're happy now. Do you know, darling," she laughed, "some of them didn't want to be restored to normality, but Stone and his chiefs persuaded them. Womack? He's fine too. He's staying cranched until he can be restored. Do you know, he has arranged for Scanners to take new jobs. You're all to be deputy chiefs for space. Isn't that nice? But he got himself made chief for space. You're all going to be pilots, so that your fraternity and guild can go on. And Chang's getting changed right now. You'll see him soon." Her face turned sad. She looked at him earnestly and said, "I might as well tell you now. You'll worry otherwise. There has been one accident. Only one. When you and your friend called on Adam Stone, your friend was so happy that he forgot to scan, and he let himself die of overload." "Called on Stone?" "Yes. Don't you remember? Your friend." He still looked surprised, so she said, "Parisiansky."
The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now for the next story. QRM-Interplanetary by George O. Smith. The very first tale of Venus Equilateral. Originally published in Astounding Science Fiction, October 1942. Narrated by Tom Trussel. QRM, International Code Signal, meaning interference of controllable nature, such as man-made static, cross-modulation from another channel, adjoining, or willful obliteration of signals by an interfering source. Interference not of natural sources, designated by international code as QRN, such as electrical storms, common static, etc. Handbook, Interplanetary Amateur Radio League. Corvus, the magnificent Nilama of Uralen, picked up the telephone in his palace and said, "I want to talk to Will Nida. He is at the International Hotel in Detroit, Michigan." "I'm sorry, sir," came the voice of the operator. "Talking is not possible due to the 15-minute transmission lag between here and Terra. Interplanetary communications will not permit audio. However, teletype messages are welcome." Her voice originated 1,500 miles north of Uralen, but it sounded as though she might be in the next room. Corvus thought for a moment, and then said, "Take this message. Will Nida, add to order for mining machinery 1 Type 56-XXD flyer to replace washed-out model. And remember, tobacco and sub-level energy will not mix. Sign that, Corvus." "Yes, Mr. Corvus." "Not Mr.," yelled the monarch.
I am Corvus, the Magnificent. I am Nilamo of Uralen.
Yes, your magnificence, said the operator humbly. It was more than possible that she was stifling a laugh, which knowledge made the little man of Venus squirm in wrath. But there was nothing that he could do about it, television still being distant by the same 5 years that it was behind in 1929. To give Corvus credit, he was not a pompous little man. He was large, for a Venusian, which made him small according to the standard set up by terrestrians. He, as Nilamo of Uralen, had extended the once small kingdom outward to include most of the Palanortist country, which extended from about 23.0 degrees north latitude to 61.7 degrees, and almost across the whole single continent that was the dry land of Venus. He was a wily monarch, making his conquest of the wild and lawless country by treaty, and by double crossing those who might have tried to double-cross him. Armed conquest was scorned, but armed defence was desirable in the Palanortist country, and Corvus had defended himself up and down the inhabitable northern portion of the planet. His conquest had been a blessing to civilization, and though publicly denounced, it was privately commended. Those who could have stopped it did all they could to delay and intercept any proceedings that would have caused the conquest of Corvus's intended country any trouble. Corvus's message to Terra zoomed across the 1,500 rocky miles of Palanortis to northern landing. It passed high across the 1,000-foot-high trees and over the mountain ranges. It swept over open patches of water and across intervening cities and towns. It went with the speed of light and in a tight beam from Uralen to northern landing, straight as a die and with person-to-person clarity. The operator in the city that lay across the north pole of Venus clicked on a teletype, reading back the message as it was written. Corvus told him, "That is correct. The message will be in the hands of your representative Wilnida within the hour." The punched tape from operator number 7's machine slid along the line. It entered a coupling machine and was stripped from the tape and re-punched upon a tape that was operating at better than 1,000 words per minute. Operator 7's tape then left the machine to be rolled into a file roll and placed in the vaults below the city. It was of no use save as a reference from now on. The coupling machine worked furiously. It accepted the tapes from 70 operators as fast as they could write them. It selected the messages as they entered the machine, placing a mechanical preference upon whichever message happened to be ahead of the others on the moving tapes. The master tape moved continuously at 1,100 words per minute, taking teletype messages from everywhere in the northern hemisphere of Venus to any of the other planets in the solar system. It was a busy machine, for even at 1,100 words per minute, it often got hours behind. The synchronous keyed signal from the coupling machine left the operating room and went to the transmission room. It was amplified and hurled out of the city to a small squat building at the outskirts of northern landing. Here it was impressed upon a carrier wave and flung at the sky. But not alone, not unguarded. The upper half of the building carried a monstrous parabolic reflector mounted on gimbals. The signal was focused into a beam. The beam was made of 2 components. The center component was a circularly polarized ultra-high frequency wave of 5 centimeter waves modulated with the keying signals of the teletype coupling machine. The outer component was a radially polarized wave of 1 centimeter waves, a radio frequency armor. It was hurled at the sky, a concentric wave, out of a reflector by a 1,000 kilowatt transmitter. The wave seared against the Venusian heaviside layer. The outer component bored at the ionization. It chewed and it bit. It fought and it struggled. It destroyed ionization by electronically shorting the ionization, and, as is the case with strife, it lost heavily in the encounter. The beam was resisted fiercely.
Infiltrations of ionization tore at the central component, stripping and trying to beat it down. But man triumphed over nature. The megawatt of energy that came in a tight beam from the building at Northern Landing emerged from the heaviside layer as a weak, piffling signal. It wavered and it crackled. It wanted desperately to lie down and sleep. Its directional qualities were impaired, and it wobbled badly. It arrived at the relay station tired and worn. 1 million watts of ultra-high frequency energy at the start. It was measurable in microvolts when it reached the relay station, only 500 miles above the city of Northern Landing. The signal, as weak and as wobbly as it was taken in by eager receptors. It was amplified. It was dehashed, destaticked, and deloused. And once again, 100 decibels stronger and infinitely cleaner, the signal was hurled out on a tight beam from a gigantic parabolic reflector. Across 67 million miles of space went the signal. Across the orbit of Venus it went in a vast chord. It arrived at the Venus equilateral station with less trouble than the original transmission through the heaviside layer. The signal was amplified and demodulated. It went into a decoupler machine where the messages were sorted mechanically and sent, each to the proper channel, into other coupler machines. Beams from Venus equilateral were directed at Mars and at Terra. The Terra beam ended at Luna. Here it again was placed in the two-component beam, and from Luna it punched down at Terra's layer. It emerged into the atmosphere of Terra as weak and as tired as it has been when it had come out of the Venus layer. It entered a station in the Bahamas, was stripped of the interference, and put upon the land beams. It entered decoupling machines that sorted the messages as to destination. These various beams spread out across the face of Terra, the one carrying Corvus's message finally coming into a station at 10 Mile Road and Woodward. From this station at the outskirts of Detroit, it went upon land wires downtown to the International Hotel. The teletype machine in the office of the hotel began to click rapidly. The message to Wilneda was arriving. And 55 minutes after the operator told Corvus that less than an hour would ensue, Wilneda was saying, humorously, "So, Corvus was drunk again last night." Completion of Corvus's message to Wilneda completes also one phase of the tale at hand. It is not important. There were 150 other messages that might have been accompanied in the same manner, each as interesting to the person who likes the explanation of the Interplanetary Communications Service. But this is not a technical journal. A more complete explanation of the various phases that a message goes through in leaving a city on Venus to go on Terra may be found in the Communications Technical Review, Volume 27, Number 8, pages 411 to 716. Readers more interested in the technical aspects are referred to the article. But it so happens that Corvus's message was picked out of 100-odd messages because of one thing only. At the time that Corvus's message was in transit through the decoupler machines at Venus Equilateral Relay Station, something of a material nature was entering the airlock of the station. It was an unexpected visit. Don Channing looked up at the indicator panel in his office and frowned in puzzlement. He punched a buzzer and spoke into the communicator on his desk. "Find out who that is, will you, Arden?" "He isn't expected," came back the voice of Arden Westland. "I know that, but I've been expecting someone ever since John Walters retired last week. You know why." "You hope to get his job," said the girl in an amused voice. "I hope you do, so that someone else will sit around all day trying to make you retire so that he can have your job." "Now look, Arden, I've never tried to make Walters retire." "No, but when the word came that he was thinking of it, you began to think about taking over. Don't worry, I don't blame you." There was quite a protracted silence, and then her voice returned. The visitor is a gentleman by the name of Francis Burbank. He came out in a flitter with a chauffeur and all. Big shot, hey? Take it easy. He's coming up the office now. I gather that he desires audience with me? Asked Don. I think that he is here to lay down the law. You'll have to get out of Walters's office, if his appearance is any guide. There was some more silence. The communicator was turned off at the other end, which made Channing fume. He would have preferred to hear the interchange of words between his secretary and the newcomer. Then, instead of having the man announced, the door opened abruptly, and the stranger entered. He came to the point immediately. "You're Don Channing, Acting Director of Interplanetary Communications?" "I am." "Then I have some news for you, Dr. Channing. I have been appointed Director by the Interplanetary Communications Commission. You are to resume your position as Electronics Engineer." "Oh," said Channing. His face fell. "I sort of believed that I would be offered that position." "There was a discussion of that procedure. However, the Commission decided that a man of more commercial training would better fill the position. The Communications Division has been operating at too small a profit. They felt that a man of commercial experience could cut expenses, and so on to good effect. You understand their reasoning, of course," said Burbank. "Not exactly." "Well, it is like this. They know that a scientist is not usually a man to consider the cost of experimentation. They build 1,000-ton cyclotrons to convert a penny's worth of lead into 1 1/10 cents worth of lead and gold, and they use $300 worth of power and $1 million machine to do it with. They feel that a man with training like that will not know the real meaning of the phrase cutting expenses. A new broom sweeps clean, Dr. Channing. There must be many places where a man of commercial experience can cut expenses. I, as director, shall do so." "I wish you luck," said Channing. "Then there is no hard feeling?" "I can't say that. It is probably not your fault. I cannot feel against you, but I do feel sort of let down at the decision of the Commission. I have had experience in this job." "The Commission may appoint you to follow me. If your work shows a grasp of commercial operations, I shall so recommend." "Thanks," said Channing dryly. "May I buy you a drink?" "I never drink, and I do not believe in it. If it were mine to say, I'd prohibit liquor from the premises. Venus Equilateral would be better off without it." Don Channing snapped the communicator. "Miss Westland, will you come in?" She entered, puzzlement on her face. "This is Mr. Burbank. His position places him in control over this office. You will, in the future, report to him directly. The report on the operations, engineering projects, and so on that I was to send in to the Commission this morning will, therefore, be placed in Mr. Burbank's hand as soon as possible." "Yes, Dr. Channing." Her eyes held a twinkle, but there was concern and sympathy in them too. "Shall I get them immediately?" "They are ready?" "I was about to put them on the tape when you called." "Then give them to Mr. Burbank." Channing turned to Burbank. "Miss Westland will hand you the reports I mentioned. They are complete and precise. A perusal of them will put you in grasp of the situation here at Venus Equilateral better than will an all-afternoon conference. I'll have Miss Westland haul my junk out of here. You may consider this as your office, it having been used by Walters. And, in the meantime, I've got to check up on some experiments down on the 9th level." Channing paused. "You'll excuse me?" "Yes, if Miss Westland knows where to find you." "She will. I'll inform her of my whereabouts." "I may want to consult you after I read the reports." "That will be all right. The autocall can find me anywhere on Venus Equilateral, if I'm not at the place Miss Westland calls." Don Channing stopped at Arden's desk. "I'm booted," he told her. "Leaving Venus Equilateral?" she asked with concern. "No, blonde and beautiful. I'm just shunted back to my own office." "Can't I go with you?" pleaded the girl. Nope. You want to stay here and be a nice, good-looking Matahari. This bird seems to think that he can run interplanetary communications like a bus or a factory. I know the type, and the first thing he'll do is to run interplanetary communications into a snarl. Keep me informed of anything complicated, will you? Sure. And where are you going now? I'm going down and get Walt Franks. We're going to inspect the transparency of a new type of glass. I didn't know that optical investigations come under your jurisdiction. This investigation will consist of a visit to the 9th level. Can't you take me along? Not today, he grinned. Your new boss does not believe in the evils of looking through the bottom of a glass. We must behave with decor. We must forget fun. We are now operating under a man who will commercialize electronics to a fine art. Don't get stewed. He may want to know where the electrons are kept. I'm not going to drink that much. Walt and I need a discussion, he said. And in the meantime, haul my spinach out of the office, will you, and take it back to the electronics office. I'll be needing it back there. Okay, Don, she said. I'll see you later. Channing left to go to the 9th level. He stopped long enough to collect Walt Franks. Over a tall glass of beer, Channing told Franks of Burbanks's visit, and why. Only one thing stuck in Franks's mind. "Did you say that he might close Joe's?" asked Franks. "He said that if it were in his power to do so, he would." "Heaven forbid! Where will we go to be alone?" "Alone?" snorted Channing. The barroom was half filled with people, being the only drinking establishments for 60-odd million miles. "Well, you know what I mean." "I could smuggle in a few cases of beer," suggested Don. "Couldn't we smuggle him out?" "That would be desirable, but I think he's here to stay. Darn it all, why do they have to appoint some confounded political pal to a job like this? I'm telling you, Walt, he must weigh 200 if he weighs a pound. He holds his stomach on his lap when he sits down." Walt looked up and down Channing's slender figure. "Well, he won't be holding Westland on his lap if it's filled with stomach." "I never hold Westland on my lap." "No? During working hours," finished Channing. He grinned at Franks and ordered another beer. "And how is the Office of Beam Control going to make out under the new regime?" "I'll answer that after I see how the new regime treats the Office of Beam Control," answered Franks. "I doubt that he can do much to bugger things up in my office. There aren't many cheaper ways to direct a beam, you know." "Yeah, you're safe." "But what I can't understand is why they didn't continue you in that job. You've been handling the business ever since last December when Walters got sick. You've been doing all right." "Doing all right just means that I've been carrying over Walters's methods and ideas. What the Commission wants, apparently, is something new. Ergo, the new broom. Personally, I like that one about the old shoes being more comfortable," said Franks. "If you say the word, Don, I'll slip him a dose of high voltage. That should fix him." "I think that a better way would be to work for the bird. Then when he goes, I'll have his recommendation." "Phooey!" snorted Franks. "They'll just appoint another political pal. They've tried it before, and they'll try it again. I wonder what precinct he carries." The telephone rang in the bar, and the bartender, after answering, motioned to Walt Franks. "You're wanted in your office," said the bartender. "And besides," he told Channing, "if I'm going to get lunch for 3,000 people, you'd better trot along too. It's nearly 11 o'clock, you know, and the first batch of 500 will be coming in." He wasn't quite accurate as to the figures. The complement of Venus Equilateral was just shy of 2,700. They worked in 3 8-hour shifts, about 900 to a shift. They had their lunch and dinner hours staggered, so that at no time there were more than about 200 people in the big lunchroom. The bar, it may be mentioned, was in a smaller room at one end of the much larger cafeteria. Venus Equilateral Relay Station was a modern miracle of engineering, if you like to believe the books. Actually, Venus Equilateral was an asteroid that had been shoved into its orbit about the Sun, forming a practical demonstration of the equilateral triangle solution of the three moving bodies. It was a long cylinder, about 3 miles in length by about a mile in diameter. There was little of the original asteroid. At the present time, most of the original rock had been discarded to make room for the ever-growing personnel and material that were needed to operate the relay station. What had been an asteroid with machinery was now a huge pile of machinery with people. The insides, formerly of spongy rock, were now neatly cubed off into offices, rooms, hallways, and so on, divided by sheets of steel. The outer surface, once rugged and forbidding, was now almost all shiny steel. The small asteroid, a tiny thing, was far smaller than the present relay station, the station having overflowed the asteroid soon after men found that uninterrupted communication was possible between the worlds. Now, the man-made asteroid carried 2,700 people. There were stores, offices, places of recreation, churches, marriages, deaths, and everything but taxes. Judging by its population, it was a small town. Venus Equilateral rotated about its axis. On the inner surface of the shell were the homes of the people, not cottages, but apartmental cubicles, 1, 2, 3, 6 rooms. The rotation made a little more than 1 Earth G of artificial gravity. Above this outer shell of apartments, the offices began. Offices, recreation centres, and so on. Up in the central portion, where the gravity was nil or near nil, the automatic machinery was placed. The gyroscopes and the beam finders, the storerooms, the air plants, the hydroponic farms, and all other things that needed little or no gravity for well-being. This was the Venus Equilateral Relay Station, 60 degrees ahead of the planet Venus, on Venus's orbit. Often closer to Terra than Venus, the relay station offered a perfect place to relay messages through whenever Mars or Terra were on the other side of the Sun. It was seldom idle, for it was seldom that both Mars and Terra were in such position that direct communication between the 3 planets was possible. This was the center of interplanetary communications. This was the main office. It was the heart of the system's communication line, and as such, it was well manned. Orders for everything emanated from Venus Equilateral. It was a delicate proposition, Venus Equilateral was, and hence the present on all occasions official capacities and office staff. This was the organization that Don Channing hoped to direct. A closed corporation with one purpose in mind, interplanetary communication. Channing wondered if the summons for Walt Franks was an official one. Returning to the electronics office, Don punched the communicator and asked, "Is Walt in there?" Arden's voice came back. "No, but Burbank is in Franks's office. Wanna listen?" "Eavesdropper! Using the communicator?" "Sure." "Better shut it off," warned Don. "Burbank isn't foolish, you know, and there are pilot lights and warning flags on those things to tell if someone has the key open. I wouldn't want to see you fired for listening in." "All right, but it was getting interesting." "If I'm betting on the right horse," said Channing, "this will be interesting for all before it is finished." 7 days went by in monotonous procession. 7 days in a world of constant climate. 1 week marked only by the changing of work shifts and the clocks that marked off the 8-hour periods. 7 days unmarred by rain or cold or heat. 7 days of uninterrupted sunshine that flickered in and out of the sealed viewports with eye-searing brilliance, coming and going as the station rotated. But in the front offices things were not as serene. No monotony to become irksome. Not that monotony ever set in seriously in the engineering department, but that sacred sanctum of all things that didn't behave as they should found that even their usual turmoil was worse. There was nothing that a person could set his finger on directly. It was more of a quiet, undercover nature. On Monday, Burbank sent around a communiqué removing the option for free messages for the personnel. On Tuesday, he remanded the years-long custom of permitting the supply ships to carry, free, packages from friends at home. On Wednesday, Francis Burbank decided that there should be a curfew on the one and only beer emporium. That was made after he found that curtailing all sorts of alcoholics might easily lead to a more moral problem, there being little enough to do with one's spare time. On Thursday, he set up a stiff-necked staff of censors for the moving picture house. On Friday, he put a tax on cigarettes and candy. On Saturday, he installed time clocks in all the laboratories and professional offices, where previous to his coming, men had come for work a half-hour late and worked an hour overtime at night. On Sunday, he ran into trouble. Don Channing stormed into the director's office with a scowl on his face. "Look," he said, "for years and years we have felt that any man, woman, or child that was willing to come out here was worth all the freedom and consideration that we could give them. What about this damned tax on cigarettes and candy? And who told you to stop our folks from telling their folks that they are still in good health? And why stop them from sending packages of candy, cake, mementos, clothing, soap, mosquito dope, liquor, or anything else? Why shut off our beer half the day? Did you ever think that a curfew is something that can be applied only when time is one and the same for all? On Venus Equilateral, Mr. Burbank, 6 o'clock in the evening is 2 hours after dinner for one group, 2 hours after going to work for the second group, and mid-sleep for the third. Then this matter of cutting all love scenes, drinking, female vampires, banditry, bedroom items, murderers, and sweater girls out of the movies. We are a selected group, and well prepared to take care of our morality. Any man or woman going offside would be heaved out quick. Why, after years of personal freedom, do we find ourselves under the authority of a veritable dictatorship?" Francis Burbank was not touched. "I'll trouble you to keep to your own laboratory," he told Channing. "Perhaps your own laxity in matters of this sort is the reason why the Commission preferred someone better prepared. You speak of many things. There will be more to come. I'll answer some of your questions. Why should we permit our profits to be eaten up by people sending messages, cost-free, to their acquaintances all over the minor planets? Why should valuable space for valuable supplies be taken up with personal favors between friends? And if the personnel wants to smoke and drink, let them pay for the privilege. It will help to pay for the high price of shipping the useless items out from the nearest planet, as well as saving of precious storage space." "But you're breeding ill will among the employees," objected Channing. "Any that prefer to do so may leave," snapped Burbank. "You may find it difficult to hire people to spend their lives in a place that offers no sight of a sky or a breath of fresh air. The people here may go home to their own planets to find that the smell of fresh spring air is more desirable than a climate that never varies from the personal optimum. I wonder, occasionally, if it might not be possible to instigate some sort of cold snap or a rainy season, just for the purpose of bringing to the members of Venus Equilateral some of the surprises that are to be found in Chicago and New York. Hell, even Canalopolis has an occasional rainstorm." "Return to your laboratory," said Burbank coldly, "and let me run the station. Why should we spend useless money to pamper people? I don't care if Canalopolis does have an occasional storm. We are not on Mars. We are in Venus Equilateral. You tend to your end of the business, and I'll do as I deem fitting for the station." Channing mentally threw up his hands and literally stalked out of the office. Here was a close-knit organization being shot full of holes by a screwball. He stamped down to the 9th level and beat upon the closed doors of Joe's. The door remained closed. Channing beat with his knuckles until they bled. Finally, a door popped open down the hallway 50 yards, and a man looked out. His head popped in again, and within 30 seconds the door to Joe's opened and admitted Channing. Joe slapped the door shut behind Channing quickly. "What in the hell are you operating, Joe? A speakeasy?" "The next time you want in," Joe informed him, "knock on 902 twice, 914 once, and then here 4 times. We'll let you in. And now, don't say anything too loud." Joe put a finger to his lips and winked broadly. "Even the walls listen," he said in a stage whisper. He led Channing into the room and put on the light. There was a flurry of people who tried to hide their glasses under the table. "Never mind," called Joe. "It's only Dr. Channing." The room relaxed. "I want something stiff," Channing told Joe. "I've just gone 3 rounds with his nibs and came out cold." Some people within earshot asked about it. Channing explained what had transpired. The people seemed satisfied that Channing had done his best for them. The room relaxed into routine. The signal knock came on the door and was opened to admit Walt Franks and Arden Westland. Franks looked as though he had been given a stiff workout in a cement mixer. "Scotch," said Arden, "and a glass and brew for the lady." "What happened to him?" "He's been trying to keep to Burbanks's latest suggestions." "You've been working too hard," Channing chided him gently. "This is the wrong time to mention it, I suppose, but did that beam slippage have anything to do with your condition, or was it vice versa?" "You know that I haven't anything to do with the beam controls personally," said Franks. He straightened up and faced Channing defiantly. "Don't get mad. What was it?" "Mastermind, up there, called me in to see if there was some manner or means of tightening the beam. I told him, sure, we could hold the beam to practically nothing. He asked me why we didn't hold the beam to a parallel and save the dispersed power. He claimed that we could reduce power by 2 to 1 if more of it came into the station instead of being smeared all over the firmament. I, foolishly, agreed with him. He's right, you could, but only if everything is immobilized. I've been trying to work out some means of controlling the beam magnetically so that it would compensate for the normal variations due to magnetic influences. So far I've failed." "It can't be done. I know because I worked on the problem for 3 years with some of the best brains in the system. To date, it is impossible." A click attracted their attention. It was a pneumatic tube. A cylinder dropped out of the tube, and Joe opened it and handed the enclosed paper to Franks. He read, "Walt, I'm sending this to you at Joe's because I know that is where you are and think that you would get this real quick. Helen S." Walt smiled wearily and said, "A good secretary is a thing of beauty. A thing of beauty is admired and is a joy forever. Helen is both. She is a jewel." "Yeah, we know. What does the letter say?" "It is another communique from our doting boss. He is removing from my control the odd 300 men I've got working on beam control. He is to assume the responsibility for them himself. I'm practically out of a job." "Make that 2 scotches," Channing told Joe. "Make it 3, chimed in Arden. "I've got to work for him too." "Is that so bad?" asked Channing. "All you've got to do is to listen carefully and do as you're told. We have to answer to the bird too." "Yeah," said Arden, "but you fellows don't have to listen to a dopey guy ask foolish questions all day. It's driving me silly." "What I'd like to know," murmured Franks, "is what is the idea of putting me off the job? Nuts! I've been on beam control for years. I've got the finest crew of men anywhere. They can actually foresee a shift and compensate for it, I think. I picked them myself, and I've been proud of my outfit. Now," he said brokenly, "I've got no outfit. In fact, I have darned little crew left at all. Only my dozen lab members. I'll have to go back to swinging a meter myself before this is over." It was quite a come-down. from the master of over 300 highly paid, highly prized, intelligent technicians. Walt Franks was now the superintendent of 12 laboratory technicians. It was a definite cut in his status with communications. Channing finished his drink and, seeing that Frank's attention was elsewhere, he told Arden, "Thanks for taking care of him, but don't use all your sympathy on him. I feel that I am going to need your shoulder to cry on before long." "Any time you want a soft shoulder," said Arden generously, "let me know. I'll come a-running." Channing went out. He roamed nervously all the rest of the day. He visited the bar several times, but the general air of the place depressed him. From a place of recreation, laughter, and pleasantry, Joe's place had changed to a room for reminiscences and remorse, a place to drown one's troubles, or poison them, or to reserve them in alcohol. He went to see the local moving picture, a piece advertised as being one of the best mystery thrillers since DeMille. He found that all of the interesting parts were cut out, and that the only thing that remained was a rather disjointed portrayal of a portly detective finding meaningless clues and ultimately the criminal. There was a suggestion at the end that the detective and the criminal had fought it out, but whether it was with pistols, field pieces, knives, cream puffs, or words was left up to the imagination. It was also to be assumed that he and the heroine, who went into a partial blackout every time she sat down, finally got acquainted enough to hold hands after the picture. Channing stormed out of the theatre after seeing the above and finding that the only cartoon had been barred because it showed an innocuous cow without benefit of shorts. He troubled Joe for a bottle of the best and took to his apartment in disappointment. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Don Channing was asleep with all of his clothing on. The bed rolled and refused to stay on an even keel, but Channing found a necktie and tied himself securely in the bed and died off in a beautiful boiled cloud. He awoke to the tune of a beautiful hangover. He gulped 7 glasses of water and staggered to the shower. 15 minutes of iced needles and some coffee brought him part way back to his own cheerful self. He headed down the hall toward the elevator. He found a note in his office directing him to appear at a conference in Burbanks's office. Groaning in anguish, Don went to the director's office expecting the worst. It was bad. In fact, it was enough to drive everyone in the conference to drink. Burbank asked opinions on everything, and then tore the opinions apart with little regard to their validity. He expressed his own opinion many times, which was a disgusted sense of the personnel's inability to do anything of real value. "Certainly," he stormed, "I know you are operating, but have there been any new developments coming out of your laboratory, Mr. Channing?" Someone was about to tell Burbank that Channing had a doctor's degree, but Don shook his head. "We've been working on a lot of small items," said Channing. "I cannot say whether there has been any one big thing that we could point to. As we make developments, we put them into service. Added together, they make quite an honest effort." "What, for instance?" stormed Burbank. "The last one was a coupler machine improvement that permitted better than 1,000 words per minute. Up to that time, the best wordage was something like 800 words, said Burbank. I think that you have been resting too long on your laurels. Unless you can bring me something big enough to advertise, I shall have to take measures. Now you, Mr. Warren, continued Burbank, you are the man who is supposed to be superintendent of maintenance. May I ask why the outer hull is not painted? Because it would be a waste of paint, said Warren. Figure out the acreage of a surface of a cylinder 3 miles long and a mile in diameter. It is almost 11 square miles. 11 square miles to paint from scaffolding hung from the outside itself. Use bosun's chairs, snapped Burbank. A bosun's chair would be worthless, Warren informed Burbank. You must remember that to anyone trying to operate on the outer hull is a ceiling and directly overhead. Another thing, said Warren, You paint that hull, and you'll run this station by yourself. Why do you think we have it shiny?" "If we paint the hull," persisted Burbank, "it will be more presentable than the nondescript steel colour." "The steel colour is as shiny as we could make it," growled Warren. "We want to get rid of as much radiated heat as we can. You slap a coat of any kind of paint on that hull, and you'll have plenty of heat in here." "Ah, that sounds interesting. We'll save heating costs." "You idiot!" snapped Warren. "You fool! Sure, we'll have heat in here. We'll save some heating costs. But do you realize that we'd have no opportunity to control it? We're on a safe margin now. We radiate just a little more than we receive. We make up the rest by artificial heating. But there have been occasions when it became necessary to dissipate a lot of energy in here for one reason or another, and then we've had to shut off the fires. What would happen if we couldn't cool the damned coffee can? We'd roast the first time that we got a new employee with a body temperature a half-degree above normal." "You're being openly rebellious," Burbank warned him. "So I am, and if you persist in your attempt to make this place presentable, you'll find me and my gang outright mutinous. Good day, sir." He stormed out of the office and slammed the door. "Take a note, Miss Westland. Interplanetary Communications Commission, Terra. Gentlemen, Michael Warren, Superintendent of Maintenance at Venus Equilateral, has proven to be unreceptive to certain suggestions as to the appearance and/or operations of Venus Equilateral. It is my request that he be replaced immediately. Signed, Francis Burbank, Director." He paused to see what effect that message had upon the faces of the men around the table. "Send that by special delivery." Johnny Billings opened his mouth to say something, but shut it with a snap. Westland looked up at Burbank, but she said nothing. Arden gave Channing a sly smile, and Channing smiled back. There were grins about the table, too, for everyone recognized the boner. Burbank had just sent a letter from the Interworld Communications Relay Station by special delivery mail. It would not get to Terra for better than 2 weeks. A use of the station's facilities would have the message in the hands of the Commission within the hour. "That will be all, gentlemen," Burbank smiled smugly. "Our next conference will be next Monday morning." "Mr. Channing," chortled the pleasant voice of Arden Westland, "now that the trifling influence of the boss versus secretary taboo is off, will you have the pleasure of buying me a drink?" "Can you repeat that word for word and explain it?" grinned Don. "A man isn't supposed to make eyes at his secretary. A gal ain't supposed to seduce her boss. Now that you are no longer acting director, and I no longer your stenog, how about some sociability?" "I never thought that I'd been propositioned by a typewriter jockey," said Channing, "but I'll do it. What time is it? Do we do it openly, or must we sneak over to the apartment and snuffle a snort on the sly?" "We snuffle. That is, if you trust me in your apartment." "I'm scared to death," Channing informed her. "But if I should fail to defend my honor, we must remember that it is no true failure if I try and fail." "That sounds like a nice alibi," said Arden with a smile. "Or a come-on. I don't know which. Or, Mr. Channing, am I being told that my advances might not be welcome?" "We shall see," Channing said. "We'll have to make a careful study of the matter. I cannot make any statements without first making a thorough investigation under all sorts of conditions. Here we are. You will precede me through the door, please." "Why?" asked Arden. "So that you cannot back out at the last possible moment. Once I get you inside, I'll think about keeping you there." "As long as you have some illegal fluid, I'll stay." She tried to leer at Don, but failed because she had had all too little experience in leering. "Bring it on." "Here's to the good old days," toasted Don as the drinks were raised. "Nope. Here's to the future," proposed Arden. "Those good old days, all they were was old. If you were back in them, you'd still have to have the pleasure of meeting Burbank." "Grrr," growled Channing. That name is never mentioned in this household. You haven't a pix of the old bird turned to the wall, have you? Asked Arden. I tossed it out. We'll drink to that. They drained glasses. And we'll have another. I need another, said Channing. Can you imagine that buzzard asking me to invent something big in 7 days? Sure, by the same reasoning that he uses to send a letter from Equilateral Station instead of just slipping it on the terror beam. Faulty. Phony. The door opened abruptly, and Walt Franks entered. "D'you hear the latest?" he asked breathlessly. "No," said Channing. He was reaching for another glass automatically. He poured, and Walt watched the amber fluid creep up the glass, led by a sheet of white foam. "Then look." Walt handed Channing an official envelope. It was a regular notice to the effect that there had been 11 failures of service through Venus Equilateral. 11! What makes? Mastermind. What's he done? Remember the removal of my jurisdiction over the beam control operators? Well, in the last 10 days, Burbank has installed some new features to cut expenses. I think that he hopes to lay off a couple of 100 men. What's he doing, do you know? He's shortening the dispersion. He intends to cut the power by slamming more of the widespread beam into the receptor. The tighter beam makes aiming more difficult, you know, because at 70 million miles, every time little Joey on Mars swings his toy horseshoe magnet on the end of his string, the beam wobbles. And at 70 million miles, how much wobbling does it take to send a narrow beam clear off the target? The normal dispersion of the beam from Venus is over 1,000 miles wide. It gyrates and wobbles through the most of that arc. That is why we pick that particular dispersion. If we could have pointed the thing like an arrow, we'd have kept the dispersion down. Right, and he's tightened the beam to less than 100 miles dispersion. Now, every time that a sunspot gets hit amidships with a lady sunspot, the beam goes off on a tangent. We've lost the beam 11 times in a week. That's more times than I've lost it in 3 years. Okay, said Channing. So what? Mastermind is responsible. We'll sit tight and wait for developments. In any display of abilities, we can spike Mr. Burbank. Have another drink? Got any more? If you're out, I've got a couple of cases cached underneath the bed in my apartment. I've plenty, said Channing, and I'll need plenty. I have exactly 22 hours left in which to produce something comparable to the telephone, the electric light, the airplane, or the expanding universe. Phooey! Pour me another, Arden. A knock at the door. A feminine voice interrupted simultaneously. May I come in? It was Walt's secretary. She looked worried, and in one hand she waved another letter. Another communique? Asked Channing. Worse. Notice that for the last 3 hours there have been less than 12% of messages relayed. 5 minutes operation out of an hour, said Channing. Where's that from? Came out on the terror beam. It's marked number 17, so I guess that 16 other tries have been made. What has Mastermind tried this time? Stormed Channing. He tore out of the room and headed for the director's office on a dead run. On the way, he hit his shoulder on the door, caroomed off the opposite wall, righted himself, and was gone in a flurry of flying feet. 3 heads popped out of doors to see who was making the noise. Channing skidded into Burbank's office on his heels. What gives? He snapped. Do you realize that we've lost the beam? What have you been doing? It is a minor difficulty, said Burbank calmly. We will iron it out presently. Presently? Our charter doesn't permit interruptions of service of this magnitude. I ask again, what are you doing? You, as electronics engineer, have no right to question me. I repeat, we shall iron out the difficulty presently. Channing snorted and tore out of Burbanks's office. He headed for the office of beam control, turned the corner on one foot, and slammed the door in roughly. Chuck! He yelled. Chuck Thomas, where are you? No answer. Channing left the beam office and headed for the master control panels out near the airlock end of Venus Equilateral. he found Thomas stewing over a complicated piece of apparatus. "Jack, for the love of Michael, what in the devil is going on?" "Thought you knew," answered Thomas. "Burbank has the crew install photoelectric mosaic banks. Instead of having a crew of beam control operators, he intends to use the photomosaics to keep Venus, Terra and Mars on the beam." "Great snivelling Scott! They tried that in the last century and tossed it out 3 days later. Where's the crew now?" "Packing for home. They've been laid off." "Get 'em back. Put 'em to work. Turn off those darned photomosaics and use a manual again. We've lost every beam we ever had." A sarcastic voice came in at this point. "For what reason do you interfere with my improvements?" sneered the voice. "Could it be that you're accepting graft from the employees to keep them on the job by preventing the installation of superior equipment?" Channing turned on his toe and let Burbank have one. It was a neat job, coming up at the right time and connecting sweetly. Burbank went over on his head. "Get going," Channing snapped at Thomas. Charles Thomas was not a small man himself, but after considering Channing's 190, he decided to comply. He left. Channing shook Burbank's shoulder. He slapped the man's face. Eyes opened, accusing eyes, rendered mute by a very sore jaw, tongue and throat. "Now listen," snapped Channing. "Listen to every word. Mosaic directors are useless. Have you any reason why? It is because of the lag. At planetary distances, light takes an appreciable time to reach your planet. The beam wobbles, swerves out of line because of intervening factors, varying magnetic fields. Even the bending of light due to gravitational fields will make the beam swerve microscopically. But, Burbank, a microscopic discrepancy is all that is needed to bust things wide open. You've got to have experienced men to operate the beam controls. Men who can think. Men who can, from experience, reason that this fluctuation will not last, but will swing back in a few seconds, or that this type of swerving will increase in magnitude for a half hour, maintain the status, and then return, pass through zero, and find the same level on the minus side. Since light and centimeter waves are not exactly alike in performance, a field that will swerve one may not affect the other. Ergo, your photomosaic is useless. The photoelectric mosaic is a brilliant gadget for keeping a plane in a spotlight or for aiming a 16-inch gun, but it is worthless for anything over a couple of million miles. So I've called the men back to their stations, and don't try anything foolish again without consulting the men who are paid to think." Channing got up and left. As he strode down the stairs to the apartment level, he met many of the men who had been laid off. None of them said a word, but all of them wore bright, knowing smiles. Monday morning. Burbank was himself again. The rebuff given him by Don Channing had worn off, and it was sparkling with ideas. He speared Franks with a glitter in his eye and said, "If our beams are always on the centre, why is it necessary to use multiplex diversity?" Franks smiled. "You're mistaken," he told Burbank. "They're not always on the button. They vary. Therefore we use diversity transmission so if one beam fails momentarily, one of the other beams would bring the signal in. It is analogous to tying 5 or 6 ropes into a hoisted stone. If one breaks, you have the others." "You have them running all the time, then?" "Certainly. At several minutes of time lag in transmission, to try and establish a beam failure of a few seconds' duration is utter foolishness." "And you disperse the beam to 1,000 miles wide to keep the beam centered at any variation?" Burbank shot at Channing. "Not for any variation. Make that an abnormal gyration, I'll buy it." "Then why don't we disperse the beam to 2,000 or 3,000 miles and do away with diversity transmission?" asked Burbank triumphantly. "Ever heard of fading?" asked Channing with a grin. "Your signal comes and goes. Not gyration. It just gets weaker. It fails for want of something to eat, I guess, and takes off after a wandering cosmic ray. At any rate, there are many times per minute that one beam will be right on the nose, and yet so weak that our strippers cannot clean it enough to make it usable. Then the diversity system comes in handy. Our coupling detectors automatically select the proper signal channel. It takes the one that is the strongest and subdues the rest within itself. Complicated? It was done in the heyday of radio, 1935 or so. Your 2 channels come into a common detector. Automatic volume control voltage comes from the signal detector and is applied to all channels. This voltage is proper for the strongest channel, but is too high for the ones receiving the weaker signal, blocking them by rendering them insensitive. When the strong channel fades and the weak channel rises, the detector follows down until the 2 signal channels are equal, and then it rises with the stronger channel. I see, said Burbank. Has anything been done about fading? It's like the weather, according to Mark Twain, smiled Channing. Everybody talks about it, but nobody does anything about it. About all we've learned is that we can cuss it out and it doesn't cuss back. I think it should be tried, said Burbank. If you'll pardon me, it has been tried. The first installation at Venus Equilateral was made that way. It didn't work, though we used more power than all of our diversity transmitter together. Sorry. Have you anything to report? Burbank asked Channing. Nothing. I've been more than busy investigating the trouble we've had in keeping the beams centered. Burbank said nothing. He was stopped. He hoped that the secret of his failure was not generally known, but he knew at the same time that when 300 men are aware of something interesting, some of them will see to it that all others involved will surely know. He looked at the faces of the men around the table and saw suppressed mirth in every one of them. Burbank writhed in inward anger. He was a good poker player. He didn't show it at all. He then went on to other problems. He ironed some out. Others he shelved for the times being. Burbank was a good businessman. Give him credit. But like so many other businessmen, Burbank had the firm conviction that if he had the time to spare, and at the same time was free of the worries and paperwork of his position, he could step into the laboratory and show the engineers how to make things hum. He was infuriated every time he saw one of the engineering staff sitting with hands behind head, lost in a gazy, unreal land of deep thought. Though he knew better, he was often tempted to raise hell because the man was obviously loafing. But give him credit. He could handle business angles to perfection. In spite of his tangle over the beam control, he had rebounded excellently and had ironed out all of the complaints that had poured in, ironed it out to the satisfaction of the injured party as well as the Interplanetary Communications Commission, who were interested in anything that cost money. He dismissed the conference and went to thinking, and he assumed the same pose that infuriated him in other men under him, hands behind head, feet upon desk. The moving picture theatre was dark. The hero reached longing arms to the heroine, and there was a sort of magnetic attraction. They approached one another. But the spark misfired. It was blacked out with a nice slice of utter blackness that came from the screen and spread its lightlessness all over the theatre. In the ensuing darkness, there were several osculations that were more personal and more satisfying than the censored clinch. The lights flashed on, and several male heads moved back hastily. Female lips smiled happily. Some of them parted in speech. One of them said, "Why, Mr. Channing!" "Shut up, Arden," snapped the man. "People will think that I've been kissing you." "If someone else was taking advantage of the situation," she said, "you got gypped. I thought it was kissing you, and I cooked with gas." "Did you ever try that before?" asked Channing interestedly. "Why?" she asked. "I liked it. I merely wondered, if you'd worked it on other men, what there was about you that kept you single." "They all died after the first application," she said. "They couldn't take it." "Let me out of here. I get the implication. I am the first bird that hasn't died, hey?" He yawned luxuriously. "Company or the hour?" asked Arden. "Can't be either," he said. "Come on, let's break a bottle of beer open. I'm dry." "I've got a slight headache," she told him. "From what I can't imagine." I haven't a headache, but I am sort of logy." "What have you been doing?" asked Arden. "Haven't seen you for a couple of days."
"Nothing worth mentioning. Had an idea a couple of days ago and went to work on it."
"Haven't been working overtime or missing breakfast?"
"Nope."
"Then I don't see why you should be ill. I can explain my headache away by attributing it to eye strain. Since Billy Boy came here and censored the movies to the bone, the darned things flicker like anything. But eye strain doesn't create an auto-intoxication. So, my fine fellow, what have you been drinking?"
"Nothing that I haven't been drinking since I first took to my second bottlehood some years ago."
"You wouldn't be suffering from a hangover from that hangover you had a couple of weeks ago?"
"Nope, I swore off. Never again will I try to drink a whole quart of 2 Moons in one evening. It got me."
"It had you for a couple of days," laughed Arden, "all to itself."
Don Channing said nothing. He recalled, all too vividly, the rolling of the tummy that ensued after that session with the only fighter that hadn't yet been beaten, old John Barleycorn.
"How are you coming on with Burbank?" asked Arden. "I haven't heard a rave for, well, ever since Monday morning's conference. 3 days without a nasty dig at our boss. That's a record."
"Give the devil his due. He's been more than busy placating irate citizens. That last debacle with the beam control gave him a real Moscow winter. His reforms came to a stop whilst he retrenched. But he's been doing an excellent job of squirming out from under. Of course, it has been helped by the fact that even though the service was rotten for a few hours, the customers couldn't rush out to some other agency to get communications with the other planets."
"Sort of take us as lousy as we are?"
"That's it." Channing opened the door to his apartment, and Arden went in. Channing followed, and then stopped cold.
"Great jeepers," he said in an awed tone. "If I didn't know—" "Why, Don, what's so startling?"
"Have you noticed?" he asked. "It smells like the inside of a chicken coop in here."
Arden sniffed. "It does sort of remind me of something that died and couldn't get out of its skin." Arden smiled. "I'll hold my breath. Any sacrifice for a drink."
"That isn't the point. This is purified air. It should be as sweet as a baby's breath."
"Some baby," whistled Arden. "What's she been drinking?"
"It wasn't cow juice, nor yet lake filler. What I've been trying to put over is that the air doesn't seem to have been changed in here for 9 weeks. Channing went to the ventilator and lit a match. The flame bent over, flickered, and went out. "Air intake is okay," he said.
"Maybe it is I. Bring on that bottle, Channing. Don't keep the lady waiting."
He yawned again, deeply and jaw-stretchingly. Arden yawned too, and the thought of both of them stretching their jaws to the breaking-off point made both of them laugh foolishly. "Arden, I'm going to break 1 bottle of beer with you, after which I'm going to take you home, kiss you good night, and toss you into your own apartment. Then I'm coming back here, and I'm going to hit the hay." Arden took a long, deep breath.
"I'll buy that," she said. "And tonight? It wouldn't take much persuasion to induce me to snooze right here in this chair."
"Oh, fine," cheered Don. "That would fix me up swell with the neighbours. I'm not going to get shotgunned into anything like that."
"Don't be silly," said Arden.
"From the look in your eye," said Channing, "I'd say that you were just about to do that very thing. I was merely trying to dissolve any ideas that you might have."
"Don't bother," she said pettishly. "I haven't any ideas. I'm as free as you are, and I intend to stay that way."
Channing stood up. "The next thing we know, we'll be fighting," he observed. "Stand up, Arden. Shake." Arden stood up, shook herself, and then looked at Channing with a strange light in her eyes.
"I feel sort of dizzy," she admitted, "and everything irritates me."
She passed a hand over her eyes wearily. Then, with a visible effort, she straightened. She seemed to throw off her momentary ill-feeling instantly. She smiled at Channing,
and was her normal self in less than a minute. "What is it?" she asked. "Do you feel funny too?" "I do," he said. "I don't want that beer. I want to snooze." "When Channing would prefer snoozing to boozing, he is sick," she said. "Come on, fellow, take me home." Slowly they walked down the long hallway. They said nothing. Arm in arm they went, and when they reached Arden's door, their good-night kiss lacked enthusiasm. "See you in the morning," said Don. Arden looked at him. "That mug was a little flat. We'll try it again, tomorrow or next week." Don Channing's night sleep was broken by dreams. He was warm. His dreams depicted him in a warm, airless chamber, and he was forced to breathe that same stale air again and again. He awoke in a hot sweat, weak and feeling, well, lousy. He dressed carelessly. He shaved hit or miss. His morning coffee tasted flat and sour. He left the apartment in a bad mood, and bumped into Arden at the corner of the hall. "Hello," she said. "I feel rotten. But you have improved. Or is that passionate breathing just a lack of fresh air?" "Hell, that's it," he said. He snapped up his wristwatch, which was a chronograph, equipped with a stopwatch hand. He looked about, and finding a man sitting on a bench, apparently taking it easy while waiting for someone, Channing clicked the sweep hand into gear. He started to count the man's respiration. "What gives?" asked Arden. "What's it? Why are you so excited? Did I say something?" "You did," said Channing after 15 seconds. "That bird's respiration is better than 50. This whole place is filled to the gills with carbon dioxide. Come on, Arden, let's get going." Channing led the girl by several yards by the time that they were within sight of the elevator. He waited for her, and then sent the car upward at a full throttle. Minutes passed, and they could feel that stomach-rising sensation that comes when gravity is lessened. Arden clasped her hands over her middle and hugged. She squirmed and giggled. "You've been up to the axis before," said Channing. "Take long, deep breaths." The car came to a stop with a slowing effect. A normal braking stop would have catapulted them against the ceiling. "Come on," he grinned at her. "Here's where we make time." Channing looked up the little flight of stairs that led to the innermost level. He winked at Arden and jumped. He passed up through the opening easily. "Jump," he commanded. "Don't use the stairs." Arden jumped. She sailed upward, and as she passed through the opening, Channing caught her by one arm and stopped her flight. "At that speed you'd go right on across," he said. She looked up, and there about 200 feet overhead she could see the opposite wall. Channing snapped on the lights. They were in a room 200 feet in diameter and 300 feet long. "We're at the center of the station," Channing informed her. "Beyond that bulkhead is the airlock. On the other side of the other bulkhead we have the air plants, the storage spaces, and several cubic inches of machinery." "Inches?" asked Arden. Then she saw that he was fooling. "Come on," he said. He took her by the hand, and with a kick he propelled himself along on a long curving course to the opposite side of the inner cylinder. He gained the opposite bulkhead as well. "Now that's what I call travelling," said Arden. "But my tummy goes whoosh whoosh every time we cross the centre." Channing operated a heavy door. They went in through rooms full of machinery and into rooms stacked to the centre with boxes, stacked from the wall to the centre and then packed with springs. Near the axis of the cylinder, things weighed so little that packing was necessary to keep them from bouncing around. "I feel giddy," said Arden. "High in oxygen," said he. "The CO2 drops to the bottom, being heavier. Then, too, the air is thinner up here because centrifugal force swings the whole out to the rim. Out there we are so used to down that here, a half-mile above, or to the centre rather, we have trouble in saying technically what we mean. Watch." He left Arden standing and walked rapidly around the inside of the cylinder. Soon it was standing on the steel plates directly above her head. She looked up and shook her head. "I know why," she called, "but it still makes me dizzy. Come down from up there, or I'll be sick." Channing made a neat dive from his position above her head. He did it merely by jumping upward from his place toward her place, apparently hanging head down from the ceiling. He turned a neat flip-flop in the air and landed easily beside her. Immediately, for both of them, things became right side up again. Channing opened the door to the room marked Air Plant. He stepped in, snapped on the lights, and gasped in amazement. The room was empty, completely empty, absolutely and irrevocably vacant. Oh, there was some dirt on the floor, and some trash in the corners, and a trail of scratches on the floor to show that the life-giving air plant had been removed, hunk by hunk, out through another door at the far end of the room. "Whoa, Tilly!" screamed Don. "We've been stabbed! Arden, get on the type and have— No, wait a minute till we find out a few more things about this." They made record time back to the office level. They found Burbank in his office, leaning back and talking to someone on the phone. Channing tried to interrupt, but Burbank removed his nose from the telephone long enough to snarl, "Can't you see I'm busy? Have you no manners or respect?" Channing, fuming inside, swore inwardly. He sat down with a show of being calm, and folded his hands over his abdomen like the famed statue of Buddha. Arden looked at him, and for all of the trouble they were in, she couldn't help giggling. Channing, tall, lanky, and yet strong, looked as little as possible like the popular pudgy figure of the sitting Buddha. A minute passed. Burbank hung up the phone. "Where does Venus Equilateral get its air from?" snapped Burbank. "That's what I want. Answer me, please, I'm worried." "So am I. Something. Tell me first, from what source does Venus Equilateral get its fresh air?" "From the air plant, and that is—" "There must be more than one," said Burbank thoughtfully. "There's only one." "There must be more than one. We couldn't live if there weren't," said the director. "Wishing won't make it so. There is only one." "I tell you, there must be another. Why, I went into the one up at the Axis yesterday and found that instead of a bunch of machinery running smoothly, purifying air, and sending it out to the various parts of the station, all there was a veritable jungle of weeds. Those weeds, Mr. Channing, looked as though they must have been put in there years ago. Now, where did the air-purifying machinery go?" Channing listened to the latter half of Burbank's speech with his chin at half-mast. He looked as though a feather would knock him clear across the office. "I had some workmen clear the weeds out. I intend to replace the air machinery as soon as I can get some new material sent from Terra." Channing managed to blink. It was an effort. "You had workmen toss the weeds out," he repeated dully. "The weeds." There was silence for a minute. Burbank studied the man in the chair as though Channing were a piece of statuary. Channing was just as motionless. "Channing, man, what ails you?" began Burbank. The sound of Burbank's voice aroused Channing from his shocked condition. Channing leaped to his feet. He landed on his heels, spun, and snapped at Arden. "Get on the type! Have him slap as many oxyjums on the fastest ship they've got. Get him here at full throttle. Tell him to load up the pilot and crew with gravenol and not to spare the horsepower. Scram!" Arden gasped. She fled from the office. "Burbank, what did you think an air plant was?" snapped Channing. "Why, isn't it some sort of purifying machinery?" asked the wondering director. "What better purifying machine is there than a plot of grass?" shouted Channing. "Weeds, grass, flowers, trees, alfalfa, wheat, or anything that grows and uses chlorophyll. We breathe oxygen, exhale CO2. Plants inhale CO2 and exude oxygen. An air plant means just that. It's a specialized type of Martian sawgrass that is more efficient than anything else in the system for inhaling dead air and revitalizing it. And you've tossed the weeds out. Channing snorted in anger. We've spent years getting that plant so that it will grow just right. It's got so good that the CO2 detectors weren't even needed. The balance was so adjusted that they haven't even been turned on for 3 or 4 years. They were just another source of unnecessary expense. Why, save for a monthly inspection, that room isn't even opened, so efficient is the Martian sawgrass. We, Burbank, are losing oxygen. The director grew white. I didn't know, he said. Well, you know now. Get on your horse and do something. At least, Burbank, stay out of my way while I do something. You have a free hand, said Burbank. His voice sounded beaten. Channing left the office of the director and headed for the chem lab. How much potassium chlorate, nitrate, sulfate, and other oxygen-bearing compounds have you? He asked. That includes mercuric oxide, spare water, or anything else that will give us oxygen if broken down. There was a 10-minute wait until the members of the chem lab took a hurried inventory. Good, said Channing. Start breaking it down. Collect all the oxygen you can in containers. This is the business. It has priority. Anything, no matter how valuable, must be scrapped if it can facilitate the gathering of oxygen. God knows there isn't by half enough, not even a tenth, but try anyway. Channing headed out of the chemistry laboratory and into the electronics lab. Jimmy, he shouted, get a couple of stone jars and get an electrolysis outfit running. Fling the hydrogen out of a convenient outlet into space and collect the oxygen. Water, I mean. Use tap water right out of the faucet. Yeah, but, Jimmy, if we don't breathe, what chance have we to go on drinking? I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, Doc, said Jimmy. And look, as soon as you get that running, set up a CO2 indicator and let me know the percentage at the end of each hour. Get me? I take it that something has happened to the air plant? It isn't functioning, said Channing shortly. He left the puzzled Jimmy and headed for the beam control room. Jimmy continued to ponder about the air plant. How in the devil could an air plant cease functioning unless it were dead? Jimmy stopped wondering and began to operate his electrolysis setup furiously. Channing found the men in the beam control room worried and ill at ease. The fine coordination that made them expert in their line was ebbing. The nervous work that made it necessary to run the men in 10-minute shifts with half-hour of rest in between demanded perfect motor control, excellent perception, and a fine power of reasoning. The barely perceptible lack of oxygen at this high level was taking its toll already. Look, fellows, we're in a mess. Until further notice, take 5-minute shifts. We've got about 30 hours to go. If the going gets tough, drop it to 3-minute shifts. But, fellows, keep those beams centered until you drop. We'll keep 'em going if we have to call our wives up here to run 'em for us, said one man. What's up? Air plant sour, losing oxy. Got a shipload coming out from Terra. Be here in 30 hours. But upon you fellows will rest the responsibility of keeping us in touch with the rest of the system. If you fail, we could call for help until hell freezes us all in, and no one would hear us. We'll keep 'em rolling, said a little fellow that had to sit on a tall stool to get even with the controls. Channing looked out of the big plastic-glass dome that covered the entire end of the Venus Equilateral Station. Here messages go in and out, he mused. The other end brings us things that take our breath away. Channing was referring to the big airlock at the other end of the station, 3 miles away, right through the center. At the center of the dome, there was a sighting scope. It kept Polaris on a marked circle, keeping the station exactly even with the terrestrial north. About the periphery of the dome, looking out across space, the beam control operators were sitting, each with a 100-foot parabolic reflector below his position, outside the dome, and under the rim of the transparent bowl. These reflectors shot the interworld signals across space in tight beams, and the men, half the time anticipating the vagaries of space warp, kept them centered on the proper shining speck in that field of stars. Above his head, the stars twinkled. Puny man, setting his will against the monstrous void. Puny man, dependent upon atmosphere. Nature abhors a vacuum, once said Torricelli. What braggadocio! If nature abhorred a vacuum, why did she make so much of it? Arden Westland entered the apartment without knocking. "I'd give my right arm up here for a cigarette," she said, marking above the elbow with the edge of her other hand. "Nuh-uh," said Channing. "Can't burn oxygen." "I know. I'm tired, I'm cold, and I'm ill. Anything you can do for a lady?" "Not as much as I'd like to do," said Channing. "I can't help much. We've got most of the place stopped off with the airtight doors. We've been electrolyzing water, baking KClO3, and everything else we can get oxy out of. I have a crew of men trying to absorb the CO2. Jimmy Dixon is bringing me hourly reports on the CO2 content, and we are losing. Slowly, Arden, but we are losing. Of course, I've known all along that we couldn't support the station on the meagre supplies we have on hand, but we'll win in the end. Our microcosmic world is getting a shot in the arm in a few hours that will reset the balance." "I don't see why we didn't prepare for this emergency," said Arden. "This station is well balanced. There are enough people here and enough space to make a little world of our own. We can establish a balance that is pretty darned close to perfect. The imperfections are taken care of by influxes of supplies from the system. Until Burbank upset the balance, we could go on forever, utilizing natural purification of air and water. We grow a few vegetables and have some meat critters to give milk and steak. The energy to operate Venus Equilateral is supplied with the photoelectric collectors, sun power, if you please. Why should we burden ourselves with a lot of cubic feet of supplies that would take up room necessary to maintain our balance? We are not in bad shape. We'll live, though we'll all be a bunch of tired, irritable people who yawn in one another's faces." "And after it's over?" "We'll establish the balance. Then we'll settle down again. We can take up where we left off." "Not quite. Venus Equilateral has been seared by fire. We'll be tougher and less tolerant of outsiders. If we were a closed corporation before, we'll be tighter than a vacuum-packed coffee can afterwards, and the first bird that cracks us will get hissed at." 3 superliners hove into sight at the end of 31 hours. They circled the station, signaling by helio. They approached the airlock end of the station and made contact. Their bulk tipped the station slightly, tipped it and rotated it by gyroscopic reaction. The airlock was opened and spacesuited figures swarmed over the mile-wide end of the station. A stream of big oxygen tanks were brought into the airlock, admitted, and taken to the last bulwark of huddled people on the 4th level. From one of the ships there came a horde of men carrying huge square trays of dirt and green-growing sawgrass. For 6 hours, Venus Equilateral was the scene of wild, furious activity. The dead air was blown out of bad areas, and the hissing of oxygen tanks was heard in every room. Gradually, the people left the 4th level and returned to their rightful places. The station rang with laughter once more, and business, stopped short for want of breath, took a deep lungful of fresh air and went back to work. The superliners left, but not without taking a souvenir. Francis Burbank went with them. His removal notice was on the first ship, and Don Channing's appointment as Director of Interplanetary Communications was on the second. Happily, he entered the director's office once more. He carried with him all the things that he had removed just a few short weeks before. This time he was coming to stay. Arden entered the office behind him. "Home again?" she asked. "Yup." He grinned at her. "Open file B, will you, and break out a container of my favorite beverage." "Sure thing," she said. There came a shout of glee. "Break out 4 glasses," she was told from behind. It was Walt Franks and Joe. It was Arden that proposed the toast. "Here's to a closed corporation," she said. They drank on that. She went over beside Don and took his arm. "You see," she said, looking up into his eyes, "we aren't the same. Things have changed since Burbank came and went, haven't they?" "They have," laughed Channing. "And now that you are my secretary, it is no longer proper for you to shine up to me like that. People will talk." "What's he raving about?" asked Joe. Channing answered, "It is considered bad taste for a secretary to make passes at her boss. Think of his wife and kids." "You have neither." "Maybe so, but it is still not proper for a secretary to—" "You can't call me a secretary in that tone of voice," snapped Arden. "I quit. I resign. I refuse to be secretary to a man like you." Channing looked helplessly at Franks. Walt looked at Arden, saw what was in her eyes, and told Channing, "See if you can wriggle out of what comes next." He took Joe by the arm and said, "Joe, now that the ban is off, may I buy you a drink?" And Joe answered, "It is a beautiful night out, isn't it?" It is always a beautiful night on Venus Equilateral. The stars shine forever in a sky that holds a molten ball. Sol flares endlessly in an absolutely black, star-studded sky. There is no moon. The air is always soft and warm and unchanging. And at the moment that Channing was finding out why Arden resigned, a little man of northern Venus handed a message to the operator in the International Hotel in Detroit, Michigan. It went out on the land wires to Hawaii, to Luna, to Venus Equilateral, to the rotating relay stations that circle Venus 500 miles above the planet, down through the raging Heaviside layer to Northern Landing, and across the Palanortis country to Uralen. Channing was still investigating his secretary's resignation when Corvus, the Magnificent, read, "Type 56-XXD Flyer FOB Detroit, Michigan today will be delivered on the next freight ship. Wilneda."
The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And if you get lonely in the night, consider becoming a member of the channel. There's no pressure.